experience. Visit them at besttrailstravel.com or call them at 212-206-6974.
The Nets had an 18-point lead late in the third quarter here in TD Garden, and then the crowd got energized, and the Celtics made a big run at the Nets, took that 18-point Nets lead, and they sliced it to 2. But then the Nets held the fort. Michael Porter Jr. was the finisher for the Nets tonight. He finished with 33, triple-double for Nick Claxton, 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 assists. And the Nets come away with the upset victory in Boston, defeating the Celtics 113-105. Want to thank our on-site engineer, Bruce Lane. First time I've worked with Bruce. He did a great job. Our thanks to him. And, of course, thanks to our good buddy back in the studio doing a great job, as always, Connor Green. So for Tim Capstraw, I'm Bob Husler. Tim and Chris will be with you on Sunday night when the Nets play the Raptors. Again, the final score here tonight in Boston, the Nets beat the Celtics 113-105. This has been Brooklyn Nets basketball on the Fan, Sports Radio 101.9 FM, and streaming on the Brooklyn Nets app.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Here, let's get it, New York City. It's a Friday night. Another KM to AM. And I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. The Nets won. That was a fun game to watch. And don't look now, but your Brooklyn Nets have won 2 of their last 3. They should have won the last 3 in a row. They got a good coach. It's a new team. Some young players, some veterans, some guys that have been in Brooklyn for a while. They're starting to come together. And it's rare that we ever talk Nets on the Fan, but I know I can do that right now. I know I can do that tonight. Freshly about to hit 10:30, coming off the Brooklyn Nets post-game show. Shout out to Capper and Bob Husler and the whole production. Yeah, the Brooklyn Nets, 888-808-1019. If you are a Brooklyn Nets fan that's just been waiting for your time. Now, I know there hasn't been a lot to sing about. I know there hasn't been much to cheer about, and I myself, as a Nets fan, have told you, just lay low, just chill, just keep it quiet. We understand what's going on right now. But I asked the Net fan, are you a tanker? Are you full-on tank, lose all the games where you can't enjoy a win like that? Or are you a Net fan that it's in your blood to hate the Boston Celtics, right? So going up to TD Garden, the fake garden, and smacking them, you always find joy in that. I like that, especially coming off of a couple nights ago. I said on my show a couple nights ago, I was getting dressed to come in here, and I had my blue, the Cause City Edition Nets hoodie. And I was dressed to come in, and I'm watching the game, and they blew the game. And I go back into the master bedroom. I changed my hoodie. On Tuesday, my wife's like, what are you doing? Why are you changing? I'm like, the freaking Nets just blew that game. I can't even rep them. But then last night I said, whatever, to hell with it. They're not playing, and I want to wear my Nets gear. I got a lot of nice Nets gear, and I am a Nets fan, and I don't have to be so quiet about it. I don't have a football team. So I wore my nice throwback Brooklyn Nets warm-up with the baby blue sleeves. A few years back, I think, was it 2022, where they did the New Jersey Nets. They honored the New Jersey Nets, but they also mashed it together with Brooklyn in the logo. So I rocked that in here. And we put a bunch of videos out. Shout out to our digital team today where I'm wearing the Brooklyn Nets. And I felt good going into the game tonight. And so, yeah, I said they go up there and they pull the upset over the Boston Celtics. They got their lick back because they lost that game the other night. I felt like they had that one. And, that's one thing I actually don't mind about these NBA Cup games. As this is a win in the NBA Cup group stage, you know, you play these like home and home games where you face the same opponent. So, you know, I mentioned they have a good coach, film study, and whatever Jordy Fernandez was telling them between last game and this game, it worked. Shoot the rock, pass the rock. Everybody come through. Everybody get down. You obviously know who's going to lead the way. MPJ, Michael Porter Jr. The guy said a lot in the offseason. His quotes are still all across memes and posts on the internet. It's okay. He's a bucket. That's what he's here for, to score the rock. He said so himself. That's his 8th game in a row with at least 21 points. And he had to play closer late. He hit the dagger late. And you love to have a guy like that who has a NBA Finals ring, who has a ton of experience, that knows what to do in those type of situations. Me. It's me. Give me the rock. This one's in the books. He plays 38 minutes. He also had 8 rebounds and helped the Nets with 2 assists. Now, Nick Claxton, as I speak about guys that have been here for a little while, you know, Nick Claxton tonight showed, hey, I can make plays. He was another guy that was close to having almost 20 points. Him and Noah Clowney. I always look at Noah Clowney and Nick Claxton. If you think back to a few years ago when Nick Claxton had, you know, the Goldilocks, and now Noah Clowney does, they have, you know, it's like they switched hairstyles. And Nick is growing his flow back. But shout out to Nick Claxton tonight. His first career triple-double. Goes out there tonight and has 18 points, shared the ball well, 12 assists, 11 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, 7 of 13 field goals, shooting 53%, and over 58%, over 50% from the free throw line. Cool. Cool by me, man. Noah Clowney, a tough 19. Terrence Mann in there doing what he's got to do. Another veteran that I'm talking about is here this year. It's a new team, a new nucleus. He put up triple 6 points, 6 assists, 6 rebounds. And it's not Igor Denim, Yegor Demin. The young guy, the first-round pick, well, they were all first-round picks, but the first-round pick of your Brooklyn Nets, he's coming along, man. You know, I was critical of the pick because I did feel like they reached for him. I was critical of the pick because, you know, what they said about him. But you know what I said? Nobody knows what anybody is going to be when they're picked on draft night. Teams miss a lot. And that's another thing about the whole tanking thing. That ball can bounce any kind of way. The Dallas Mavericks can end up with Cooper Flagg. I'm not so big on tanking in the NBA. In the NFL, I get it. You tank, you can get Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jackson Dart. And trust we'll get to the Jackson Dart conversation and the Giants. It's a football Friday in a minute. But this is rare. I'm in here wearing my Nets gear. The Nets get a good win. They left no doubt. The young guys do what they got to do. How about Drake Powell talking about young guys? That's another guy. I think the future is bright with Yegor Demin and Drake Powell. Those two guys are two guys. Drake Powell on both sides of the floor. He has 9 points, 1 assist, 2 rebounds. He's come along. He's had some moments early on in the season. Tyrese Martin off the bench. Like we get it. The Brooklyn Nets, it's quiet for them. Nobody's expecting anything from them, but that's cool. They've accepted that identity, and they're working on their craft, and they're getting coached up, and their coach is coaching hard. And, you know, on a night like this, the Boston Celtics, where, you know, they don't really have the team that they used to have at all. Jaylen Brown is pretty much all they have. He gets into early foul trouble. You got him right where you want him. Their fans were leaving the building early, and you got to love that if you're a Nets fan. You got to think back to all the years going up there and different iterations of this Nets team. To go up there and beat the Boston Celtics, it's always a good one. It's always solid to see them go up there and get a win. So 888-808-1019 as Brooklyn defeats Boston 113-105. The rare time of Friday night after 10:30 on the Fan. Are the Nets still in the league? Hell yeah, they're still in the league. And just wait. Be patient. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some time. But those picks will come through, And we'll see where that ball bounces this year and where they end up. But I took the over. The over was, or the over-under was 19.5. I think they can get 20 wins. I don't care. Like, let's see where they end up. There was a point in the season last year where Nets fans went from tanking to play-in, and, like, you just don't want to be miserable watching these games. And shout out to the Net fans that are diehard Net fans. I'm not diehard like that. You die hard too much, you're dead. But there are diehard Net fans that are hearing the sound of my voice that have watched all of these games through the years, the disappointment, the different teams, the different coaches. And so now we're starting to see a month into the season, this group come together. This group start to gel. This group start to know their roles and find their identities. And it's fun because there's young guys, there's veterans, there's some guys that you know that have been here like Day'Ron Sharp, Nick Claxton, and then even seeing the growth of guys like Noah Clowney, Zaire Williams, Tyrese Martin. That's pretty much where we are with your Brooklyn Nets. That was the first time that they have beat the Celtics since March 3rd of 2023. So I'll take it. And now you get ready to face the Raptors, and then you get to face the Knicks, and you got a little bit of confidence, so you go compete, right? And when you look at the Eastern Conference, the Raptors are 11-5, the number 2 team in the East, and the Knicks are 9-5, the number 4 team in the East. Another road win for the Nets. That's the one thing the Nets can hold over the Knicks. I know the Knicks just got their first road win, but the Nets, funny enough, the Nets have gotten all 3 of their wins on the road. So 888-808-1019 for any New Jersey to Brooklyn Nets fans that want to chime in and talk about the future of the team, talk about the game tonight. Are you a tanker, or are you just trying to see them hit the over, or do you not really care and understand where they are in this whole process of a rebuild and understanding that this whole thing got blown up a couple years ago and we're still kind of picking up the wreckage? Now, I mentioned Jackson Dart. We'll go there. It's a football Friday on the Fan. I cannot wait to talk about these games. It's already week 12. And I know we all say that, especially as radio hosts. It's because we cover the games and we cover the different sports, and it's just so quick. Really, it was since they started Thursday Night Football. It's so quick that the weeks roll over, Monday to Thursday. You get 2 days between. You get Tuesday and Wednesday of a break from the NFL, and we don't want a break from the NFL. I was reading last night how the international games are drawing more eyes than ever. The NFL is king. Even though the officiating is bogus, we all just accept it. They need to fix that. But here we go in week 12, and just as soon as you think Jackson Dart, they slowed it down. He's not coming back. Not this week. Now, honestly, I think it's a smart move. It's not a smart move. It is a medical thing. Let's get that straightened out first, because I know there's going to be calls tonight. Oh, Keith, you think it's a coach's decision? Oh, Keith, you think John Mara did this? No, they're following the doctor's instructions and the concussion protocol, and they're not competing for anything. There's no need to put him in harm's way, and I really do feel like you'd be putting him in harm's way against the Detroit Lions in their building and with some of the dogs that they have on that defense. Now, do I think it would be good experience for Jackson Dart to go up there to Ford Field and face one of the better teams in the NFL? I know their record is a little different this year than it's been in past years, but they're still pretty good. Like, they've got good players and good experience and a good head coach. Do I think that would be good for Jackson Dart? Of course. But do I also understand that, like, hey, he could go up there and get hit again, concussed again, then it could be a wrap. It could be the end of the season, and that you got to make sure he's all the way good and slow play this. And I think that's what they're doing here. 888-808-1019. I think the doctors probably saw something. I don't know how the concussion protocol goes now. I remember when I was in college, there was like this computer, not game, but you would sit at the computer and it would test like your cognitive functions. And it would show you like spots, like it'll show you different colors, and you got to like remember where the colors were, the different words and numbers and things. Just like test your brain function. I'm sure it's way more advanced now. I went to college 15, 20 years ago. 888-808-1019. Giants fans, are you excited for another week of Giants football? Are you on the tankathon.com website thinking about who you're going to pick? A linebacker, a wide receiver, an offensive lineman, tank. Yeah, you should lose out. And I don't think that you have any chance of beating Jared Goff and Sonic and Knuckles and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams. Like, I don't think you're going into Ford Field with Jameson Williams, who I love. How can you not love that guy? I don't think you're going in there and getting a win, but you should be able to compete. You were able to compete in your building against the Packers. You should be able to compete. And who knows how that ball is going to bounce. It's a little deflating not having Jackson Dart, because that would have been the thing. Like, hey, we're going to watch this kid come back from concussion protocol. We're going to watch this kid come back and play his first game without Brian Dable. Let's see how he responds. But I think they're going to have him back to face Drake May for Monday Night Football on December 1st, right? He should be good to go by then. And I also had the thought that I remember sharing with you guys about his injuries. Not just a concussion. He lost a tooth. He had a hamstring injury. He had an ankle injury. Like, they're making sure he's all the way ready to go. And then also that bye week comes into play. Maybe he doesn't return until after the bye. Maybe Jameis gets these 3 games and he comes back after the bye. I would bring him back sooner. Like, I would want him to face a team like the Patriots, especially like I'd want the world to see him on Monday Night Football. I'd want Peyton and Eli to be talking about Jackson Dart on Monday Night Football. But if you hold him out until the bye, you have the Commanders. You could beat the Commanders. You got the Vikings. You could beat the Vikings. Both of those games are at home at 1 o'clock. The Giants care about their building. I say that a lot. They care about their fans. They care about their home games. They care about the vibe, the look, the feel in that building. And then, if you've got the bread, Viva Las Vegas. If I was a Giants fan, I'd have that trip booked. Some of you are going out there to Detroit. Much rather go to Vegas than Detroit. Never been to either one. But yeah, Giants versus Raiders in Vegas can definitely beat the Raiders. Could you imagine Dart coming back if he misses the Patriots game, but then he comes back after the bye and rips off 3 straight wins? Some Giants fans are going to be like, what are you doing? Now we don't have a top 5 pick. 888-808-1019. We will talk about Abdul Carter. We'll talk about Brian Burns' sack total. We'll talk about what we expect to see game 2 out of Isaiah Hodgins, what we expect to see out of the running back tandem. And, we'll talk some Giants football. Of course, we're going to talk about the Jets as well, going down to Baltimore, Maryland. Of course, we're going to talk about the entire league, some good games this week. And, we're getting late in the season where, the In the Hunt graphic shows up and we're starting to think about the playoffs. Playoffs? Yeah, playoffs. Keith McPherson on the fan. I know there were non-tenders and tenders and chicken tenders and nuggets and everything else in between. Later in the night, we will get to the Mets and the Yankees. And, of course, we'll talk about the hot stove. And then I will find everything else that I can find, from the new head coach of the New York Liberty to Brandon Ayuk to anything else mixed in between in the sports world. Please join us. 888-808-1019. If you would like to join the YouTube chat, we are live on YouTube. We are at 92,400 subscribers. Can we get another 100 in there tonight? Can we get to 92.5? Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm waving to the camera. You see me? Hi. During the break, I'll type to you in the chat. So let's take this break, and we'll be right back.
The Scarlet Knights strike first.
The Scarlet Knights head to Ohio to take on the defending champion and current #1 team in the nation, the Buckeyes. High noon tomorrow.
Goes up top and pulls it down for the Rutgers touchdown right at the goal line.
Rutgers football, powered by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the free Odyssey app.
Together, let's drive a Paramus Chevrolet. For $447 a month and $2164 due at delivery, lease a brand new Traverse 4D Wagon LT with front-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Since January 2022, the City of New York has awarded $24 billion in contracts to MWBEs, the most of any U.S. city or state in the nation. Build your business with the City of New York by going to nyc.gov/MWBEs. MWBEs.
This winter is shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
John Ryan.
Yeah, Dad.
I think I came up with a killer slogan for our law firm. D'Agostino and Associates, bite back.
Bite back?
Yeah. When someone hurts you, you bite back. We'll be the law firm that bites back.
Dad, that's brilliant. Accident victims, call D'Agostino and Associates and bite back. Hey, we could even put a big vicious dog on billboards everywhere.
Yeah, and Rottweilers on buses.
Hey, how about a toll-free number?
What are you thinking?
You know, like 1-800-BITE-BACK.
1-800-BITE-BACK. That's brilliant.
But what if people hear fight back?
Easy. I'll spell it out for them, like 1-800-BITE. Back. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Love it. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
All this talk about biting back got me hungry.
Me too. Want to grab lunch?
Sure. Hey, how about a jingle?
You mean like D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back?
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
The all-new Giants mobile app presented by DraftKings is your home for highlights, breaking news, exclusive features, and inside access to the New York Giants. Watch Big Blue Kickoff live every weekday afternoon at 12:30, plus every press conference, locker room interview, and podcast. If you're coming to the game, check out the Pocket Game Day Hub in the Giants app for live camera angles, interactive games, mobile food ordering, and more. Download the Giants official mobile app presented by DraftKings for free at the App Store and Google Play.
Beat the rush and get great deals at the Jeep Black Friday sales event. For well-qualified current FCA lessees, get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X 4x4 for $379 a month for 42 months with $2,039 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 26,250. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 12/1. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At Nielsen Auto Group, all their Morris County dealerships have some extra special holiday offers, all within your reach, because they give you the credit help you need. Just go to NielsenAutos.com. That's NielsenAutos.com. At Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Let's have some fun. 888-808-1019. Hit my line one time. It's me, KM, Keith McPherson. You know, Friday show. Let's run through the tape. Another great week on the Fan, man. Get involved. I'm going to talk about a bunch of stuff, right? I was laughing last night. When I left, I heard Big Mac's show, and I was talking to Fleegs, and Fleegs got a call during my show. Someone called and said, we talk too much New York sports. I'm like, that was a first. That was actually a first. I was like, you're missing the whole point of this thing. So, I don't know. I'll lock in on what's going on in Philly and Boston, I guess. In Boston, they're like, what's up with the Celtics? They just lost to the Brooklyn Nets. We're terrible. But, yeah, we're talking football. Up in Boston, I'm sure they're only talking about Drake May and the Patriots. Here, you know, we're looking at two teams that are playing their backup quarterbacks this week. We're looking at two teams that this late in the season, you know, they don't have many wins. There's just nothing good to really report. It's like when you get this late in the season, we're approaching Thanksgiving, bro. Black Friday is in a week. Why? Why is it always miserable like this? Why is it always just like ass? Like both sides are not good. Like can one side be good? Can both sides be good? That's something I've been leaning into. Like I've been here for 4 years. My first show, Jason Garrett got fired, right? And then Joe Judge would follow not long after that. I was here through the whole Rob Saleh era, and then Aaron Rodgers. I've been here for the whole Joe Shane, Brian Dable era, and it's like it's always bad. Even when it gets a little good, like the Giants making the playoffs that year, like that was fool's gold. That was a setback. That was, you know, not the best thing for a first-time coach and GM. It kind of set them up for failure. I think they thought they had more than they did. They had to make some moves. But anyway, there is some light at the end of the tunnel because, you know, you do have Jackson Dart. You found who you believe is the franchise quarterback. No rush to bring him back, man. Yes, I do believe he needs to continue to develop. The only way to get good at quarterback is to play quarterback. Football in general, you need reps and high-speed reps at the highest level of competition. But Dart has already shown you it doesn't matter if it's the Broncos or the Eagles or whoever, he's ready to play. And you have Cam Scatterbo. Cam Scatterbo coming back at some point next year. Malik Neighbors coming back at some point next year. Cam Scatterbo, he's doing live streams. He's with Neon. You know, that nerd with the terrible haircut and the glasses, Neon, go look him up. He's got a huge audience. And, you know, he was on the live stream. He said, you know, this year's not going so well, but next year's going to be pretty insane. I'm going to say we're going to go 12-5 regular season and then playoffs, obviously. What if he's right? You know, I think the way for him to be right is for the Giants to find a coach. And one coach is coming off the board. A lot of people threw out Lane Kiffin's name. Obviously, his tie to Jackson Dart coming out of Ole Miss. Well, the report on BR College Football, LSU is finalizing a deal near $90+ million to offer Lane Kiffin. That's crazy how much these college coaches are making, bro. What? That's why they're talking about the NIL and what these kids make. These college coaches, they've been making bread off these kids' backs forever. He's going to get $25 million in annual roster cash. And, yeah, you know, I think his daughter dates a linebacker from LSU, and I'm guessing she goes to LSU. And, you know, he's going to go from Ole Miss to LSU, and you can take him off the board. Who is going to coach the Giants? Giants calls are starting to come in off of a little bit of open I did. Nobody wants to talk about the Brooklyn Nets. I guess they got to beat the Knicks. Well, they play the Knicks on Monday. They got to beat the Knicks to get any respect around here. Scott is in Shelton, Connecticut, first up on the Fan. Hello, Scott.
How you doing, Keith? I enjoy your show. I listen and respect your opinion tremendously because you're a Yankee and a Cowboys fan like myself. The reason I called in because you were talking about Jackson Dart and concussions. In Connecticut here, I'm a high school baseball coach, and we have what is called an impact test where the student athlete takes a test on the computer and there's a baseline reading for them. So then if they ever have a head injury, they go back, they take the test again, and they compare it to that baseline so they can see how severe the concussion is. So
That's
it's called
smart.
an impact test.
Yeah, that's smart. You have everybody do that, I guess, preseason when everybody's good, and then you have a basis for when they're not good and if they can return to play. I mean, there's not as many concussions in baseball, but we know that, there's baseballs and bats flying around.
Yeah. Football, field hockey for girls, they don't even wear helmets. You got a lot in lacrosse.
Okay, so they make everybody take it. Good.
Yep. Every single high school athlete in Connecticut takes this impact test, and they have a baseline. So then when they assume there is a head injury, they go back and they compare it to what that original result was. So then they could feel whether that person is capable of going back into games, and they have a whole protocol where they have to sit out a week, they have to sit out 2 weeks, they have to sit out 2 games, 3 games, etc. So it's called an impact test. So I think it's one of the greatest things that we never had when we were younger, when we played sports.
Right. Even like I said, when I was in school, I don't remember it being that. And if that's what they have in high school, imagine what they have at the NFL level. Imagine the type of testing that they have for Jackson Dart to go through.
Correct. And even with us being Cowboy fans, imagine if Troy Aikman ever had something like that, because he had suffered from so many concussions.
Oh, yeah.
And his head being scrambled.
Yeah, and played through them. He's told stories about playing with concussions, and it was different back then because you had to be tough. You had to just tough it out and keep going, drink some water, shake it off.
I assume you watched the Netflix special on the Cowboys?
I did.
I thought it was fantastic.
It was great,
growing up during
but also
that
sad.
time period.
It was also sad. I grew up on the end of the Cowboys in the 90s. That's when I was a wee little lad and jumped on the bandwagon. And yeah, it's been 30 years of not being able to get back to the NFC Championship. I got a break, but you had something on the Yankees, Scott. You had something on the Yankees.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's all this talk about Corey Seager the last few days about maybe trading some of their farm system for the shortstop, and him being 31, 32 years old. Cody Bellinger is only a year younger. So if you're going to give Cody Bellinger, a 6-7 year deal, and everybody's saying, oh, you can't do that to get Corey Seager, and, that's too much money. What's really the big difference? It's 1 year
I'll tell you
between the two of them.
I'll tell you, and you just set me up perfectly. Thanks for the call, Scott. The big difference is the Yankees believe in Anthony Volpe more than they believe in Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez. They believe in the shortstop that they have, the young prospect, the can't-miss prospect that was put in the spot, than they do with the other prospects, the Martian, Spencer Jones coming out of Vanderbilt, the left-handed Judge, Jason Dominguez out of this world. Like, they believe in the young shortstop that they have, and they're not giving up on that young shortstop that they have, more so than they believe in the 2 outfield prospects that they have that they're not even giving a chance. Worst case scenario, those 2 duke it out for a chance. Cashman told you that last night. I did that when I opened up last night. Like, if you read between the lines and you listen to what Brian Cashman had to say, he's saying we're trying to go get Belly. We had 2 vacancies in the outfield. Neither one were we expecting to fill with Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez. So the difference in bringing in Corey Seager and taking on all that money, and Corey Seager being up there in age a little bit and also being very injury prone, is that they have Anthony Volpe. And I'm telling you, when Volpe is healthy and he's back, he's going to get an opportunity to redeem himself and take his job. But they do not feel as strongly about Jason Dominguez or Spencer Jones. If you ask me, I don't think they believe either one of them is an everyday player on a championship caliber team. Marco's in here. We got to hit you with the update. It's already 11 o'clock. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Stay tuned and listen to this.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Optimism all week, but Jackson Dart unable to pass concussion protocol. He's ruled out for a second straight game Sunday against the Lions, so Jameis Winston will once again get the nod.
I'm so grateful to wear this uniform, do my job, man. So it don't, like, nothing really changes for me. Maybe more, text to the receivers, just in terms of a communication standpoint. But outside of that, in terms of studying, it's the same every movie.
Yankees say goodbye to 4 relievers, choosing not to tender them contracts, and Mark Leiter Jr., Ian Hamilton, Scott Efros, and Jake Cousins also agreed to deals with Oswaldo Cabrera, Clark Schmidt, 1-year deals avoid arbitration. Mets avoid arbitration with Tyrone Taylor, bring him back 1 year, $3.8 million. Nets surprised the Celtics 113-105 in NBA Cup play. Michael Porter Jr. pouring in 33 when Nick Claxton added a triple-double, 18 points, 11 rebounds, 12 assists. And Central Connecticut, too much for Rutgers, 67-54, and in the Scarlet Knights, their first loss in 5 games to start the season. 48 degrees at Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you're listening to the best sports talk station in the world, WFAN. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, rocking with you. We got 3 hours. I mean, we've already hit on the Brooklyn Nets. We've already hit on the New York Giants and the New York Yankees. Stop talking so much about New York sports. Can we hear what's going on in Arizona? Somebody's listening in Arizona, I guarantee you that, on the free Odyssey app. And maybe somebody even in the chat. We did have somebody check in on the chat from the west side. And we'll keep it rolling here. 888-808-1019. I want to talk to Pat in the Bronx. How you doing, Pat?
Hey, Keith. Good to talk to you again. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good to know. I'm a longtime New York sports fan, and I appreciate the idea that a New York-based sports station should talk about New York teams. It's an oddity. I was a Brooklyn Nets fan for a while there, and I just had to switch allegiances simply because it seems like the Nets repeated an error that happens a lot, which is going for it all and failing, and then losing. The stars. You have to have stars to win in the NBA. And I think the Nets did it twice, if I'm not mistaken. And it's just hard to root for them. The only reason I go to see Nets games is because you can get in at a reasonable price, provided they're not playing a top-level team.
And there's enough entrances, so you don't have to wait too long outside in the cold and in line, and the prices are reasonable. Yeah. When I was coming out of college, they went for, speaking of the Boston Celtics, the washed-up group of Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, Jason Terry, and, they thought that they could get a quick pop with Brook Lopez and Darren Williams, and that didn't work. I mean, it worked. Like, they won some games, went to the playoffs, but eventually they got chopped. I remember watching them face the Chicago Bulls my first time ever going to Barclays Center. And that's another thing. I boycotted the team for about a year and a half because they moved out of New Jersey into Brooklyn. And me being from Monmouth County, New Jersey, I'm like, it's too far. I'm never going to go. I'm never going to go to games. It's too far. Why would they take the team out of the state? Like, there's already a New York team. Obviously, once I went up there, I'm like, okay, it's much better up here. And, Continental Airlines Arena wasn't much of a draw. They were at the Prudential Center temporarily in Newark, and that wasn't much of a draw. And you're not going to draw anyone when you're not winning and you don't have star players. And that is why they have fallen into the trap of mortgaging their future to try to get the KD, Kyrie, James Harden team. And then when it blows up in their faces and they fire good coaches and they have to start all over again, it feels like this vicious cycle for fans where you're not the only fan that has jumped ship. You're not the only guy that said, I can't take this. There's no consistency here.
I think my problem, my mistake, was falling in love with the Nets. My brother flew in. He had playoff tickets to a Nets game early on in the Jason Kidd years. First-round playoff game versus Indiana and the great Reggie Miller, who brought us to overtime and then brought us to double overtime. And we won the series. It was a first-round series. And I said, this is my team. But then, maybe basketball changed. I don't know. I've been an Ets fan my whole life. Mets, Jets, and Nets. I feel the Jets had a great rookie class and they let it go to waste. And the Mets was the Soto by maybe something that's going to send them into the doldrums. I hope not. But it's tough being an Ets fan, put it that way. Thank you.
Absolutely. In New York, a lot of times you get treated like little brother, second-class citizen. And for a while, the Nets, and Jason Kidd was just talking about this the other night, about how when he played across the river, he owned Madison Square Garden. And the year you're referencing, they went to the NBA Finals. that is the year that really made me a fan, back-to-back years. And then, they lose to the Lakers. The next year they lose to the Spurs. And they get Vince Carter, and you're thinking they're going to go back, and they never go back. And then they got the quick pop in 2019 of Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and it was like, here we are again. Now we're at the top of and everything that happened from COVID to James Harden to the Ben Simmons trade, it's just a disaster. And it's hard for fans to overcome that. It really is. And I don't know when they're going to get it right, but I'll say this before we get back to your other calls, because I saw a Nets call. I was like, got to take it. The Nets have an opportunity right here, Sean Marks, to actually see this through. And that's why I'm not tripping over the state of the Nets and where they are. If they get a good win like they did tonight, great. But, see this through, right? Continue to build with your own picks. Do not mortgage your future again. Do not try to, in a few years, trying to get Anthony Edwards. He becomes available or something. Do it the right way. Develop your team through the draft. You're going to have some high picks coming up. And not for nothing, the Knicks sent you all their picks for Mikal Bridges. They're just the future for the Nets is probably somewhere in the later 2020s, maybe 2030. So for the young Nets fans that kind of jumped on the bandwagon because Katie and Kyrie are here, it's going to be rough for you guys through middle school. But maybe by the time you guys are in high school, it'll turn back around. But you know what's funny too? Look at the Knicks. Look at the Knicks. The Knicks were down for so long. There are Knicks fans that jumped the bandwagon to join the Brooklyn Nets. Now they're knocking on the door, hey, let me back in. Hoping that they didn't have too many pictures on Facebook wearing Nets gear and abandoning the Knicks, because the Knicks have come back around and the Knicks are now good. And the Knicks are looking like a team that's supposed to win. So, fandom is tricky. These organizations are tricky. You can't predict the future, and that's why we watch and that's why we hope, and every season brings new hope, but you just got to figure it out. You got to stay loyal and hope that they figure it out. 888-808-1019. I mentioned Lane Kiffin coming off the board. Last night I mentioned Joe Brady, and it's funny. Every time I mention a kind of off-the-cuff option, our digital team clips it, which is good because it creates chatter. I do not expect the Giants to go after Joe Brady, and I said last night they're probably not going back to Buffalo to find their next coach. And Joe Brady's probably going to stay there because I don't expect this to be the year that, the Bills ride off into the sunset and he gets that many offers. I respect the guy. I think he's a good coach, especially offensively. And I think that the Giants need to hire an offensive-minded coach. I think that that's just the trend in the league that's working. Look at the Lions, who the Giants are going to face this Sunday. They had the top two coordinators that they knew were going to go, right? Ben Johnson was going to go and Aaron Glenn was going to go. And I know it's completely different circumstances, but look at how Aaron Glenn has fared and look at how Ben Johnson has fared. Granted, the Jets have the old Bears quarterback that they kicked to the curb to get Caleb Williams, but it's deeper than the quarterback. I think Ben Johnson is very innovative and smart with what he does and the plays he calls, and they have drafted well, and Ryan Poles has put that team together, and the trend in the NFL is the offensive-minded coach leading the way because of the changes in officiating, and it's a quarterback-driven league and everything else. With gambling and fantasy and all this stuff, the NFL wants points. So why would you get a defensive-minded coach? You want a coach that can come in, especially now that you have Jackson Dart, and iron this offense out. But also they want a CEO type that can straighten out the defense, but I feel like you bring in the offensive-minded guy, and he's got to know which defensive coordinator is going to be best. I think Shane Bowen is just a far cry from a good defensive coordinator. He doesn't have the horses. I think just as soon as we get to next year, one draft, one free agency class, and one guy that knows how to get the most out of the talent on defense as a defensive coordinator, along with the offensive-minded head coach and whoever the offensive coordinator is, the Giants could be competitive. I don't know about 12-5. But I think they could be competitive in the hunt, maybe in the wild card. Chris in Morristown, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Keith. Well, let me tell you something. You must have read my mind because it's so funny you mentioned the offensive coach. You look at the last, 4 coaches now for the Giants. You take out Joe Judge, that's one of the 4. The last 3 were the offensive-minded coaches. Whether or not they deserve to be the head coaches, I thought Dable was the most, kind of you can't miss guy. I have a feeling, and I want to know your thoughts on this, the Giants are going to hire an offensive coach, and I personally don't agree with that approach. I completely agree with what you're saying. It's an offensive league. I mean, you look at all the points scored this year, especially with the new kickoff rule and everything. I mean, teams are just left and right popping out points. And that's just the way it is. The rules are that way. I just have a feeling they're going to go, unfortunately, the same route they always do, with some kind of familiarity, some kind of, hey, we know this guy from an arm and a leg of the Giants organization. And I have a feeling for some reason they're just going to go the defensive way. I think they spend so much money. I think I saw a thing the other day. They spent the second most money in the league on defense. I think it was $151 million.
Yeah.
And some of the most draft picks. I just would love to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Chris. I mean, Brian Burns makes a ton of money. He's worth it. Dexter Lawrence got paid. They brought in Javon Holland. They brought in Paulson Adebo. And I don't know, if somebody called me if you've got the scoop on Paulson Adebo, he's not going again this week. Like, is it a business decision? And I hate to say that about guys, but it's obvious. It's his first year here, right? Wasn't he supposed to go last week? And he warmed up and he couldn't go. You know, he's out this week with the knee, and he was warming up last week. Like, what did he do in between the week? Like, with treatment, or I don't know. I say it's a business decision because it's like, hey, the season's cooked. It's a knee. I don't want to make this worse than it is. You know, I don't need to play. I don't know. But, you know, you brought him here. He costs money. That defense is one of the more expensive defenses, and the production doesn't match. And now when you talk about defensive head coaches, I think it was Jay Glazer that put that list out last Sunday. And the defensive coaches were Chiefs defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo, who has head coaching experience and also used to be here with the Giants. I understand giving him an interview if he wants to get out of Kansas City, if he feels like Kansas City's cooked and it's over there and he wants to return back to being a head coach. Absolutely. I think he's like a senior citizen, though, which is no disrespect. You know, he's just old. So it's like, how long do you expect him to be the guy? Is he just a bridge guy to the next guy? Chris Shula is a younger candidate, though. The DC with the Rams. And obviously, Don Shula. Bloodlines matter. When you talk about, like Chris just said, like, you know, we kind of, sort of, know this guy. Well, yeah, you know, even with, like, Brian Schottenheimer, Marty Schottenheimer's son, he gets the job. So this is Don Shula's grandson. I don't know. I think they interview him. I think he gets an opportunity. And then Colts DC, Lou Anarumo, whose name you've heard forever. Those are the defensive coaches. The offensive coaches that Jay Glazer put out there, and I think everybody's saying at the top of the list, is Mike McCarthy. And he's just a head coach. He fits mostly that CEO that they're looking for, a guy that has overseen two franchises that have had plenty of winning and success when he was there, the Packers and the Cowboys. And he's won a Super Bowl, and he's gone to the playoffs a bunch, and he knows how it goes from Monday to Sunday being an NFL head coach. And then this is a guy I do not think that they should go after, but Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy, who obviously had head coaching experience in Chicago, and then Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, who had head coaching experience in Atlanta. Call me up and tell me which one of those guys sounds like, you know, he's got the lean to you. I think McCarthy out of all of them, because McCarthy is out of football right now. So I guess you can get the Dallas Cowboys stench off him for a year. And he's had a lot of success as a head coach. The other guys haven't had success as head coaches. They're moving from coordinators to head coaches. But I said the other night, like, the Jets cast a wide net. I don't expect the Giants to cast a wide net, and I expect them to keep it in-house. Like, I expect them to be pretty quiet with no leaks, and no one really know. I don't expect John Gruden to get a call. I don't expect Bill Belichick to get a call. So you can take them off the list with Lane Kiffin as well. My guy Charlie in Queens. How you doing, Charlie?
How you doing?
I'm good. We lost Charlie. That's tough. He'll call back. We got plenty of time. 888-808-1019. One man's loss is another man's opportunity. Chris in Bergen County back on the fan. What's up, Coach?
What's going on, eh?
Watching NC State over Florida State right now in here. And big touchdown right there. Most likely the game winner. 2 5-5 teams in the ACC.
Yeah, I got a date at MetLife next weekend. So.
I know, hey, you filled me in.
We just won,
weekend.
so.
Oh, okay. Congrats.
Yeah, we just won. Thank you.
You guys are going to get another ring. You guys are going to do it again.
Another chip. Let's go.
The power of the Paladins.
You got it, sir. I got another name for you for head coach for
All right.
Giants. Let's go Anthony Campanelli, BC, for the Jags.
Okay. Tell me more why you think they'll go that way.
Jersey guy.
Yep, Jersey tie.
Understands the market. Definitely nothing will be too big for him. He's ran the gamut. He's going to come. He's going to fix that defense, and they're going to be able to close out games. Yes, it's just...
Yeah, he's with the Jags right now, and coming off of what the Jags just did to Justin Herbert and the Chargers, that surprised me. They play well in their building.
Go back and do some research and look at where he has been.
I'm looking right now. Yeah, I'm looking right now.
He's been at Michigan. He's under
Miami,
Brown.
Green Bay.
Yes. And he's been around the block.
Yeah, and there's a part of me that also thinks that the Giants will want to get a young guy because they have so many young players and a fresh young name or guy that is like, this is our guy. He never coached anywhere else. We believe in him. He's going to lead us forward.
And like I say all the time, go back, and look at the family tree that he comes from too. Like he comes from a lineage of head coaches. So, he's going to he understands it. He knows what he's doing. Like, just get this kid a crack at it, and we're going to rock and roll.
Sounds good. Hey, good luck again, Coach, and congrats on the win. Paramus Catholic, the Paladins are an absolute force. And when you hear me say Chris in Bergen County, what's up, Coach? I think Coach was telling me the other day he's running out of fingers for all his rings. They're dominant. All they do is win. The home of they put a few players in the NFL, but I think Jabril Peppers played there, and Rashawn Gary. I'm probably wrong with that. And Coach probably gonna hit me on the side and be like, "Come on, bro, we got a whole wall. We got a whole wall of I know I'm right with Rashawn Gary, but I think Jabril Peppers played there too, because I remember watching that Jabril Peppers highlight over and over again, and he absolutely just dominated when he was there. Yes, Paramus Catholic. I was right. See, my ability to recall is there sometimes. We got to take a break. And when we come back, we'll play my Week 12 rap. Shout out to Nolan in the chat. I forgot about it. And he's like, yo, can't wait to hear this week's rap. I'm like, I got to send it to Connor. I wasn't even thinking about it. I did it earlier today, and it feels like that was a long time ago. Keith McPherson on the fan with a lot of time to go. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
The Giants are heading to the Motor City, taking on the Lions. 1 o'clock Sunday.
Giants rally to the ball and knock them short.
Bob Papa and Carl Banks call every play on the home of the New York Football Giants. WFAN, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is here for the holidays. Enjoy a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. It's got everything you need to keep your holiday season running. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead directly on the Dunkin' app. After all, the holidays run on Dunkin'. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Well, think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes and celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Quality is very important here at the North Pole. You see, I checked my list once, twice, all done.
Well, Santa, quality's important to us at Nissan, too. We actually test every model thousands of times. There's the frame twist test, shaker test, corrosion test, drive load test, tug-of-war test, towing test, off-roading test, practical strength test, splash test, corrugated road test, chassis dynamics test, water intrusion test, extreme heat test, extreme cold test, rough road test, jump test, curb impact test. And physical parts tests.
Save on J.D. Power's #1 mainstream brand in new vehicle quality at the Nissan year-end event. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Rogue Platinum, 2025 Murano or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per 1,000 financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 12/1/25.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Build your business with the City of New York. Visit nyc.gov/MWBES. Make your holidays memorable in a Lexus from Ray Katina. The Lexus December to Remember sales event is here. Drive home luxury in a GX or TX with class-leading storage. Celebrate the season in style at Ray Katina Lexus of Freehold and Ray Katina Lexus of Monmouth.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and 2004 do-it delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with 2-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Plus, every Paramus Chevy vehicle comes with America's #1 VIP Plus program, including complimentary New Jersey state inspections, oil and filter changes, loaner cars, and so much more. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today. Who's ready to hit the ice? It'll be another exciting hockey season with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. From same-game parlays to live bets, you can call your shot during any play. Rooting for your favorite players? You'll find all sorts of markets for betting on any star's performance on any given night. Don't miss any of the action on the ice by getting all your picks in with BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today and make your bets. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements, rewards may vary and expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Since January of 2022, the City of New York has awarded $24 billion in contracts to MWBEs, the most of any U.S. city or state in the nation. Build your business with the City of New York by going to nyc.gov/MWBEs.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of Internet Past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
At Audi Manhattan, experience best-in-class service in the heart of New York. Visit their Audi flagship store today, conveniently located on 55th and 11th. Audi Manhattan, where luxury meets excellence.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
94.7 The Block and our sister station 101.9 WFAN present the quickest New York football preview with WFAN weekday evening host Keith McPherson.
Mic check, 1, 2, week 12, 1, 2. The Jets and Giants have the same number of wins, just 2. Hot 1, hot 2, QB2s come through. Putting dart in harm's way is what we not gonna do. Put them on the webcam with Cam Scatterboo. Hit the live cause it's time to find other avenues. The WWE stunt had a lot of views this week in Detroit. They'll have an easy W. For Slim Shady and Ball with the bar, you could get in your car, drive down to Baltimore. The game day experience is better by far. I think the Ravens could beat the Jets without Lamar. It's like a Hyundai versus a Land Rover. 50 minutes north of Landover. Honestly, this Jets season has been over. They need to lose every game to get Mendoza. Tankathon, they're on the clock early. My last pick was my survivor lock early. The 49ers at home with Brock Purdy. They'll beat the Panthers. That defense is not sturdy. Hey, slid on another one. That's a tough beat. And like no one can rap like Eminem. So that was a challenge for me. I found myself today, I quit like 3 different times. I'm like, I can't do the Slim Shady. I can't like my voice is deep. I can't make the inflection go up in my voice like Marshall Mathers, but got a couple bars off. Let's break down the bars and we'll get back to the phones. 888-808-1019. So mic check 1, 2, week 12, 1, 2. The Jets and the Giants have the same number of wins, just 2. Like that's bad. Like, at this point, like, we've watched a lot of football games, and we've gone through a lot of these seasons, and for the Jets and the Giants to have the same amount of wins, like, whatever. Both have their QB2s coming through, and they decided that they weren't going to put dart in harm's way. That's what we're not going to do. They should put them on the webcam with Cam Scatterboo. You know, I was just talking about Neon and the live streams, and if you've been watching, Cam Scatterboo's like, he's pouring energy drinks into his shoe, flexing, he's popping his shoulder out, he's dominating tacos, and it's time to find other avenues. That WWE stunt had a lot of views. Like, when I was on that night, I told you guys it's marketing. I told you guys this is like, when I used to do marketing and social media, and we'd have these brainstorm meetings, and they say, how do we go viral this week? And I would always say, you can't do it like that. But now, in modern day time, you can. The WWE can invite Cam Scatterboo and cook up this whole thing that they know, oh, he's hurt right now. He's not playing right now. He's going to be physical with these wrestlers. There's going to be a ton of reaction to this. None of that has anything to do with winning, so I said Detroit will have an easy W. Now, here's where you had to really think about Detroit having an easy W. I said, for Slim Shady and Ba with the Ba. Slim Shady, Marshall Mathers, is from Detroit. Who sings Ba with the Ba, da bang, da bang? Think about it. When you think about it, call me up and tell me the artist that sings that song and where he's from. You could get in the car, drive down to Baltimore. The game day experience is better by far. When you drive into Baltimore and you see that purple M&T Bank Stadium lit up, and then their tailgate area and how they do football, you'll laugh when you go back to MetLife Stadium. It's not like MetLife Stadium at all. It's a great place to watch NFL football. And the Ravens, Lamar's banged up a little bit, but I think they could beat the Jets with Snoop Huntley. But Lamar's got to play, and I think he's cleared. And even if he plays, like, they can get him out of that game, I think, pretty early. I wouldn't really worry too much about that. What else did I say in the rap? It's like a Hyundai versus a Land Rover. 15 minutes north of Landover. Baltimore. I've never been to FedEx Field, which I forget what they call FedEx Field now, but it's in Landover, Maryland. That's where the Deadskins play, the Commanders. They're like 50 minutes apart. They're like an hour ride apart if you've ever driven down there through the Beltway and whatnot going down. I used to go to school in Virginia, go down past the Mason-Dixon line. And so I said, honestly, the Jets season's been over. They need to lose every game to get Mendoza. I was looking at this podcast today where Fernando Mendoza, or what's his name, Francisco Mendoza. I always keep calling him Fernando or Francisco. I keep thinking of Francisco from Francisco Alvarez and obviously Francisco Lindor. It's Fernando Mendoza, and he's Cuban. He's of Cuban descent, born in Miami. But he was breaking down, what he was seeing and what he was thinking as a quarterback with Urban Meyer. And I'm like, this guy's ready. The Jets got to get this guy. This is one of those guys I don't think that the Jets could screw up. And I said, Tankathon, they're on the clock early. My last pick was my Survivor pool lock early. In Survivor, I'm down to the last 32 teams. I don't want to jinx it. Somebody took the Bills last night. And I haven't used the Niners yet. This is Brock Purdy's first home game since returning. And it's Monday Night Football. Only game on is going to be turned up. There's no way that they lose to the Panthers. So I have that game. And, that was my wrap for Week 12. Thanks for listening to the breakdown as well. Joey's in Massapequa on the Fan. Joey, you got the answer?
Boy with the ball, that's Kid Rock. My name is Kid Rock.
Hey! Yeah, that Kid Rock video I watched 1,000 times. Kid Rock has some good jams, too.
Yeah, he was a stud back in the day. He still is. He's still a badass.
Yeah, he's just old now. He's just old now.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, we are old. Because if we remember the Kid Rock video, there's kids listening right now. They didn't see that Kid Rock video at all.
They don't know. They don't know.
Thanks for the call. You got anything else outside of the answer? That was quick.
No, man. I'm just so disappointed in my Giants, man. I'm looking forward to the future. Scatterboo and Don, I think we got something going. I think they're putting together some good pieces, and I'm looking forward to the future. Not so much for the Jets; they don't have a shot. But the Giants, I think that's what's up for 2026, 2027, and beyond.
Thanks for the call, Joey. The Giant fan doesn't feel like the Jets have a shot. Why not? If they get Mendoza, if they get Fernando Mendoza and use those picks and start rolling, and I mean, I could see Fernando Mendoza dropping back, throwing a A.D. Mitchell and John Mechie III and Garrett Wilson and carving up the Buffalo Bills defense. Sure, I could see it. But yeah, the future is bright for the Giants. They got to hit on the pick. And speaking of that, and Charlie came back. Charlie from Queens, my guy. I see you. You popped back up. I told you called back. Speaking of getting it right, Art Stapleton just tweeted 12 minutes ago, QB Carson Shane and Don Bosco beat Bergen Catholic tonight to advance to the state final next Friday at MetLife Stadium against St. Joe's. So I was just talking to Coach Chris from Bergen County, coaches for Paramus Catholic and the Paladins. They just advanced. And, this is the time of year in high school football in New Jersey. We're getting down to who's going to play for the chip. And so Giants GM Joe Shane, his son is the quarterback at Don Bosco. They're about to go try and get a ring. Congrats to the Shane family. You remember, if you watch Hard Knocks, his son telling him, trade up, get Jaden Daniels. You only get this job once. Go get Jaden Daniels. They weren't able to do that. Charlie's in Queens on the Fan. Welcome back, Charlie.
Thanks for having me, Keith. With the Giants, I don't care if he's a great offensive or defensive coordinator. I want the best coach for the team.
Yeah, coach. Like, actually.
Yeah, like a Shula guy who was a defensive guy who Dan Marino said he helped his development. He taught him how to think defensively while playing offense.
Yeah, they need, and that's when they keep going back to a CEO type. You need a boss in the building. You need somebody that's not going to let anything slide and that's going to oversee everything and not go to sleep at night until he feels good about the offense, defense, special teams, and the X's and O's and the Jimmies and the Joes.
And like, I don't get involved with the Jet thing because to me, we have our own mess as Giant fans. So for me, I'm tired of this whole attitude of, well, what about the Jets that are a bigger joke? Look, we've been a joke for over 10 years. We got to stop looking at the other side of Meadowlands. Let's work on our team.
Yeah, you're right. But, I mean, it's been pretty much together. I've been joking about how the Jets and the Giants have been at the bottom of the league for – I know that the Jets are in a 16-year drought of the playoffs where the Giants can't say that. They were able to pop in a couple times. But it's been pretty bad and pretty bad together at least the last, 4 years. Like I said, the last 4 years that I've been on the Fan, I know the Giants went to the playoffs in 2022, but, what did that get them? That got them a Daniel Jones contract. It's been pretty bad. I hope for better days. I really hope for the day that we can talk about Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night football, where it's the Jets and the Giants matching up against the upper echelon of the NFL.
And talking about the Yankees, to me, I don't know why we let these young prospects rot. And then when they come up, they're not as good because they don't have the practical major league experience.
Yeah, I don't know what the process is, the evaluation. I don't know what it is that they lean towards, what they see in a guy, what they don't see in a guy. I use that example in one of my first calls tonight. I forget who it was. I forget the name. But, he asked about Spencer Jones and Dominguez, and giving Bellinger the long-term contract, and Bellinger at 30, and giving him a 6-7 year deal versus trading for Corey Seager. And I said what the difference is the Yankees, the way that they have treated Anthony Volpe from 2023, 2024, 2025, Spencer Jones and Jason Dominguez are not getting that kind of love. They're not getting that kind of runway. Honestly, no one ever has. And when you go back to thinking about Clint Frazier or Miguel Andujar or Gary Sanchez or guys there's so many Yankees that have not panned out, from the Greg Birds to even some of the pitching guys like Chance Adams or Justice Sheffield that we heard about. They're here today, gone tomorrow, and it just doesn't work out. It's just what is the process of calling these guys up, bringing these guys up, and trying to make it work or not make it work?
And then with the Knicks, I'm happy generally what they're doing. They're learning because it's a new coach. It's going to take time for everything to gel. So for that, I'm like, all right, good. Let's see where it goes.
Good test coming up.
And one last.
Good test coming up tomorrow at 5 o'clock in Orlando against the Magic.
And they got to start winning games on the road against good teams.
Mm-hmm.
And then right before I go, I want to say congrats because I know you're a Nets fan. Tip of the hat because, like you say, it's those victories 5-6 years from now they're going to use as the lessons to win the big one.
Yeah, definitely for the young guys. I don't know if Michael Porter Jr. will still be here, but guys like Yegor and Drake Powell, they're building off of this stuff. The future is bright for those young guys. Thanks for the call, Charlie. 888-808-1019. Time is flying. Get involved. Dial us up. Everything's on the table, but I do now want to get into the list of tendered, non-tendered players for the Mets, for the Yankees, and look around the league as we have, talked a little bit of baseball. The hot stove conversations are going to continue. We're getting closer to 12. I wanted to hit it at 12, so what I'll do is queue up the list of names, and then once we cross over into midnight, we'll definitely start hitting calls on baseball. But, Football Friday continues as well. We'll definitely continue to talk about the Giants versus the Lions and the Jets going down to Baltimore to face the Ravens. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Stay with me. I'm coming right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
It was somewhat of an entertaining game.
Yeah, sure, but it was the Giants go down, they score first, right, which we've seen a million times.
Yes.
They have a lead late against a team that has a better record than they do, and then they don't win the game.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. So don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach. Or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every new Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires.
See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 12/1/25.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
The all-new Giants mobile app presented by DraftKings is your home for highlights, breaking news, exclusive features, and inside access to the New York Giants. Watch Big Blue Kickoff live every weekday afternoon at 12:30, plus every press conference, locker room interview, and podcast. If you're coming to the game, check out the Pocket Game Day Hub in the Giants app for live camera angles, interactive games, mobile food ordering, and more. Download the Giants official mobile app presented by DraftKings for free at the App Store and Google Play.
Now's the time to enroll in quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Plus, 8 in 10 get financial help. Enroll by December 31st for January 1st coverage at getcovered.nj.gov.
Beat the rush and get great deals at the Jeep Black Friday sales event. For well-qualified current FCA lessees, get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $379 a month for 42 months with $2,039 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 26,250. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 12/1. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need dummy rinse tonight. And I need it more. Like kick myself in and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dark car. And I'm dummy rinsing tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and 2004 do-it delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Plus, every Paramus Chevy vehicle comes with America's #1 VIP Plus program, including complimentary New Jersey state inspections, oil and filter changes, loaner cars, and so much more. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Nada que ver. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on RIT Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
And we're back. Thanks for holding. Thanks for waiting. It's already about to be 12, so let's hit the tendered, non-tendered contracts for your New York baseball teams. Keith McPherson on The Fan, talking sports, specifically New York sports. I'm in New York, and I'm just following what everybody else did today. I listened to the station. Everybody else was talking about the New York team, so forgive me if I do the same. I do try to talk about some other things, but it always comes back to New York, as it should. 888-808-1019 for the conversation around the Mets and the Yankees. And we'll get into a few things with the Mets and the Yankees, but of the 9 players eligible in the process, the Mets have signed or tendered 2026 contracts to the following players: left-handed pitcher David Peterson, catcher Francisco Alvarez, right-handed pitcher Tyler McGill, catcher Luis Torrens, right-handed pitcher Huascar Brazoban, and right-handed pitcher Reed Garrett. The Mets opted not to tender contracts to left-handed pitcher Danny Young, left-handed pitcher Jose Castillo, and right-handed pitcher Max Kranick. The Mets and outfielder Tyrone Taylor, you better call Tyrone. Tyrone Taylor agreed to a $3.8 million contract to avoid arbitration. And as we flip the page to your New York Yankees, the Yankees had 14 players to either tender or non-tender. And the Yankees non-tendered 5 players, mostly from the bullpen: Mark Leiter Jr., Ian Hamilton, Scott Efros, and Jake Cousins, also Michael Arias. The Yankees have tendered contracts to Jazz Chisholm Jr., Jose Caballero, Anthony Volpe, Luis Gil, Jake Bird, David Bednar, Camilo Duvall, and Fernando Cruz, mostly from the bullpen. The Yankees and starter Clark Schmidt have agreed on a 1-year deal worth $4.5 million as Clark Schmidt rehabs and looks to return to form at some point later in the Yankees season. The Yankees and their utility man Oswaldo Cabrera have agreed to a $1.2 million contract, avoiding arbitration. So, yeah, I know I saw a couple people talking about the money. Like, that money is nothing. I think so. I saw someone say something along the lines of like, I don't need Oswaldo Cabrera making $1.2 million when we now have Jose Caballero. Yes, you do. And you know what I said the other night about Trent Grisham? And this is something that, like, you could be the most diehard Yankee fan and not know this because you're not privy to the clubhouse. Some of the reporters may know this, the beat writers, the journalists, but some of these guys are glue guys. You don't think about glue guys as much. I think the term glue guys are like for like football and for really like basketball, but there are glue guys in the clubhouse in baseball. The guys that are just like, when I think of Oswaldo Cabrera and the times I've been around him, always got a smile on his face. Always thankful, grateful, appreciative of every opportunity that he gets. That's a guy that you keep around. And that's a guy that plays 6 different positions. So it doesn't hurt to have him and Jose Caballero. I got really no comment on what the Yankees did. I'm not surprised. Mark Leiter Jr., like we used to call him Mark Leiter Fluid. Mark liked the game on fire. Like, I'm good. I've seen enough. Ian Hamilton. I talked about how Ian Hamilton, like on stream, I'm wearing my Yankee hat right now, and you can see how I got the brim over my face. I forget what game it was. Ian Hamilton did not want to be out there. He pitched the entire game with his brim down. You couldn't see his eyes. I'm like, this guy's cooked. Scott Efros. I mean, we got Scott Efros in 2022 trying to make a push for the World Series that year, I believe. He never materialized. Jake Cousins, Kirk Cousins' cousin. You like that? We thought Jake Cousins was going to be something. It didn't work out. But now you look at this bullpen, and Jake Bird, David Bednar, Camilo Duvall, those are 3 guys that were acquired at the deadline. And we knew that they were going to be guys that, you know, were going to be here for multiple years under control and be relied on this year coming up. And then Fernando Cruz. So, let's go, man. Let's continue on. The couple things that popped up for me in the baseball world today. We'll start with one. I love Mets fans. I really do. Because it's just like another side of the coin, right, here in New York. Like, we are opposites, right? I was talking today about how when the Yankees missed the postseason in 2023, they really did have an excuse. Judge ran into the wall the first weekend of June, and you're cooked without Judge. Like, that's an excuse to miss the postseason. The MVP, literally reigning MVP, just broke the AL home run record, best player on the team. And back then, like, Judge meant so much to the team. There really was no other. Like, who was the next guy? I mean, I can't even remember. Who was the next best player next to Judge? I think Volpe might have homered that weekend, and he wasn't the next best player. I'm like, who was the next best player on that team in 2023? That was a motley crew. That was the year they had, like, Jake Bowers and Greg Allen and IKF. I'm trying to think, who was the next? Rizzo? Was Rizzo the next best player on that team in 2023? Glaber? I guess Glaber Torres? But anywho, the Yankee fan was highly upset after missing the postseason in 2023. It was getting loud. So loud that Brian Cashman went out and traded 6 players for Juan Soto. On the other side of the coin, the Mets signed Juan Soto to a $765 million deal. And in his first year, they missed the postseason, and the Met fans just like, oh, yeah, well, we trust Steve to figure it out, and David Stearns, and they'll fix it. What? Like, they're talking about letting Pete Alonso walk. You know, drawing a line in the sand with Pete Alonso. Edwin Diaz is 50-50. Like, you had no pitching at the end of the season. Like, you need to be going out to trade for Tarek Skubal. You need to go out and trade for Corey Seager. The Yankees don't. Like, I expect the Met fan to be louder than the Yankee fan. Who is it? Paul from Yonkers had a good call the other day. But that was for Pete Alonso. There are Met fans that don't want Pete Alonso. But you should be loud. You should go to Amazing Day and protest. That's the difference between the Yankee fan and the Met fan. The Yankee fan has one season where they go 82-80 without Judge, and we're loud and pissed off, and the organization hears it and feels it. They go out and they trade for the best left-handed hitter in the game. The Mets signed that same player, and in his first year, they missed the postseason, and there are Met fans telling me Juan Soto finished 3rd in MVP voting. Who cares? Who cares? I had a take last night that got clipped, and this is something that I believe, and I may be dead wrong. My beliefs are my beliefs. But it's in regards to Cody Bellinger and the Mets' pursuit of him, right? That'd be a big move for your offseason to try to shore up your team to get to the postseason. I said that I don't believe Cody Bellinger is going to go to the Mets. Obviously, his dad was a Yankee. He grew up with money. He's already made a lot of money in his career. He's older than Juan Soto was. Juan Soto was always going to the highest bidder. And I don't think he had anyone in his corner saying, hey, bruh, like, the Yankees are offering you $760 million. Like, with the Yankees brand, you're going to make more money than being a Met, and you're going to play with Judge. They win every year. You're going to go to the postseason. You probably win the division, go to the postseason. What are you doing? I don't think Cody Bellinger will make that same mistake because he saw Juan Soto take the money and miss out. He saw Juan Soto take the money and get booed on both sides of town. How quickly the Met fan forgot that they were booing him in Citi Field. Now they're holding up a bronze trophy, third place in MVP voting. What goes on? 888-808-1019. It's already 12. I'll say good morning on the other side. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB.
The Giants are heading to the Motor City, taking on the Lions. 1 o'clock Sunday.
Giants rally to the ball and knock them short.
Bob Papa and Carl Banks call every play on the home of the New York Football Giants. WFAN, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
This is Commissioner Idanis Rodriguez from the New York City Department of Transportation. Every time you're driving or riding, you make choices. They may feel small, like speeding or trying to beat the light. But the choices you make can have life-changing consequences for yourself and others. And in that moment, you'll wish you could take it back. One choice can change everything. You can't rewind a crash.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Embrace the spirit of the season during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration and make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, you'll find the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Build your business with the the City of New York. Visit nyc.gov/MWBES.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Giants once again in the hands of Jameis Winston on Sunday. Jackson Dart ruled out. He remains concussion protocol.
My only concern was just making sure Jackson's healthy and right. And again, we have a lot of trust in the doctors. We have a lot of trust in that process, going through the concussion process. I know myself, I've had a couple concussions over the course of my career, and you just want to feel comfortable and good. And so I think having that trust and understand that everyone's just looking out for your best interest is important.
That's interim head coach Mike Kafka. Meanwhile, the Yankees said goodbye to some important relievers at different points in the last few years. They non-tendered Mark Leiter Jr., Ian Hamilton, Jake Cousins, and Scott Effross. Nets, a surprising effort in the NBA Cup.
Porter Jr. backing up for a long two and swishes it home, and that could be the dagger as Porter now has 30, and the Nets lead at 110-98.
33 points in all for Michael Porter Jr. Nick Claxton, a triple-double. 18 points, 11 rebounds, 12 assists. Nets shocked the Celtics 113-105. The legend Bob Huesler the call right here on The Fan. And Rutgers fell for the first time this year, got bounced by Central Connecticut 67-54. 48 degrees in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Good morning. In there. Chat rocking now. We got 114 people live on YouTube, and I appreciate that. I was joking with Fleegs and C-Mac last night, because C-Mac gets a good amount of people in the chat. Like, I think I went home last night. It got up to like 140. I think the other night I was promoting it on Twitter. I was like, let's get to 200. And if you think about, in the middle of the night, that many people being on a chat, like I know there are people that do thousands of streams, but for us guys that are just regular guys that talk sports on the radio and to start this YouTube live stream up, like, it's impressive. And shout out to Hot Rod. Hot Rod has earned the #1 fan badge for C-Mac because Hot Rod shows up into the YouTube chat and he trolls C-Mac the entire show. He doesn't have one nice thing to say. Maybe he said one nice thing about C-Mac. But Hot Rod, you know who you are and where you are out there. Let's get back to the show. I got 2 hours before I got to go. And they're in the chat. Oh, Keith got the Mets fans riled up. Oh, Keith is a jilted lover. Still thinking about Juan Soto. No. Let me clear this up for y'all. If you missed what I said before, I'll backtrack. The Yankees won the same amount of games without Juan Soto. Would we have liked to have Juan Soto as a Yankee? Yes. Yeah, they offered him $760 million. And the man that offered Juan Soto $760 million is going to speak. Yes, Hal Steinbrenner is going to be on Zoom Monday. He hasn't spoken to reporters in a group setting since the beard policy got banned in February. But I guess Hal's feeling the need to talk because he's going to tell you $300 million is not a lot of money to me. $308 million. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about a salary cap. Don't worry about a lockout. There's much to be seen and done here. Anyway, it's funny to think people think I obsess over Juan Soto. I'm just as obsessed with Aaron Judge. I'm just as obsessed with the NFL, with the NBA, it's sports. I can't stop thinking about sports. I'm not thinking about Juan Soto. If I saw Juan Soto, I'd shake his hand. I'd say, what's up? Juan Soto is a hell of a player. I enjoy watching Juan Soto's game. But in watching Juan Soto's game, I think it's funny that so many fans have omitted the struggles. It's revisionist history. The Met fan loves to move the goalposts. You were booing him. You were saying he wasn't clutch. You were calling him Juan Solo. You were talking about how, come on. So for me to say that other players saw him go and join the Mets for the most money, yeah, popping champagne, a record contract, it's the Mets. I spoke when the postseason started, and I said all the other teams that offered Juan Soto and that were trying to get Juan Soto, that were in pursuit of Juan Soto, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, they all made the postseason. Juan Soto chose the one team that failed to make the postseason. And if we actually thought about it, we could have predicted it because the Mets don't make the postseason back-to-back years. Now, will they figure it out? Who knows? That's yet to be seen. But I do think it's hilarious that people were flipping out over me saying, I think Cody Bellinger's a different entity. I think he's a different pelotero. I think he's a different dude. His dad was a pro ball player. Trust me, bro. I grew up popped, broke. I know what it feels like to not have money, to not come from much. I get it. I was just talking about Trent Grisham, as we will segue into Trent Grisham. Never turn down your first fortune. The Yankees offer you $22 million. Take that $22 million. You don't need to see what's out there. So I understood Juan Soto worked his ass off to be a 26-year-old free agent, and he was taking the highest bid. The Savannah Bananas could have came in at $766 million, and he would have been a Savannah Banana. But Cody Bellinger's dad, it was a pro ball player. He's always been taken care of. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure he's never really wanted for much. He never really struggled. And now he got to play this first year with the Yankees. I think he liked it, wants to come back. I think there's word on the street that that's true. I think he's going to want his fair value. But I don't believe that Steve Cohen's going to be able to sway him by another $5 million or an extra year or anything like that. I'm very interested to see. And if I'm wrong, troll me, send clown emojis in my comments, do all this stuff, retweet, send the gifs, whatever. I just don't think it's the same type of thing. Now, the Mets could do a very funny thing here. Steal Cody Bellinger away from the Yankees the same way they did with Juan Soto, but I think the difference between Cody Bellinger and Juan Soto is Juan Soto was always going to the highest bidder. The triangle, the love triangle of Scott Boras, Juan Soto, and Steve Cohen, they were meant for each other. I think Cody Bellinger, whose dad played for the Yankees, his dad threw out the first pitch after Old Timers Day, right? He finally got to the Yankees and had a great year. And I know that kind of scares some of you, right? What if he can't have this year again? What if that was a one-off, his first year with the Yankees and going into another contract year? And what if he declines, whatever? I don't think the Yankees can worry about that. Honestly, I think the Yankees are trying to run it back. They had the best offensive outfield and defensive. They had the best outfield in baseball. And they were close, and they want to see it again. They want Belly in left. They want Grisham in center. They want Judge in right. Fernando is in Union City with us next. What's up, Fernando?
Keith, you are the oracle of sports radio, brother, overnight. Let me just tell you something.
Thanks.
I just want to tell you that. Listen, all your points about the Yankees for some time have been spot on. And, I'm older than you, and I've seen good baseball, bad baseball, everything in between. And it's interesting when you just brought up that Hal is going to be on a Zoom call on Monday. And I think that's great because, this is a guy who I think gets a little triggered very easily. You could tell in the past when media has been a little fickle with him. You know how fickle Cashman can be. It's going to be interesting how that Zoom call goes and who gets called on and what the questions are. Because I think, like a lot of fans, I think some of the sports writers are going to be curious about what's this offseason going to mean. I mean, you mentioned about Grisham, and I guess he was smart, certainly. I don't think he was going to get that on the open market. Maybe the Yankees, as Mike Cashman was spending overnight for a nice charitable cause over the night, maybe thinking about whether or not that was going to be a good offer. But I'm just kind of curious. I mean, it seems like Jason Dominguez was on this pedestal for a while. We keep hearing and reading about Spencer Jones. I'd like to get a little younger. Not to say that Grisham is a one-and-done type of player, but I don't know. I kind of like that youth in the outfield. I do like – I mean, there's just so many holes, Keith, and it just drives me crazy as a Yankee fan where ticket prices I think might go up another percentage again next year.
Sure.
It's not – it's really not an affordable.
Beers might go up a couple cents more. I bought one of my homies a beer was $18.28. I was like, I'm never doing that again for a can of beer.
I'd rather go into the Rotunda area and just buy like a mixed drink because I'm fine with a Malibu and Coke. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's like a Guinness or something. But it's very expensive to go watch Major League Baseball. I'm a diehard Devil fan. I think going to watch hockey live, at least the Devils, is still very affordable. It's great. Great building, great atmosphere. And, it just drives me crazy as a lifelong Yankee fan that I don't see this sense of urgency. We'll see how Hal sounds on Monday. But it'll be interesting. Real quick, I just want to pick your brain about this. I know that I talked to you a couple months ago before the season started that, it's the Eagles kind of been squeaking by some games lately, Keith. The Cowboys, I don't want to make a lot about the Monday night game in Vegas. The Raiders are atrocious. But if there's a game the Cowboys are going to get up for, maybe it's Sunday against the Eagles. Maybe the Eagles' luck runs out. They've been kind of scraping by a little bit. I just want to get your thoughts about how the Cowboys match up with the Eagles on Sunday, because I think it's a division game. You can't take it for granted. I don't think the Eagles are just going to walk in there and smoke them. It was a close game in Philly to open the season. I think the Cowboys can keep it close, maybe even squeak by on Sunday. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, let me take it from here while I have both things that you talked about in my head and I don't lose them. And let me put a note to the side about, Hal and the money. But for the Cowboys, and we're Football Friday, I was going to get into this once I went through all the different matchups, but whatever, while it's fresh in my mind. I think the Eagles will win if the Eagles can wrestle with the Cowboys and wrestle their kind of wrestling match, which they want to keep it low scoring. They want to run the ball. They want to control the clock. They have a young, aggressive defense that if that defense is able to stop the Dallas Cowboys from scoring, I just don't know, though. I don't think that's going to happen. What I'll say is the Cowboys opened up against the Eagles in week 1, and if it wasn't for that weather delay, we might have got a different game. The Cowboys were able to move the ball on them. I know it's week 1, that's glorified preseason, but I still feel like the Cowboys are going to be able to move the ball. You know who gets up for the Eagles? Dak Prescott. I said it the other night. The Eagles have gotten by plenty of years now where Dak was hurt and they faced Cooper Rush at least 3 times. They faced Cooper Rush in recent history because Dak was out. And Dak has a winning record against them where he gets up for the Eagles. He does not fear the Eagles. And before Jamar Chase spit on Jalen Ramsey, Jalen Carter spit on Dak Prescott. I feel like the Dallas Cowboys defense is different now too. Clowney is there now. They didn't have Clowney. Jadeveon Clowney was not there week 1. Quinnen Williams was not there week 1. Logan Wilson was not there week 1. You know what I'm saying? The Cowboys are in the second time around. The Cowboys their defense has been a problem all year. Their defense is different and better, and this is their second game together with guys that they got at the trade deadline. Their corners and their safeties are playing better, and there's turmoil in that Eagles locker room. A.J. Brown is talking about, there's people saying you're not the same player. Oh, well, I guess Saquon's not the same player either. Why are you throwing Saquon under the bus, bro? Ask me about Dallas. Oh, do you pay attention to other receivers in the league like JSN? JSN's having a great year in Seattle. Nah, I don't watch because it's going to get me mad. I'm a gambling man on Sundays. I'm definitely going to bet the Cowboys. Just why not? And we'll get into more of that later, and I'll give you more of my thoughts on these matchups. But that matchup in particular, I think the Eagles are due for an L. They've been able to squeak by with these low scoring games, and the refs helping them. Well, you know what? I don't know, man. 425 in Jerry World. Jerry already paid the referees. The Eagles are 3-point favorites in that building. Brandon Aubrey does not miss. They're expecting a high-scoring game. The over-under's 47.5. That behooves the Dallas Cowboys. The Eagles want to win a low-scoring game. They want to keep it under 25, 30 points. It's not going to stay under 20, 25, 30 points. Can Quinyon Mitchell, I could talk about this the rest of the show. Can Quinyon Mitchell strap up George Pickens? And who's stopping, if that's the case, if they're putting Quinyon Mitchell, because the Cowboys will line up a bunch of different ways. Then you got to deal with CeeDee Lamb. And CeeDee Lamb, he owes everybody from fantasy owners to parlay people the drops. And he's got to come back from the nonsense that he just did at the Red Rock Casino where they said he was throwing up and he got offended because he said he can hold his liquor and he wasn't throwing up, whatever. Catch the ball. And it doesn't matter if it's Cooper DeJean or Adoree Jackson covering him. This is a good matchup. And Philly being -3, it depends. Look out for NFL bogus in that one. There's going to be some bogus officiating to try to swing that for the Eagles. The Eagles are 8-2. The Cowboys are 4-5. And that's in Jerry World. I think we're in for a good one. That might be a barn burner. We'll get into more of the football conversation in a minute. Now, to get back to the baseball talk and to talk about Hal and Hal speaking, I really feel like, okay, like when the season ended and Boone and Cashman met the media and we were all still pretty pissed off, like the wound was fresh, and they talked about, ultimately, we did some good things, we did some bad things, but ultimately we fell short of our goal. Like, we're tired of hearing it. It's 16 years. And for me as a fan and a lot of other fans, we're jaded at this point because we feel like they're content with competing. We feel like they're cool with coming close and that there is not a burning fire to win, that there is not just this like madness about what the Dodgers did, what the Blue Jays did, even going back to 2022, the Astros celebrating. Like, if you're a Yankee fan, and I've been at all of these series, bro, for the season to end with the Astros celebrating on our field, popping champagne in the clubhouse after having a trophy out there. The Dodgers singing Start Spreading the News, playing Frank Sinatra, mocking us as their World Series champs on our yard, bro. And then last year, a bullpen game, and the Blue Jays, the Yankees lose. Like, we have been mocked and embarrassed. That pinstripe pride, tradition, pinstripe, like all that is not the same. And so, like, does Hal feel some kind of way about it? I hope they ask the right questions. And I think there are a lot of fans saying, between shareholders and the money that the Yankees make, and they make a ton of money, that building is always packed. All of those playoff games were sold out. I remember getting on air and telling you guys before that start with Cam Schlittler, I could just tell by the foot traffic outside the stadium. I'm like, I got to go in. It's too deep out here. I'm like, this is different. So, like, are they able to sleep at night because they make money hand over fist? And it's like, we hosted 3 games for the wild card. We hosted 2 games for the division round. We still made a lot of money. The year before, we did get all 3 of our World Series games we made, but like, how much difference was it? Like, I don't know those numbers, but those numbers don't matter to the fans. Like, they win financially no matter what. And since they win financially no matter what, we expect them to spend that money and not put a cap on it. And I think that's really going to be the main thing that people ask. They're going to ask Hal about his own salary cap. They're going to ask Hal probably about the lockout that's going to come and how he feels about a salary in baseball. They'll probably ask him about the Dodgers and what the Dodgers do. They'll probably ask Hal, how does he feel about the Yankees getting close to the longest drought, tying the longest drought in franchise history? 888-808-1019. Lou in Astoria back on the Fan. Hello, Lou.
Hey, how you doing, Keith?
Good.
Keith, on this Soto situation, let me explain something to you before you hung up on me, okay?
Why are you assuming let me explain something to you before you
Because this is what you've been doing lately. This is what you've been doing lately when I disagree with you. Well, let me tell you something. If we would have had Soto this past year with the Yankees, we might have been going all the way, believe it or not, okay? Don't blame Soto because he played for the Mets. And
so we would have had Soto in right, Judge in center, Belly in left?
Absolutely. We would have probably gone all the way. Honestly speaking,
Soto would have led off?
Don't blame Soto for the Mets failure because their pitching stuff was terrible. They couldn't pitch 2 innings, and the manager right away had to get to the bullpen. Soto did his job with the Mets. I love Soto, and you did too when he was with us. He was exciting. We would have got. Listen, whether you wanted to admit it or not, I know you hate him now.
I don't
We would have been a big difference. We would have won the division, and you know what? Toronto would not be around. And you don't have to hear Guerrero say the Yankees lose. That's all I got to say. Take care.
I feel you, Lou. I hear you, Lou. And I know. Dominicano. I know. De lo mío personal. I know. I'm telling you, bro. I can't wait till I meet Juan Soto and I take that picture with Juan Soto and post it for y'all. I don't hate Juan Soto. I don't hate the Mets. These are my Mets. I just tell y'all what I feel, what the real is, what the truth is. Okay, maybe there's some truth that if they had Juan Soto, maybe they don't lose some of those games. All they needed was one more game. I'll give you that. Maybe Juan Soto is the difference in one more game, for sure. I watched Juan Soto win some games for the Yankees. So I'll give you that. That, like, if Juan Soto was here, but, like, there is so much more of a butterfly effect. I started off with just the positioning, right? Judge has to play the whole season in center field. Does Judge's elbow go out? What happens when Judge's elbow goes out? Stanton going to play center field? Oh, no, Stanton will play left field. You put Belly in center. Like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, how about this other butterfly effect? You pay Soto all that money, and Cole goes down. You don't have Max Fried. Who's pitching for the Yankees to get us to the... Carlos Carrasco? Marcus Stroman? Oh, I mean, think about it. If you pay Juan Soto, maybe you don't go and trade for Cody Bellinger because Bellinger was the replacement for Soto, was he not? The left-handed bat in the outfield? There's a butterfly effect here where you will never be able to say what the Yankees would have been or done if Juan Soto made the decision to stay a Yankee. I'm cool with the fact that he didn't, and I said that, like, I like this. Like, he didn't want to be under Judge. And I like this dynamic that it presents for the next few years. Juan Soto is the man for the Mets and the Met fan. He's a superhero for them, a supervillain for us. It's all entertainment. It's all fun. And, like, you know how fun it was after the Met fan had a whole parade over signing Juan Soto, being big brother, the city's ours now, to watch them crash and burn? That was hella fun, man. You know how fun that was? To watch them lose to the Marlins and the Reds catch them. I did podcast appearances. I did shows here. I took angry calls from Met fans where I was saying, you don't have enough with Sean Manaea and David Peterson. Oh, here comes Brandon Sproat and Jonah Tong. Okay. Nolan McLean is going to save the day. No. It's not enough. It's not enough. When they got swept by the Phillies, I'm like, oh, that's about to be it, bruh. Like, Juan Soto can't save you. Juan Soto can't save you. So what goes around comes around. The karma that the Met fans signed up for, peacocking around because Juan Soto took the most money, right? And then he said, yeah, you know, it's a family environment. Over the next 6 to 7 years, I think the Mets have a better shot to win than the Yankees. What? On what planet, bro? Where you been at? Who told you to say? Scott Boras told you to say that? Like, it was a sweet victory, even though the Yankees came up short. Like, the Yankees won a round. The Yankees made history. They're the first team to come back from down 1-0. And the Met fan was all in my mentions. Have fun in Cancun. Not so fast. The Met plane was the first plane to land in Cancun. Juan Soto got the first drink. He was sipping the tequila first off the plane. And that was sweet. Like, I'll always remember that. I'll always remember they got Juan Soto. They danced on our graves like we were cooked and acted like Juan Soto choosing the Mets ended the Yankees forever. Like, the Yankees had to go out of business now. Steve Cohen is the new George Steinbrenner. And what did that get you? You didn't even get to see Juan Soto's postseason prowess. Like, I got to see Juan Soto hit the home run that sent the Yankees back to the World Series. 888-808-1019. Tony, Timber Tony in Montreal.
How you doing, man?
Great. I could do this all night.
I don't know where to start, man. Like, I was going to talk about Jackson Dart, but now you got me going on this so-so man. You know, like
Juan So-so.
Yeah, we remember when I called you up about March or beginning of the season. I called him, Juan So-so.
Yeah.
And you started laughing the same way you're laughing today. You know what? He is so-so, man. He's not. He's okay. He's like it's like Johnny Rogers, who came from UCLA, played for the Alouettes. He called himself the ordinary superstar. I think he's the under-ordinary superstar, so because, to be a superstar, you got to win 4 MVPs. You got to win 11 Stanley Cups like Henri Richard. And then people start sending you flowers, and you got to produce at the right time, like that young 26-year-old guy in Toronto that is also a Dominican, that is also a Canadian.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr., yes, sir. Worth every penny.
Jr. is worth every penny. And remember when we said Toronto signed him, and people were surprised that he won they won the lottery signing him because he was loyal, man.
Yeah.
He was loyal to the team.
He's a Canadian-born player.
And he's loyal to the brand like Judge is loyal to the brand.
Right.
I don't want to say it in a negative way, but carpetbagging, being a carpetbagger, running from San Diego to Cincinnati to this team, and always trying to one up everybody, and then saying I'm the guy that masters the drink. Not so fast.
Yeah,
not
just
so
to correct
fast.
you, he was a national with Washington D.C. They offered him.
You're right.
They offered him $440 million. He turned it down. I remember seeing him at the All-Star game. He had to get his own flight out there. They were so petty they wouldn't fly him out to the All-Star game. So he ended up getting traded from D.C. to the Padres. The Padres knew that if he turned down $440, they couldn't afford him, especially with the contracts they already had, like Tatis and Manny Machado.
Tatis.
So
yeah, you know, Tatis's dad played for the Expos. You know that, right?
Yes, yeah. But
you know all
I won't
these
say
guys
that
you're talking
Soto
about.
wasn't jumping from team to team. He was traded twice. He was traded from D.C. to San Diego. You're still with us, Tony. I'm just putting you on hold to get these thoughts across, and something was screeching in the background. He was traded from D.C. to SD. He was traded from SD to NY. And the Yankees, I really do believe, they traded for him because they needed him, but they also traded for him because they were trying to get the scent in his nose of Yankee Stadium, what it's like to be a Yankee, what it's like to play with Aaron Judge, what it's like to hear that roll call, what it's like because they knew they had to try to get a leg up. They were not going to win a pissing contest with Steve Cohen. Tony's in Montreal and a fan. You're back, Tony.
You know when you're talking, okay, you're talking the same kind of passion that the crazy Montreal Canadian fans want their kids to come from Buckingham, Quebec. That's where Lafleur was from. They wanted him to play for the Bleu, Blanc, Rouge, the red, white, and blue. It's the same thing with the Yankees. You, a kid that grew up with the Yankees, he doesn't have that love. Judge, who's in California, has that love. You have that kid from New Jersey who played with one arm. He has that love. You can condemn all you want. Jackson Dart, he has the love, man.
We hope
Joe
Cody
Namath,
Bellinger.
they have the love.
We hope Cody Bellinger has that love, that bleeding pinstripes, and that understanding that, like, when you do it in New York, specifically with the Yankees, it's different. Thanks for the call, Tony. 888-808-1019. But like, Met fans, I wish the best for you. Like, I do not want to see you go. I don't think it's going to happen. And that's why I said, where are you at? Why is it not louder? Why is it not angrier? Why isn't there because I remember listening to the fan and talking to fans and doing podcasts and stuff after the Yankees missed the postseason and they had a hell of an excuse. Their best player was gone. He was out. It was like, yo, figure it out. We don't miss the postseason. We were almost under 500. We had to battle it out with the Kansas City Royals at the end of the year, and that was the Kansas City Royals tying their worst record. They had 106 losses. This is not okay. We pay too much money for parking, season tickets, beers, popcorn, sandwiches in there, jerseys, hats in there. Like, it's packed in there no matter what, you know? Giant Stadium, you go to Giant Stadium, and the Giants have been so trash for the last decade. They can be had. Any fan base can come in there and take that building over. Not just the Dallas Cowboys and the Eagles fans. That's standard. But the 49ers fans, bang, bang, Niner gang, they haven't played there since 2015. Walk in your trap, take over your trap. The Packers, go Pack, go. Take over the building where the Giants offense is using a silent count in their own building. The Yankees never have to worry about their fans not showing up to be loud, to make Boston Red Sox outfielders drop pop-ups because it's so loud in there they can't hear their teammates saying, I got it, you, me. Like, we're always there. We are always going to be there. And so we expect a team that can actually get us to the World Series and the chip and see another parade. 888-808-1019. It's already 12:30. I'm running out of time. Keith McPherson on the fan. Call me up. I'll be right back.
The Raptors meet up with the Nets, 6 o'clock tomorrow night. The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Leonard Skinner at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 26th or at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on August 21st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Embrace the spirit of the season in comfort and style. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Your moment to make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, including the versatile GLC and GLE SUVs, there's the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Enjoy legendary Ray Cattina customer service and see why Mercedes-Benz of Edison was named the 2024 Mercedes-Benz Dealership of the Year by Cars.com. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It me. Let's get back to the proceedings this evening. I'm talking Mets now. Why not? I feel like the Met fans should be fired up. And not about Juan Soto coming in third for MVP votes. I feel like the Met fans should be fired up like the Yankee fan is. You just heard me yelling and screaming about how we show up to Yankee Stadium to support them, how much money we spend for everything around there. So do you. And they're putting a casino up. So you'll finally get some bars and some action. You could go to the game, get drunk, stay in the casino. All that is good. But you know what will drive all of that? Winning. Not being a laughing stock. Not being a joke. Not turning into Spirit Halloween at Citi Field as soon as the regular season ends. And, you know, people in my mentions keep telling me, Uncle Steve's not going to stop, Keith. Okay. He's going to keep trying to figure it out. Okay. You think everybody in baseball isn't trying to keep figuring it out? A lockout is coming. A potential salary cap is coming. I mean, I guess that behooves David Stearns. That's why he's not going to be on any type of hot seat. That's why this season isn't a make or break season for him to prove himself, because then you're really going to need him when you can't just go out and smoke $350 million on a team that doesn't qualify for the dance. Shame on David Stearns thinking that he had enough pitching. Shame on David Stearns not trading for at least one MLB starter at the deadline. And then trying to build a super pen, completely missing on Ryan Helsley, Gregory Soto. I guess Tyler Rogers was okay. Cedric Mullins was a miss. And that's how you end up coming up short. And you got to answer for that. For fans that packed that place, that attendance, you Mets fans answered the call. You went from like 18th in attendance to top 5. And that's because your owner challenged you. Hey, I spent a lot of money on this team. You guys better be out here. Okay, we're here. Friday night at Citi Field, postseason atmosphere. But then what happens? You don't get back to the postseason back-to-back years. I'd be mad as hell. I'd be loud about it. I'd be showing up to Amazing Day. We want Pete Alonso, re-sign Pete. We want Tarek Skubal. We want freaking Edwin Diaz and Devin Williams. Juan Soto can't do it alone. And I think it's clear, right? Last night we talked about Anton Richardson and how they offered him double the money, and he said, "No, I'm good, I'm out." Because he doesn't want to be a loser. He's going to Atlanta. It's warm down there, and the Braves are a winning franchise. They find ways to win. He'd rather go down there and be with the Braves than be a laughingstock. And that's someone that helped Juan Soto tremendously as far as his stolen bases going up. I spoke on it last night. Like last year was a year out of nowhere. Juan Soto's got 30 stolen bases. A lot of that goes to Richardson. He's gone. And people are talking about the comfort of Juan Soto. All this around Juan Soto. Juan Soto's got to perform from start to finish. And he's going to need other players around him. You're paying him more than Ohtani, but he can't pitch. Matt is in Smithtown on the Fan. What's up, Matt?
What's going on, Keith? How you doing?
Great. Thanks for calling.
Just listening to you talking about the Mets, man, I'm sitting here as a Mets fan, and I just don't know how I could feel confident, going into next season. I'm sitting here, I'm looking at our core, I guess, Soto, Lindor, Alonso, Nimmo. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's me just as a fan. I just don't see how this core will ever be able to overcome the Dodgers and Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, Max Muncy, Roki Sasaki, Yamamoto, all these guys. And that's the team to beat in the National League. And as many moves as we make, we get Tyreek Skubal, we hypotheticals, but we get these guys. Is this core really they don't even have the experience like the Dodgers do?
It's time to break it up. You got Soto.
Am I going to be confident? Going into the
I would
season
trade Nimmo if possible. I'd trade Jeff McNeil if possible. That ship has sailed. I don't like the thought of letting go of Pete because he's production and he's going to produce for the next few years, and you could DH him. But Nimmo, that contract is not a David Stearns contract. That's a Billy Epler contract that, I'm sure Stearns doesn't really care for. Jeff McNeil, you need to get these young guys out there, and Jeff McNeil's time has run out. And it's really about the pitching because you have enough position players. It's about the pitching. The pitching is what let you down. They pitched so many guys. I forget the number of how many different pitchers took the mound for the Mets, but it was some kind of record. Like
60 plus, something like that. I think.
Like, to me, is that being unprepared, or was that how you prepared? Like, that seems unprepared. That doesn't seem like a strategy. That seems like throwing anybody out there hoping for the best. Like, David Stern's got to fix that.
Yeah, I think he took a gamble, and I think he realized a little too late that the gamble he made was wrong. Especially
he had bad luck too. He had bad luck too. AJ Minter got hurt. Griffin Canning got hurt. Like, guys that he brought in went down. He also had bad luck going away from guys like Jose Quintana, Luis Severino. Like, maybe having those guys as some insurance that did it, that got you to the NLCS the year before, running it back. Where, like, I'm looking at the Yankees right now. They're talking about running it back because they felt like they were right there. David Stearns made a lot of moves to go a different way than what worked. Harrison Bader is out there, right? Harrison Bader performed well. He performed better for the Phillies than the Mets. But that's another thing too. You got to deal with the Phillies in your own division before you even worry about the Dodgers.
I agree. I'm just taking it as a Mets fan and what I'm told from how I'm supposed to feel, and Cohen with his 3 to 5 years and him being disappointed if we don't even make a World Series. So. Listen, maybe I'm being a little dramatic, but I'm going to be as a Mets fan as I should. My owner told me that I should expect this in 3 to 5 years, and I just don't see it seem, maybe on paper it looks close, but I watch these Mets every single day. I don't see a team. I see a guy in, Lindor that's getting comments, really Nimmo, but a guy that's getting comments that pissed about him being captain.
Yeah, that's all right.
I don't know. I'm just like, there's something off for me as a Mets fan. I've been a Mets fan for 25 years now. My best season was 2015 when I was 15 years old, watching them go to the World Series. I just don't see why I should install confidence into this team going in. Like, what should make me really believe that this is going to be different?
This is what they want you to believe, and thanks for the call, Matt. They want you to believe you have the richest owner in the sport that will spend all of his money, well, not all of his money, he's filthy rich, but spend all the money necessary and keep lighting money on fire until he gets it right. But, like, so I said, a salary cap is coming. And spending money doesn't necessarily buy you a championship anymore. It works for the Dodgers in their loophole, but, like, it also works for the Dodgers because of Ohtani and him wanting to be there and bringing Roki Sasaki and Yamamoto along with him. They want you to believe that because you have the richest owner in the sport and one of the smartest baseball minds in the sport, that they're going to figure it out. But, like, I think now there's a chemistry issue with this team, and they got to start over. Like, the core of this team, Nimmo, McNeil, Alonso, like, all three of those guys shouldn't be a lock. Alonso, to me, should be a lock, but I don't think he's a lock to them. I don't think they view him like I view him. I view him as one of the better power hitters, one of the most consistent guys in baseball that you could count on. You could count on him early in the season when it took Soto a while to adjust. I know there's a lot of revisionist history going on, but it did take Soto a little while to become Soto. It was June when he had his big month, and you know what his contemporaries said? Not good enough to make the All-Star team. Like, where were you at in April and May? So I think right now, obviously the Mets aren't in a rebuild, but they are in a semi-retool rebuild because they didn't make the postseason last year. And it's not a guarantee that Pete Alonso comes back. It's not a guarantee that it works out with Nimmo and the guys that you have, and even these young guys. How confident are you guys in Mark Vientos? Right? Mark Vientos was supposed to be this surefire thing. We're going to have this best lineup in baseball because Mark Vientos is a star. Sometimes he looks the part, sometimes he doesn't. What position is he playing? Brett Beatty, Luis Angel Acuna. What about your catcher, who was one of the top prospects in baseball? Him and Volpe were right next to each other. Francisco Alvarez. How do you feel about him? There are questions that need to be answered, and I don't know if they're going to go about answering them in the way you want in this offseason, because I think David Stearns has a longer vision than this year. I think the Met fan wants to compete for a World Series like the owner has said World Series. That's why I've been saying, say less. Stop talking about the World Series, bro. You can't just come in and buy a World Series. There are other teams competing and contending for that same World Series. Only one team wins. And right now it's the Dodgers world, and we're just living in it. I think David Stearns has a longer play in mind for building out the team. You have Juan Soto for the next 14 years. But Juan Soto alone can't get it done. Juan Soto got it done in a World Series. He had a bunch of star players around him. Francisco Lindor, I think he's like that, but he disappears as well. So What are they going to do here? They're going to rely on Tyrone Taylor? Like, who else is in that outfield? And Juan Soto, not for nothing, Juan Soto still is working on his defense. Juan Soto, to me, in the next couple years, like, if you did sign Pete, it'd be, okay, him and Juan Soto, if you sign Pete to a 5-year deal, I think by the time year 3, we're talking about who's the DH between Juan Soto and Pete. David Stearns prioritizes defense. Juan Soto's going to let the ball go over his head, under his glove. You've seen it. You just move the goalposts and rewrite history and act like that never happened. But that's all part of the game, too. A lot of people cherry pick some numbers to send me to say that Juan Soto ended up 3rd in the MVP voting. Okay, cool. But there were also times that you were mad as hell at Juan Soto for what you paid him. He's yours now, and he's going to win you some games. He's going to hit some home runs. You're going to get no hit, and he's going to break up the no-hitter and almost, but you got to build a squad. You got to build a team out. And there are so many holes in the rotation, in the bullpen, and then even in the lineup now that need fixing in one offseason. I don't see them making a jump in one offseason from missing the postseason to winning a World Series. But David Stearns' job is to make a team that seems to be a lock to make the postseason. You cannot miss the postseason back-to-back years with Juan Soto. He's in his prime. You'll be wasting his prime. You'll be laughed at. You'll be mocked. It'll be a joke, right? And then it'll come back to me. Oh, you hate Juan Soto. No, I'm speaking the facts about you have one of the best players in the game. The best players in the game, Shohei Ohtani, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge, Kyle Schwarber. Those guys play in October. Phil is in Sheepshead Bay on the Fan. Hello, Phil.
Hey, Keith, how are you?
Great.
Keith,
This is so
I
much
wanted
fun.
to speak to you about the Yankees bullpen.
Yeah.
Who's out there that you think that they could add on that'll make a difference?
I think
because they went through pitches like water last year.
Yeah, I think Cashman's going to make some trades for guys. But I was just going through the non-tender list and tender list, and it's like your bullpen is right there. Like your bullpen is your closer is David Bednar. They're going to expect Camilo Duvall to be better. Fernando Cruz, Jake Bird. They might move Luis Heel to the bullpen. We'll see what happens with our starting rotation. Ryan Yarbrough is back. He's going to be possibly a bullpen guy, maybe a starter as a bridge guy, but like that's the bullpen right there. The guys that they traded for last year, Jake Bird.
What happened to Hills?
Say that again?
What happened to Hills, the reliever, the lefty reliever?
Hills, the lefty reliever.
Yeah.
Oh, Tim Hill. Tim Hill's there as well.
Okay, you didn't mention him, so I asked.
Yeah, no, I forgot him, but thanks for bringing that up too. Tim Hill is back.
Yeah, my other point with the Knicks, when is OG Anunoby coming back? Are they guarding him? Is there something worse with him? Because, they said in 2 weeks they're going to make a decision. So to me, it sounds like he might be out more than 2 weeks.
He's had multiple hamstring issues, I believe, in his career. And I don't think they're rushing him back because the hammy is very temperamental. So it's different than, Brunson rolling his ankle, and he's done that a bunch. And all he can do is, tape that up, strengthen it, and come back. You can't really tape up a hammy. You got to be able to run and not re-injure it. So, yeah, they're going to reevaluate him, but I don't think they're rushing him back because it's a long season, and it's November right now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate the call always. 888-808-1019. Yeah, don't let me forget about Tim Hill. The Yankees picked up his option, and Tim Hill is, all reliable. Another Cashman find, right? One man's trash from the White Sox is another man's, this guy's pitching for us in the postseason, should have came in instead of Nestor Cortez. You know how it goes. But yeah, I'm not worried about the Yankees bullpen. I'm not worried about the Yankees rotation. The pitching. The Yankees, like, come on, bro. What are we talking about? When we get to the All-Star break, like the Yankees could have Garrett Cole, Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Cam Schlittler, Clark Schmidt coming back, Will Warren, Luis Heel. They got plenty of starters, and then that bullpen shouldn't be taxed as much when you have that many starters that can go. Yeri De Los Santos, we saw a little bit of him. And some of these kids are going to emerge too in spring training. Before you know it, it's November now. It'll be December. Happy New Year, and we'll be counting down after the Super Bowl. Pitchers and catchers. And the Yankees look like they're trying to run it right back. And with Garrett Cole on the mound, with a new robo arm. I feel good about that. It's about, are they going to get Cody Bellinger? And are they going to fill their other holes as far as like, they have a lot of left-handed hitters. They need another righty catcher. They need another, I know Jose Caballero is going to be there, but like, they need another shortstop if you ask me, bro. Like, with Volpe down, I just can't rely on the whole thing with Caballero is he's an agitator, right? Like he's supposed to come into the game as a pinch runner. He's supposed to come into the game as a utility guy late and like cause chaos. I don't want to rely on him to be the starter from opening day until June. At shortstop, he's not like that. You saw it last year, and you only loved it because you hated watching Volpe. He was relief of Volpe. I guess they're probably not going to do it, though, because Oswaldo Cabrera could play shortstop, too. So they probably tell themselves between Cabrera and Caballero will be fine. And that's the problem. Ask Hal about that. That's the problem. Because too many times the Yankees tell themselves they'll be fine. Oh, we've got DJ LeMahieu and Peraza and Cabrera that can play third base. DJ gets hurt. Cabrera gets hurt for the year. Peraza sucks. You're playing Jose Reyes there. You guys saw Jose Reyes sign with the Padres. He's the new Candelita. And then DJ gets hurt, but when DJ comes back, he can physically not play third base. So you do something stupid again. You move Jazz from second base to get DJ in the lineup. And then Jazz is at third base, and he's too confident in his arm and his athleticism, and he's making bad throws, and I don't know. He's not a third baseman. Only the Yankees, bro. Yeah, we'll just throw him out there. He'll figure it out. He never played third base. He was a shortstop. He's athletic enough. He's got the foot speed and the arm. But, like, at this level to be making it up on the fly is crazy. It's crazy. All right, I'm going to take another call to set us up for this next hour. This next hour, I'm really going to get into the NFL matchups, NFL stories, different things from Brandon Ayuk and his issues. Maybe the Jets and Giants are interested in Brandon Ayuk. Shedeur Sanders starting this week, and people thinking that the Browns shouldn't be favorites in that game. They absolutely should. And I can't wait to see what Shedeur Sanders looks like. I don't have a rooting interest either way. I just can't wait to see what he looks like. And a couple other good matchups that I have my eye on. We'll talk football in the 1 o'clock hour on this Football Friday into a Saturday. We'll also bring the Jets in the conversation. We haven't done enough on the Jets. Some stuff came out of the locker room with Justin Fields being benched. And obviously Tyrod Taylor returns to the place where he was drafted in Baltimore. I don't think the Jets stand a chance against the Ravens, but who knows? The Ravens struggled last week against the Browns. If Tyrod Taylor can we'll get into those conversations. But let's go to Eddie in the Bronx as we transition into football before the 1 o'clock break. Eddie, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, what's going on, Keith? How are you?
I'm good. Watching some NBA highlights, getting my mind ready to, talk NFL for the rest of the show.
Oh, yeah, man. Hardcore Giants fan, yeah. And I can say, man, I laugh about it, but I think I got a man crush on Jackson Dart. I mean, that dude is totally revived.
I think we all do. I'm not a Giants fan, and I love watching the kid play. I'm like, where did this kid really come from? Because I saw him at Ole Miss. I didn't think he was like that, so.
No. And the thing is he brings that Odell kind of swagger with him.
Yeah, when he hits his emote, when he gets into the end zone to hit his celly, I haven't seen a Giant dance like that in the end zone since Odell.
Yeah, I'm wondering though. This is my thing. Is like I didn't want to break up the whole thing with him and Dable because literally what you're doing is, and I get it. To me, I felt like this. You always, like, year one, and I'm not saying Dable shouldn't have left. Year one, you loved Dable. And then he got force-fed Daniel Jones. And when he finally got his guy, it started to click. Now, there were other things that went on there. Yes, there were. But I think the one thing that you kept talking about Daniel Jones was that he had too many different coaches and too many different, and Marathon, we failed him. If that was the premise, you finally got a spark. And you had something with him and Dable. Now, I know that there was other things that were going on. But you look right across the other locker room, and that other team in the building hasn't had a quarterback in 5 decades. You got to spark with something. And I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't have let him go. But now I do think just because his career is in his infancy, you have to bring in an offensive coach. Now, let's be honest. All of us, we all didn't know who Patrick Mahomes, I wouldn't say all of us, but a lot of us didn't know who Patrick Mahomes was when he was getting drafted out of Texas Tech.
No, I knew.
But I can guarantee.
But I knew because I used to watch college football before I got married and had a kid.
But nobody knew he was going to turn into this. But I do think that a lot of that happened because of where he landed. He went to arguably one of the greatest offensive minds in football in Andy Reid.
Yes.
So that's why I think
and he was
that's
with
also
Cliff Kingsbury in Texas Tech. Thanks for the call, Eddie. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'll say this because we're up against it. We got to break and go to the update. It absolutely matters where these quarterbacks are drafted, developed, and who they work with. You're seeing results of that. Like, look at Sam Darnold, right? Look at Baker Mayfield, right? Like, there are examples of quarterbacks that it didn't work out where they first were. They bounce around. They get with a couple different offensive coordinators. They learn different things. Even Daniel Jones, who you mentioned, Daniel Jones talked about how once he got with Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings, that's where he said he really learned how to prepare for a week of football. And he got to sit back and do that with no pressure on him. He didn't have to play. Sam Darnold, who I just mentioned, was playing. And he took that with him, joining Shane Steichen and the Colts. Now, going back to Jackson Dart, here's the thing that I think we all have seen, and I think the Giants saw. Two things. 888-808-1019. One, you can't blow that Cowboys game. You can't blow that Broncos game. You can't blow that Bears game and keep your job. I don't care if it's the Giants. I don't care if it's the Chiefs. I don't care if it's the 49ers. I don't care if it's the LA Rams. That gets you fired in the NFL as a head coach. So Daboll had to go. His career record was terrible. I think he was 20-40-1. He had to go. He was dead man walking already, even though he found Dart. But the whole caveat in finding Dart in your quarterback was you had to win. Yes, you're going to get one more mulligan. You're going to get one more year. Find your quarterback, develop him, but win the games. If they won that Broncos game, he's probably safe. If he won that Bears game, he's probably still here. You can't keep doing that. And the second thing is with Jackson Dart, and I've said this, and this is my quote on him. It doesn't matter what jersey you put him in. It doesn't matter what stadium you put him in. It doesn't matter who he's throwing to. It doesn't matter the defense he's facing. He's going to find a way. He's going to make plays. He's going to put that ball where it's supposed to be. He's going to run the ball and find the end zone. He's really like that. He's a hooper. And I think the Giants realize he doesn't need Brian Daboll to hold his hand. This is a whole 22-year-old man. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
It's best to clean house and start over with new blood with a new head coach and a new general manager. We already know new head coach. Well, we assume that's not going to be Kafka, at least at this point. Well, I don't see the counter to that. How can you fight for Joe Shea?
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, neoyorquinos! Fast, reliable internet puede ser tuyo when you switch to Fios. Por tiempo limitado, combine Fios Home Internet and a line of mobile por solo $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay, plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 Mbps for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store hoy mismo to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable red 5G 100% fibra óptica for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the 15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discounts enrollment required. 99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE might be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to make the right choice. Don't drive impaired.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Well, no setbacks, but Jackson Dart just didn't make enough progress. He remains in concussion protocol, ruled out for Sunday, as Jameis Winston will make his second straight start.
I believe I'm ready regardless. Whatever this team need me to do, I'm ready to do it. All right, so regardless if, he's hey, Jameis, you going to be number 2. Jameis, you going to be number 3. I'm ready. I'm preparing for whatever.
Meanwhile, the Yankees non-tendering Mark Leiter Jr., Ian Hamilton, Jake Cousins, and Scott Effross. Michael Porter Jr. put on a show in Boston.
He'll take a straightaway three, and it's good! Michael Porter Jr. doing his best to try and be the Nets closer. He puts them up 104-95 with 3.5 to go.
33 points in all for Michael Porter Jr. Nets done the Celtics 113-105. The great Bob Husler with the call right here on the Fan. Nick Claxton a triple-double. He had 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 assists. And Rutgers fell for the first time this year. They got bounced by Central Connecticut 67-54. 48 degrees in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah, you already know. Inside the 1 a.m. hour on the Fan in New York, it's Saturday morning. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, the motion from Ocean, repping the Jersey Shore. Let's get back into it. 888-808-1019. We're going to talk football this time, but first, let me take my Yankee call off the board. Rich is down in Brick. Speaking of the Jersey Shore, Rich, you're on in the Fan in New York.
Keith, my favorite Jersey Shore guy. How you doing tonight?
Fantastic.
Hey, let's play a little. What would I do if I was GM in the offseason for the Yankees? And please don't think I'm crazy what I'm going to say, the changes I would make. First thing I would do is I would have a sit-down talk with Hal and say, hey, look, the Dodgers are doing it. We need to do it too. We need to offer some deferred payments to some people. And the first person who I'd offer a deferred payment contract to is Alex Bregman, because he took it with Boston. Why wouldn't he want to take it again to get paid later on? Now with Bregman,
was that
gives you
that $40 million? Some of that was deferred this year.
Yeah, it was. He took $20 million, and the rest was deferred from Boston. So why wouldn't he do it again? Now with that move, what you can do is you can go ahead and put Jazz in a package, pack his way goodbye to get something at least a little bit decent, and then you can take and move somebody over to second temporarily while Volpe heals, and then you could put Volpe at a natural second base position. Now, for third base, I would move on from Ryan because all signs point to a disastrous season. I don't want him there for postseason, and his hitting is a liability. And you're going to laugh at this, but the stats provide it. I would look for a way to bring back Miguel Andujar, because he is a beast when it comes to hitting. He found his way. His OPS is hot, and he's a right-handed hitter, which is sorely needed in the lineup, who bats one point something.
I saw some people talking about it. I originally said no more second tours, and then I thought about it. It depends on the price for him, because I love that guy. I love that guy in 2018. Mm-hmm. So.
And he also plays in left field, too, so you can switch him in and out from there. Now, I am upset that they did offer and tender Grish, and he accepted. But, you know, I think Cashman's playing sneaky long-term in case a certain center fielder who we had gets a little bit out of line as far as maybe wanting $35, $36 million a year. They could still have someone like a little bit cheaper in there. So we'll have to see and wait about that. And I would definitely make a play for that Japanese pitcher at this point.
They're not going to do.
What are your thoughts?
It sounds good. They're not going to do majority of that, though. There's not. They don't do that. Like they're going to stick with what they've been doing. They're trying to run it back. You know, they're not going to move too many pieces around. I don't know what Miguel Andujar would cost, but I like the idea of him coming back. You know, he's grown a lot. It's been a lot of time. If he's on the low end, I think that would be a good insurance play, especially if you end up not getting Belly. Did you say to flip Volpe and Jazz?
I would move on from Jazz, honestly.
I would from Jazz this offseason. There's no way they move off. He just came off a 30-30 season and he missed a month. But so what did you want? You wanted Volpe to go to second and who plays short?
Move Bregman and offer him a contract with deferred.
Yeah, and then I did look it up. I didn't realize Bregman, half of his contract was deferred. $60 million of that was deferred. Obviously, he opted out, but and then Andujar. to platoon with McMahon.
Look at it this way. The reason why I'm saying move on from Jazz is because he's selfish, and he's shown that. And
he's not
when he
get a
doesn't
long-term
play,
deal.
he pouts. He's not going to get a long-term deal. And 30-30 could be another, aberration.
What do you want to do at catcher, Rich? What do you want to do at the catching position? Now, I have a real issue with it. I don't have faith in Austin Wells consistently. I don't think he should be catching majority of the time. I think they need a right-handed catcher that can hit to back him up and maybe even split time with him.
You see, that's the tricky part right there. Because of the fact that with the catcher position, you need someone who's going to have the respect of the staff. You need someone who, is comfortable from there.
But if they could bring in a veteran or a right-handed hitting veteran catcher, I think I was going through the names. I think Victor Caratini was who I came up with, but I don't know how much he's going to cost.
Besides catcher, I mean, we still could probably use one or two more arms for the starting rotation, just until the
Definitely
other guys get back.
At least
maybe
one
on the
more.
cheap.
Yeah, one more, like for a bridge to when we get to Rodon, Cole, Schmidt. Really, Rodon, and I think Rodon's only going to miss like a month, maybe two. I think Cole, they're expecting back in June or July. We'll need somebody there because we can't be relying on. I don't know what Luis Gil is going to be. Cam Schlittler. I think as of today, it would be Max Fried, Cam Schlittler, Will Warren, Luis Gil, and Ryan Yarbrough. But also the kids. There are some kids. There are some kids coming up that are going to get an opportunity to compete in camp. And the same way that Gil got an opportunity to compete, the same way that Will Warren got an opportunity to compete and then got a shot. I think there's somebody waiting in the wings that's going to get that shot. Maybe like a Elmer Rodriguez Cruz if he turns heads down in Tampa.
I mean, I know they're slating him for first base, but do you think that Rice could take over as your starting catcher?
No. I just
defensively.
I think it'd be easier. I think it would be easier for him to get better at first base than being the everyday catcher. And I also, I don't know. His issue is throwing the ball to second. We've seen him airmail. He surprised me as far as the time that he got behind home plate. But I don't think he's got enough experience, and I don't trust his arm. And I think it would be easier for him to just work on scooping and becoming a first baseman and focus on being a hitter. And then in the future to DH, because, I mean, how much longer do we have Stanton for? 2 more years? 3 more years? 26, 27, 28?
Yeah, about that. But, I'm expecting at some point in time that Judge is going to move over, to DH once we get rid of the Stanton contract, either that or, I know it's not popular decision, but, maybe seeing about giving him some reps out in first base, for a little bit for a spell to keep his bat
in 2 or 3 years. In 2 or 3 years. Thanks for the call, Rich. 888-808-1019. We are Claro. No more calls. Just kidding. You can call and talk about whatever, but I cleared all the baseball calls. We got to cue up some football music. We have that background bom, 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 bom. NFL Films background stuff. I mean, take your time, Jack. I just, asked for it on the fly. Start talking about some things. What's up with Brandon Ayuk, bro? If you remember, and it's crazy, right? Brandon Ayuk is a guy who is on a winning franchise with a good head coach. He's been to multiple Super Bowls with the 49ers. He's not happy. I remember his girlfriend tweaking about him not getting enough targets in the Super Bowl. His boy Deebo Samuel got up out of there. There was breaking news 15 months after signing a 4-year, $120 million extension. Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers appear headed towards a divorce. He just signed and got his money. I guess he got enough money. I remember watching one of his live streams. He's into cars. He's got a lot of cars. Got a lot of nice cars. But I guess he doesn't want to be there. The one thing about these receivers, man, and it's funny, I was listening to Micah Parsons talk about how you got to be crazy to play football. That's 100% true. I heard Tiki Barber say it, and I was around some lunatics. You do got to be crazy to make it in the NFL and go out there and put your head and your body in harm's way. But this kind of crazy that these receivers are, Like even A.J. Brown. You have a whole Super Bowl ring. You're on a team that could go back-to-back. You're not happy. It's all about you. It's all about you getting the ball and your targets and your touchdowns. I don't get it. Well, it's week 12. And you know what? Around here, we're on tankathon.com. And currently, your New York Giants have the number 2 pick. They're not going to win. They're not going to beat the Lions in their building. That's a tough place to play. Jameis might do something cool. Isaiah Hodgins might do something cool. Abdul better do something cool and get a sack. Jared Goff is a sitting duck. Jared Goff, if you can't sack Jared Goff, what are we talking about? The Lions have a good offensive line, though. Should be a good matchup. We're also looking at Brian Burns. Brian Burns is on his pursuit of 20 sacks. Brian Burns is trying to get into the 20-sack club. I think he needs 7 more sacks or something like that. Maybe a little more. Either way, that's the stuff you're looking for. Can Devin Singletary and Tyrone Tracy have another big game running the ball with Jameis throwing the ball to Isaiah Hodgins and the tight ends and Jalen Hyatt? Redemption. We need Jalen Hyatt to redeem himself. I was actually looking at the rant that I had from Monday about how disappointing it was that Jalen Hyatt stopped his feet, stopped his route. You still got time to redeem yourself, son. Go out there and run hard and get open. And let's see what Mike Kafka does in his second game, his first road game. You know, I'm not expecting much out of the Giants. They always find a way to lose. And the spread was -10. And then once Dart got ruled out, it bumped up to 12.5. And I honestly don't think that the secondary of the Giants stands a chance against Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams. I just think those two are too good, and the combination of them, like they're going to go off, man. And I got them in fantasy, so I'm speaking it into existence. Jay Will, the Sun God, I need them both to have 20 points. They're predicting 20.6 points for Amon-Ra St. Brown, 14.4 for Jamison Williams, and he's a home run hitter. Also, Sam Laporta is out. So sprinkle a little lunch money on Brock Wright anytime touchdown. And also, I forget who their second tight end is, but that's worth it too. And then you also got to deal with Sonic and Knuckles, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. And there's a note out that they're going to make a real effort to get David Montgomery the ball. And I hope so, because the last 2 weeks he's blown my anytime touchdown parlays because they're not giving him the ball at the goal line. I mean, they didn't do anything against the Eagles last week. So there's my thoughts on the New York Football Giants as we get closer to them being eliminated from playoffs. They're going to be the first team eliminated from the playoffs on Sunday. And that's fine. It is what it is. Jackson Dart should be back for Monday Night Football against the Patriots, and that'll be fun. Now, the Jets just end the season. Can't end the season. Honestly, there's new life that they just breathed into the season because Tyrod Taylor's knee is good, and he's going to start. And you have 2 receivers that you need to see what they're really about. You know, and A.D. Mitchell and John Mechie, and some tight ends you need to see as well, and Breece Hall, and Tyrod's going to go down there and run the offense the way it's supposed to. He's not going to do anything crazy. He's not going to wow you. I don't think he's throwing for 300, 400 yards. I don't think he's throwing for 3-4 touchdowns. But I think he'll figure it out. Enough to like make you feel like, you know, you're watching an NFL game. But you are going to watch Roquan Smith and Kyle Hamilton and that Ravens defense. That Ravens defense, they got some dogs. They're tough. And in their building, they're hard to beat. Lamar Jackson, I said in my rap that they could beat him without Lamar Jackson. He's going to play. But he was sacked a bunch of times last week, so they're going to have an emphasis on stopping Jermaine Johnson and Will McDonald. I saw Jermaine Johnson said something like he was cutting out the sugary drinks so that he could get after Lamar, whatever works. I think Derrick Henry's going to get a healthy dose of carries this week, too. Saw a video with him talking about the Mark Andrews touchdown and how they basically lined Mark Andrews up at quarterback, and he did like a bootleg and housed it. And they were talking about short yardage, and King Henry's still King Henry. And if he gets an open field, look out. So, I don't know. I look at the Ravens cruising in this one. That spread is larger than the Giants spread. They expect Baltimore to win at home 13.5 is the spread. Look for like Zay Flowers or Isaiah Likely or even like a Charlie Kolar. Charlie Kolar anytime touchdown. That's some good money on there, I'm sure. The Steelers and the Bears. The Steelers and the Bears. That'll be the first game that we start when we come back. Because I don't really want to hear this music for the whole rest of my thoughts and predictions. But we just hit it for the Jets and the Giants, and we got to take a break anyway. It's 1:20. I'm running out of time. This is what happens. Time flies when you're having fun. I'm in here having fun by my whole self. Oh, and then sometimes I forget the chat is here. Hi, chat. I see you guys. I'm not alone. You are not alone. See, the radio, a lot of times you feel like you're alone because you're here by yourself and you can't see the audience that's riding in their cars or listening at home or whatever. Now we got this YouTube chat. I see everybody in there. Shout out to Myron. Shout out to Nolan. I don't know if Pam is still in there. Josh is still in there. And then some people have screen names. Shout out to Patricia, Yankee Girl, Luca Lechoso, God Dog. I need to come up with a screen name burner. I just do everything as me now. And that's really part of my problem on the internet. I say everything that I think and feel as Keith McPherson. I should hide. 888-808-1019. I've got 34 minutes left. When we come back, I'll give you the rest of my thoughts on the NFL Week 12 and take the rest of your calls. BRB.
The Scarlet Knights strike first.
The Scarlet Knights head to Ohio to take on the defending champion and current #1 team in the nation, the Buckeyes. High noon today.
Goes up top and pulls it down for the Rutgers touchdown right at the goal line.
Rutgers football, powered by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the free Odyssey app.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Weird Al Yankovic at UBS Arena on July 11th or at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 12th. From our friends at Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Why do you go to Princeton Longevity Center?
We go to Princeton Longevity Center because my husband's cardiologist told him having this exam saved his life.
Because somehow 20 turned into 40, and now I need to take my health more seriously. The Princeton Longevity Center designed a program to keep me healthy and active, so 50 and 60 will be no sweat.
Because even though my cholesterol is high, it turned out my arteries are clear. That's a big relief.
Whether you want to make the most of your future years or just want peace of mind, you need the Princeton Longevity Center. Their comprehensive preventive exam combines the latest technology with caring experts to create your personal plan for staying well.
Because I shouldn't have to wait an hour for a 10-minute physical. I go to Princeton Longevity Center because I get everything done in one day and take my results home with me.
Find out why you need Princeton Longevity. Call 888-8000-PLC or go to PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. Call 888-8000-PLC. That's 888-8000-PLC.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Well, my last stretch here. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Going to talk football the rest of the way. Join me if you'd like. 888-808-1019. I was talking about the Steelers before we went to our last break. Aaron Rodgers is going to play. I heard Aaron Rodgers asked about being the Chicago Bears owner, right? How many times you see Aaron Rodgers hit that discount double check in Soldier Field? I don't think he wants smoke with the Bears like he once did. Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to be hit anymore. He says, I'd like to let it go. I'm not on the Packers anymore. And they need wins. So the Steelers head to Chicago to face the Bears. That Steelers defense is tough, but I think Ben Johnson, who I spoke of before, is going to cook up enough. And I think Caleb Williams, the weapons that he has, the receivers, and Roma Dunze to DJ Moore to Omalade Zaccheaus or Luther Burden, I think they'll have enough to figure out how to throw that ball, whether it's Cole Kmet or Colston Loveland, and then run Rod did not even mean to say that. Run the football. That came out as run the with the FU. Run the freaking football with Kyle Monangai, not DeAndre Swift. Run the football with former Rutgers running back Kyle Monangai in the cold in your building, and I think the Bears win. I think the Bears have a knack for winning these type of games. They're 7-3 for a reason. I think that the Bears get another win, especially in front of their home crowd where they've won some games. They're 3-1 at home. Good for the Bears fans. Chicago Bears bear down. The Patriots and the Bengals. From what I was reading before, Joe Burrow was trending towards playing, right? He was practicing, but not just yet. Not just yet. Joe Burrow, he doesn't need to rush back. So I'm checking Twitter right now to make sure Joe Burrow is not playing, because I'm pretty sure I saw something that he was trending towards. He's potentially returning. No, I think Joe Flacco is going to play. And that's a big difference if you're betting this game or who you think to take in this game. But even so, the Patriots are going to win because Jamar Chase is out. The Patriots are not about to lose to that defense. The Patriots are a 7-point favorite, and with the total being 51.5, that's why, if Joe Burrow is playing, even if it's Joe Flacco, they should be able to score points. But that Bengals defense is terrible. It's the Patriots all the way. The Vikings and the Packers. 9, J.J. McCarthy. Is he going to be able to step up and get something done? I doubt it. The Packers need a win in their building. The Packers, whether Josh Jacobs can go. I don't know if you guys heard Josh Jacobs talking about the MetLife turf. Just piling on. Just had to add something about the MetLife turf. We get it, Josh Jacobs. He blamed the MetLife turf, for his knee injury last week. It doesn't matter if it's, the backup running back, Wilson, that played. I think that the Packers win and they start to hit their stride again. I don't know. Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, I think they got enough. It'll probably be a low-scoring game. I don't think the Vikings will figure it out with J.J. McCarthy. I'm taking the Packers there. The Seahawks and the Titans. That's a survivor pool pick. If I wasn't already locked in on the Niners, I'm saving the Seahawks. I just think it's obviously a gimme that they're going to go to Tennessee and beat the Titans, especially coming off of the loss to the Rams where Sam Darnold threw 4 picks. Expect a big get-right game. Expect this to be a game where Sam Darnold is lights out. Bet the overs for Sam Darnold. And I hope Kenneth Walker, K9, has a big game as well. I have him in fantasy. He was a dud for weeks, so I had him on the bench, and last week he did his thing. And I'm going to rely on him this week. So Seahawks over Titans, easily. Colts, Chiefs. Now, this is the type of game, when the Colts went to Pittsburgh and lost to the Steelers, I think this is that kind of game. The Chiefs got to get off the mat. They're 5-5. They're 4-1 at home, though. I think this is the kind of game. And the Colts, as good as the Colts are, Andy Reid, Spags, Matt Nagy, they got to scheme something up. This is a game that I think means more to the Chiefs than the Colts. And if it's close, the Chiefs will find a way to win in their building. And they're literally fighting for their lives. The Chiefs are favorites. They're 3.5-point favorites. I think they edge this one out. I'm taking the Chiefs to beat the Colts just because it's a do-or-die situation. The Colts go on to 9-2. Obviously, they're heading where they're going to go. But if the Chiefs go to 5-6, this is their season on the line. And for some reason, Vegas still has them favorited in games and to make the playoffs. And I think even the challenge in the AFC. How does that happen? It has to happen now. They got to win this game against the Colts. The Browns, the Raiders. This is the Shador game. The Raiders are favorites here, but how can the Raiders be favorites? They're terrible. I think I saw that the Browns, let me check the handy-dandy FanDuel app. I think the Browns were plus 170 earlier in the week when the line opened. And I'm like, I got to play that. I got to play them and the Cowboys just in case. What? I just checked. It must be my freaking lucky day. Or did I forget about this? I opened up my FanDuel app. I got a $102 bonus bet. FanDuel, you've been reading my tweets. It must have been when I tweaked on FanDuel. I'm definitely launching that. I'm going to put that all in one bet. Yeah, a few weeks ago, FanDuel crashed, and we couldn't see our live bets for 3 hours, and I was going in on them. And I was like, yo, what's up with some bonus bets? And they sent a $5 bonus bet, and I was like, $5? I don't even make $5 bets. No point. Every bet you make should be at least $10. But 102 bonus bet when I opened the app. Great. What was I opening the app for? I wanted to see the spread the odds, because I'm on ESPN. You can see the spread, you can see the total, but you can't see, the Browns are plus 168. If you put $102 on the Browns at plus 168, That'll give you 171. I'm not about to do that. Nice. And I just got paid today. So that usual $250 that I put in there, I only got to put like 150 in there now. Thanks, FanDuel. And let me keep this open now that I'm, looking at these games. The Jaguars and Cardinals, that's another game that I looked at where I was like, man, the Jaguars would be a sneaky play for Survivor. But I don't know. The Cardinals in there building, who knows? And the Jags are still suspect to me. They're 2-2 on the road. They looked good last week, and that's why I think they're primed for a letdown. They're 3-point favorites here. The Cardinals are terrible, though. Like, they're 3-7. They're on their backup quarterback, Jacoby Brissett. They don't have the defense. They have some pieces on offense, but Marvin Harrison Jr. is not there. I don't know if he's going to go this week. You just can't bet on the Cardinals. Can't bet on the Cardinals in a year like this. They're in flux. Let's see. Marvin Harrison Jr., he underwent surgery. So he's out. He's out. I think he's out for this week. I know he was out last week. So, yeah, definitely sticking with the Jaguars there. Who else we got here? Oh, the Cowboys game. And I already gave y'all that. If you missed what I said earlier about this Eagles-Cowboys game, I'll say it again. I got time here. 888-808-1019. Got about 10, no, not 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I think this is the spot for the Eagles to potentially lose, but they're going up against Jerry Jones' club, America's team to laugh at. The Cowboys will find a way to shoot themselves in the foot. Dak will throw an interception. CD will have a costly drop. Javonte Williams will fumble, or George Pickens will fumble. I just think that with all the stuff that A.J. Brown is saying and the frustration that's coming out of there and the reports that, people aren't liking Jalen Hurts' attitude because he's only about winning, or I don't even know. That's why I'm just like, what else has to happen to the Eagles? They win the Super Bowl, and that's not good enough. And they've got all this strife and turmoil and things going on. It doesn't make sense. This would be the week that they get got. Did you guys see the video of the kids in the elementary school? What's that show called? Abbott Elementary? They must have gone to Abbott Elementary. There's a video of elementary school kids in Philly. They're hitting punching bags with Dallas Cowboys players' faces on them. From Cavante Turpin to Javonte Williams to CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Dak Prescott, from what I remember seeing. They start them young in Philly. These are elementary school kids dressed in green, punching bags in the hallway. I don't know exactly what they're learning. What class is that? That's gym? I guess that's PE, physical education. Yeah, they're learning to physically assault people that wear Dallas Cowboys gear in Philly at a young age. So it's like that. They hate Dallas. I think this is the spot. In Jerry World, Dak Prescott starting healthy. That Cowboys offense rolling, but really the Cowboys defense. The Cowboys defense having some different pieces now than they did. The Dallas Cowboys defense with Quinnen Williams, with Jadeveon Clowney, with Logan Wilson. Those are different guys that the Eagles didn't face. Those are guys that are going to make an impact for them. And if Saquon doesn't get going, if Jalen Hurts doesn't get throwing, the Cowboys defense or the Cowboys offense can score. The Cowboys offense can get going in a hurry. They can make some big plays. And then also Jake Elliott versus Brandon Aubrey. I'll go advantage Brandon Aubrey in his building. He can hit from 60 in there. So the Cowboys get close. They're getting 3. It's going to come down to the defensive players. Deron Bland, Malik Hooker, the secondary, Donovan Wilson. Those guys got to make plays. DeMarvion Overshawn is back. And he had the knee injury. They were showing him how quickly he came back from the knee injury. I commend him. They were saying he was going to miss most of this year. And he's back. He's not going to be an impact player. He's just an interesting guy that they drafted out of Texas. That, I don't know, maybe in the second game he makes more of an impact. I think this is a spot here that the Cowboys could get him. What are the Cowboys? If the Browns are plus 168, the Cowboys are plus 148. The Cowboys are plus 148 at home. I think they're expecting the Cowboys to shoot themselves in the foot, and I can't predict exactly how that goes. George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb go out partying this weekend, and they get suspended for the whole game. I don't know. I can't call it. I'm like, with the Eagles too, they play these, they like to wrestle with you. They want to keep it low scoring. They play these low scoring games, and it kind of just suffocates you and grinds you out. They get enough first downs. They run the ball. They play good defense. That defense is young, and those guys are fresh. They're ready to compete, and I don't know. I can't call it, but I think this is the spot where Dallas can upset the Eagles, and the Eagles are due for a loss, man. They have been lucky as hell this year, like from the Jordan Davis, block kick that he returned to just squeaking out some games. They had a rough stretch where they lost back. There are only 2 losses. They lost back-to-back games to the Broncos and then the Eagles, and they have ripped off a 28-22 victory against the Vikings, 38-20 victory against the Giants, and then these last 2 games against good competition, 10-7 against the Packers, 16-9 against the Lions. I already know how it's going to go. The officials, the referees, NFL bogus, the Zebras are going to make a call. They're going to do something that helps the Eagles. They're going to do something that works in the Eagles' favor to help the Eagles win that game. It'll be a close game, but the nod will go to the officiating crew. 888-808-1019. Let me see. I think I have a couple more games left here before we hit some news topics, and I check my notes for what we did not hit on. A couple things, coming out of the Jets locker room and from the Jets reporters. So, Falcons-Saints. Falcons-Saints at this point is 2 backup quarterbacks. At least they were backup quarterbacks to start. Kirk Cousins versus Tyler Shuck. And the Saints are favored. The Saints beat the Panthers. I don't know if I believe in the Saints, though. They're the Saints. They beat the Panthers in North Carolina. And then they had a bye. So I guess they're thinking they're going to be fresh. This young quarterback should be good at home. I don't know. That building will be on his side. I'm not confident in the Saints. Can Kirk Cousins turn back into you like that Kirk Cousins and light it up? Can he figure it out? Can he get it going? And also, with the Falcons, this is a tough spot for the Falcons because the Falcons come to the Jets next. They're going to lose to the Saints and a rookie quarterback and then come to MetLife and lose to the Jets. I think that's a game the Jets could win. I'm taking the Falcons to lose and keep losing and just kind of pack it up and them be on tankathon. But, speaking of tankathon, the Saints are a team that you need to lose. The Saints are right in front of the Jets on tankathon in the order. Jets are the 5 pick overall. Saints are the 4 pick overall. And tankathon thinks that they will take a quarterback. Even though they have Tyler Shuck, they'll take a better quarterback this year. So, I don't know. I think I'm going to take the Saints. But the Falcons winning that game would help the Jets in 2 ways. I think if the Falcons win that game, they'll be a little confident coming into MetLife, and it'll be a way different spot than, the Dome in the South, and the Jets might be able to get them. And then also it helps the Jets' draft position. Sunday night is Buccaneers-Rams. That should be a good one. Baker Mayfield was briefly in L.A. with the Rams, and he talked about how it was instrumental in, him turning his career around, that pit stop that he made there. And the Buccaneers, something's going on with Bucky Irving. There's a personal matter, I believe, going on with Bucky Irving. He burst on the scene. I remember talking about how Bucky Irving, the Cowboys could have drafted him with the pick that they traded Trey Lance for. But, it went from earlier this week saying that Bucky Irving had some type of some issues going on. There's some type of controversy. I didn't get to the bottom of it, but he's supposed to be returning to play. So I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out about that soon, if he's going to play or if he's not going to play. Mike Florio said that he doesn't think he's going to return anytime soon. Rondé Barber said he wasn't at liberty to say what's going on with Bucky, but Bucky needs to take care of Bucky. And there was another report that came out that the head coach, Todd Bowles, said, no, he's trending up to play, not this week, but next week. Buccaneers running back Bucky Irving last played in week 4. He won't be playing in week 12 against the Rams, but he could be back in week 13. Todd Bowles says he's not going through much off the field, but he got hurt. He didn't handle it well because he's been hurt for the first time. He had a full practice this week. Definitely be trending up for playing next week. So we're just preparing him for the Arizona game, which is what we're getting him ready for, and that's what he'll be ready for. He had a full practice this week. So I don't know. There's a lot of things going on in the NFL. Like, what's up with Keon Coleman, Brandon Ayuk, A.J. Brown, Abdul Carter? No, I'm just kidding. Abdul Carter's issue is fine. But yeah, something's going on with these players. Like, he got hurt and he didn't handle it well. What does that mean? He didn't handle it. Was he getting drunk? Was he not showing up to the facility? Was he getting high? Was he not like on time to meetings? Since he was out, did he miss stuff? I don't know. They try to keep that stuff under wraps, but they never can, and it starts to leak out. So, Buccaneers, Rams, I'm taking the Rams. The Rams are 8-2. I think they keep rolling in their building as Matthew Stafford pushes forward for MVP case, and the Rams are the class of the NFC. And last year, I was rooting for them to beat the Eagles, and if they meet the Eagles again, hopefully they have a better record than them. If the Cowboys can add another loss to the Eagles' record, and then hopefully the Rams can play them in SoFi Stadium and beat them and not have to play them in the snow of Philadelphia. Someone must stop the Eagles. I was saying that last year. And last but not least, Monday night, Panthers, 49ers. And Bryce Young's coming off the game of his life. The Panthers are better than I guess people thought. They're 6-5. They have a winning record. 3-3 away. But the 49ers with Brock Purdy back, the 49ers, they do not care about Brandon Ayuk. Like, whatever. They've got Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, I don't know, and Kendrick Bourne, DeMarcus Robinson. They always will find another receiver. Ayuk thought he was some type of Ferrari, thought he was some type of rare, exclusive wide receiver. They do not care. I just think that in that building, the Niners play well. Their fans are going to be turned up because it's Monday Night Football, the only game on, and Brock Purdy is back, and they're just going to light them up. I don't think the Panthers can stop them. They're just going to light them up. Primetime game. Panthers may be able to keep pace. And this is a game that the Panthers need for their playoff chances, but I don't see it, man. I like the Panthers' offense. They got a couple good players on their offense. Rico Dowdle, Teteroa McMillan. I forget homie's name. Why am I blanking on homie's name, number 15? Came out of Colorado. Oh, Jimmy Horn Jr. I want them to get Jimmy Horn Jr. involved a little more. At least a little guy. He can go. He's 5'8", 175, but he can go. They get him the ball. Yeah. Monday Night Football, San Francisco goes to 8-4. And that division, that NFC West division is tough. With the Rams, with the Seahawks, and with the Niners, they're all looking pretty good. But that's my NFL picks. 888-808-1019. Just looking at the just looking at the week that is in the NFL and giving you my thoughts. Nobody ever knows. There's always some type of upset. Somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's quarterback's going to go down. Somebody's going to turn the ball over. Let's see. For the Jets, looking at the NFL picks, everybody's picking the Ravens. They're expecting this to be a good bounce-back spot for the Ravens, Lamar Jackson, and their offensive line. I said I was going to speak on the Jets because Breece Hall had a tweet earlier that caught some attention. Brian Costello approached Justin Fields at his locker. He said he was going to get a massage and did not have time to talk. I asked his reaction to move. I asked his reaction to move. Oh, I asked his reaction to the move in regards to him being moved to second string quarterback. He said, "There's no reaction. That's life. S happens." And Breece Hall quote tweeted the tweet and said, "Pathetic move by you, to be honest. Wish some of y'all would grow up and stop acting like little kids, nagging somebody till they get mad, LOL. I just think it's funny because, like, you're looking at, I don't know how old Brian Costello is, but Breece Hall is a young guy, and he's going on social media to tell an older guy that has been covering the Jets for, like, almost as long as he's been alive to grow up and stop acting like a little kid. That's funny. That's funny. Breece Hall probably trying to protect Justin Fields. You know, tough spot for Justin Fields. Brian Costello also wrote, pretty crazy to think about the season for the Jets captains this year. Justin Fields benched. AVT did not play a snap. Garrett Wilson injured for the first time in his career. Quinnen Williams traded. Jamian Sherwood down, benched once. And McCary Ball injured most of the season. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 captains. That's too much. I always felt like you should have a captain on offense, a captain on defense, maybe a captain on special teams at the most. You don't need that many captains. How many people are actually going to be going out for the coin toss? And, like, how many people are actually captains? I remember the year that the Giants had 10 captains. And how'd that work out? That was the year, I think that was Dable's second year. And I was like, that's too many Chiefs, not enough Indians. Can't have that many captains. Yeah, after they went to the playoffs in 2022, Giants had 10 captains in 2023. 10 captains on the team? You don't need that many captains. All right, anyway, let me take a call before I get out of here. Russ is in Norwalk, Connecticut on the Fan. What's up, Russ?
My call, buddy. Good morning.
Good morning.
I couldn't agree with you more about the captain thing. I know you just talked about that, and the Giants had all these captains, and I'm just happy that Brian Dable's out of the building. I mean, he was a loser. Let's be honest, his record was a losing record ever since he started 7-2 his first year. We read the press clippings, and sure enough, the last 3 years have been a total disaster. That being said, I still think the Giants need to change general managers. They need to bring in a head coach that has head coaching experience. And at the end of the day, if it means McCarthy, it means McCarthy. If it means that we look the other way, or we settle a suit with John Gruden, we help the NFL out and say, listen, you drop your lawsuit, we'll hire you as head coach. That out. And then finally, my number one selection, and I know that I'm in the minority, and I know that they a few years ago, but Bill Belichick is sitting there. He's a Hall of Fame coach. He knows defense. He's not 72 as far as his total age goes. He acts a lot younger. I know he's not doing a great job with North Carolina, but it's his first year there. I would love to see Bill come back. So my selections would be one of those three. And if not, if they want to go with someone who knows the Giants who's a coordinator, I would take Spags back and try him. But really, there's not much out there. Lane Kiffin, maybe. So that's what I think. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Russ. Earlier I said that the reports came out that LSU is going to offer Lane Kiffin a $90 million deal. He's going to LSU. But Brian Flores is interesting because he is suing the league, but it's different than John Gruden. John Gruden's suing the league for the leak of his emails and what transpired. Brian Flores has a racial discrimination in the hiring process lawsuit that, like, why wouldn't he drop that if he gets hired to be a head coach by one of the teams that he was trying to be a head coach for before? Brian Dable got the job, but, like, if they want to interview Brian Flores and give him the job and say, hey, just drop this lawsuit now, all is well, that ends well, I think he would. I don't think that would be a problem. He's from Brooklyn or Queens. I think he's from Brooklyn. Yeah, and he's an interesting guy because he's highly regarded as a defensive mind. And the Giants' defense has been terrible. There's people that are going to push back and say no because the MO was that he was too hard on Tua and not good with quarterbacks because he's such a defensive guy. So they're going to say that's not going to mesh with Dart. But I don't know. I think he's worth consideration if he's going to drop the lawsuit because he fits the local angle and he fits somebody that they've already talked to. But who knows? I doubt it. I think they probably already talked to him and think no. And yeah, I don't think Brian Flores is going to work. It's just the past history, the lawsuit, the defensive-minded coach. I think he's a good coach, but there's a reason why also, he went to be defensive coordinator in Pittsburgh and then the last 2 seasons with the Vikings, and he hasn't gotten another opportunity to coach a head team or be a head coach of a team. So, yeah, I think that's a show, folks. I think that's it. I think I got to get out of the way because Hoff is going to come in and reset and talk about the Mets and the Giants and the Jets and maybe some of the Knicks and the Nets and who knows. But, man, appreciate you guys. The last thing I want to say is it has been officially 4 years here, November 22nd. I believe my contract says November 22nd, 2021, I started at the Fan. So I'm a big numbers guy and dates guy and, like, you know, I've never worked anywhere for 4 years. And this is the hardest job I've ever had and the best job I've ever had. So I've been able to tell my story and share my personality and connect with so many people. And, you know, for as many people that say they don't like me or they hate me or they turn the radio off, when I come on, there's 5 times every one of those people that, you know, actually do rock with me and support me. And I thank you all, good and bad. So enjoy your weekend. I'll be back to do this sometime. I don't know when. Keith McPherson on the Fan. That concludes my show. Coming up next is Hoff. If you're in the live chat, stay there. Everybody be safe. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
When the job gets tough, tradespeople get tougher, and Supply House is built to back them up. Supply House stocks over 250,000 products from hundreds of the top brands in plumbing, HVAC, and electrical. Whether you need an industrial boiler or a $2 coupling, they ship it fast and deliver customer support that knows the trades inside and out. Use promo code FAN5 for 5% off your first order. That's supplyhouse.com, promo code FAN5.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Accident victims, this is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. What do you think matters most when you have to hire the right lawyer? Experience? Well, I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've handled tens of thousands of cases and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people just like you. To me, what matters most is that I actually care. I'm going to make sure you have a say in what happens with your case. You, me, and our entire team of over 50 trained professionals are going to fight together to get you every dollar you deserve. Because for me, it's personal. Your pain has a price, and we're going to make sure the insurance company pays. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you 24/7. So give me a call today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. And ask for me, John D'Agostino. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Well, the hope all week was that Jackson Dart would return Sunday against the Lions, but Dart just unable to clear concussion protocol.
Yeah, he's just in the protocol, and that's where, he's just working through that phasing of it. And so, based on the testing and the results, we're declaring him out for this week.
That's Mike Kafka as Jameis Winston will make his second straight start. Jets return to Tyrod Taylor Sunday as he tries to get that offense in gear.
I think at the end of the day, it boils down to a lack of consistency from an execution standpoint. I think that you've seen flashes throughout the previous weeks that we've had, but consistently we haven't been able to put it together. And that's my approach this week.
Nets surprised the Celtics 113-105 in NBA Cup play. Michael Porter Jr. led the charge with 33. Nick Claxton a triple-double, 18 points, 11 rebounds, 12 assists. And Rutgers fell for the first time this year. They got bounced by Central Connecticut, 67-54. 48 degrees in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Sports Radio 1019 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
It's the Pete Hoffman Show on WFAN.
All right. Week 12 in the NFL is here.
And what do Giants and Jets fans have to look forward to? Not a lot. But I will tell you this much. I understand that Jackson Dart is not starting. He didn't clear concussion protocol. I think he's traveling with the team. That's fine. I am actually okay with the fact that Jackson Dart gets another week off. Listen, Jackson Dart is going to be a special player, but he can't be special if he's hurt and unhealthy. And the one thing that we've seen about Jackson Dart's game is that he is physical. He is a physical quarterback. He's a Josh Allen type of quarterback. He's one of these quarterbacks who's not scared to take hits, to give hits, to go out there and throw his body. And that's part of his game that is special. That is something that you look forward to watching, that you look forward to saying, wow, this guy can win you games, because at the end of the day, if there's a short gain, or even if it's a long gain, whatever it is, you trust that he's going to find a way to either get that first down, that touchdown, that he's going to give it all. He's not going to come up short because he's sliding a yard shorter than he's supposed to. That he's going to go through the player or whatever the case be. Kind of be like almost like Cam Scottaboo. But with that type of player, you do have to protect him from himself. And I'm not afraid to say that Jackson Dart needs to take another week off. And it's totally fine. It's not killing his career. It's not killing his momentum. It's not hurting anything with the Giants whatsoever. Yes, we're spoiled. That is the one thing as a Giant fan you look forward to every single week. Like, think about what the Giants fans have been looking forward to every week this season. Malik Neighbors, hurt. Cam Scottaboo, hurt. Jackson Dart, hurt.
Those three special players that the Giants have on offense is something that most fans drool over. Okay, let's be serious. But at this point in time, does it really kill you to see what else the Giants can do without Jackson Dart at quarterback? And that's really the question. Because there's other things that we have to look at as fans, as a franchise. They have to see what else they have on this team. You have 6 games left, to go in this season to evaluate what you have on this squad. Unfortunately, some of the defensive guys you can't really take a closer eye on, like Kayvon Thibodeau. This is back-to-back weeks now that he's going to be out. And that's someone that you're going to have to evaluate. I know they gave him the 5th-year contract, but does that mean are they going to hold on to him? Are they going to trade him in the offseason? Like, is there anything behind Kayvon, or is it just going to ride out his contract? Paulson Adebo misses another week. That means more Deonte Banks. There are things that the Giants are going to keep a close eye on. Who's going to improve? Think about this. Cordell Flott was more of a backup over the past couple of years. Turned into that's his job in the secondary because he won it over Deonte Banks. He was performing at an elite level. Well, who else is going to now step up and take over that we haven't seen coming? That's really what it comes down to. Theo Johnson's been developing better. Still needs to there's still been catches this year that we were sitting there, or drops this year that we're sitting there scratching our head over. Okay, that's fine. But let's see more Theo Johnson. With Jameis Winston behind the helm, the ball's going to fly. You know that. You actually saw Theo look much better with Jameis throwing the ball last week. It didn't lead to a win, but it looked better. So it's more reps for other players. I get it. And we want to see Jackson Dart. But if you're lucky enough, and we're lucky enough, we know what Jackson Dart is. We know how special he is. He's got to be healthy. End of story. So don't sit there and get all pissed and I can't believe this. We just throw him out there. What does it matter anyway? Kid is young. Kid's still trying to figure it out. Jackson Dart is still trying to figure it out. Listen, he is an aggressive runner. That's what his game is about. He's able to scramble. He's able to continue the play going until either A, he finds someone downfield, or B, he finds a hole and breaks for it. Either way, there's always someone gunning for him. A few weeks ago, he took a hit. And I forgot what team it was against. Maybe it was against San Francisco, where he took a hit and Andrew Thomas was blocking his guy amazingly. Took him out of the play. But the play extended because Dart extended the play, and he's looking downfield the whole way. And because of that, the defensive tackle got free and sacked Dart from behind. And those are the type of things where you say, wow, does Andrew Thomas have to do a better job blocking on that? He can only block a guy for so long. He blocked it for 10 seconds almost. It is what it is. He took him out of the play, completely out of the play, got out of the box. Now what are you supposed to do? He took too long. Probably should have took off and run. Instead, he was trying to look down the field, and he got crushed from behind. There's always someone gunning for the quarterback. Not saying that when you get the ball, when you're the ball carrier, no matter who you are, running back, wide receiver, someone's always gunning for you. But they're coming from all different angles. All different angles. And a lot of times, it's the blind side. A lot of times, it's the blind side. So, yes, he is exciting. But more importantly, he needs to be healthy for him to have a successful career and for the Giants fans to really enjoy Jackson Dart and what he could potentially be. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the fan till 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo takes over. You can always go on the Odyssey app, all that good stuff. Because Odyssey app has everything. I don't know if you even know this. I say it every week, but I mean, the reality is, if you miss a thing on WFAN, you can go to the Odyssey app and you can catch it all. You can listen to it all. Boomer and Gio, BT and Sal, Evan and Tiki, Keith McPherson, Chris McMonagle, myself, if you missed this show for some reason and you want to go back and listen to it, or if you missed last week's show, you want to go back and listen to it, there's all of these features on the Odyssey app. Go check it out. It's very easy. All the podcasts, I do it, all the podcasts. Rico Bronya, WFAN Daily. That's what I do, WFAN Daily. Unkillable podcast. Sean's Giants podcast. Sean Maresh's Giants podcast. It's all on the Odyssey app. So I'm a big proponent of the Odyssey app. I'm also a big proponent of phone calls. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Now streaming on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Sam Elliott. Did I say that right the first time? I did, right? It felt like it came out weird off of my lips, but it is Sam Elliott. Landman, new season now, streaming only on Paramount Plus. The Jets. What do you have to look forward to the Jets? Well, Justin Fields is sitting. Tyrod Taylor is the quarterback. Garrett Wilson's not playing. Breece Hall is pissed at the media for asking Justin Fields his feelings on not being the quarterback. I mean, there's you talk about I don't want to say talentless, because there's some guys that are on there that are, everybody has talent. It's all you need to still gel and work together for the New York Jets. But what's there to look forward to for the Jets? It's how can Aaron Glenn get the best out of his team? That's really what it comes down to now. Everyone's fighting for positions. Everyone's trying to fight to keep a job. Okay, fine. But it's really about what Aaron Glenn can do the next 7 games for this New York Jet team, because at this point in time, I think he's still fighting for a job. I still think that Aaron Glenn has an opportunity to go one and done for this job. Now, he's handled the media better, which is a good thing. That's a good start. His press conference this week to talk about Tyrod Taylor taking over as the quarterback going into this week and Justin Fields being benched was way better than what it's been in the past few weeks. And I'm not trying to say that the media is the reason why, people lose their job. But I'm telling you, they definitely don't help some of these guys keep their job. They're not sitting there and buttering up a head coach who's 2-8 and basically trying to attack Rich Cimini and others and saying, hey, you guys have all the information. You don't need to ask me a thing. No, you do. You got to answer questions. And let me tell you something. Aaron Glenn, he could take note, and you're going to hate that I'm going to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Aaron Glenn can call another Aaron in New York for some advice. Because Aaron Boone is one of the best talkers in the business. You may hate that Aaron Boone is the manager of the New York Yankees. That, he's just a face. He's not really good at what he does. He's not a great in-game manager. Whatever you want to say about Aaron Boone, the one thing he does really well, he handles the media really well. Like, the amount of times that Boone talks to the media on a weekly basis, it's, before games, after games. It's ridiculous how many times managers in baseball have to talk to the media. But he does. And he does a great job. Aaron Glenn should take notes. You could have fun with reporters, sure. Don't attack. Don't be a jerk. especially when you're losing. Like, it's one thing if you're, the top team in the AFC East. Jets are the bottom feeders in the NFL. I mean, the Titans are the only thing worse than them. And the Giants. The Titans and the Giants are really the only things, and maybe the Saints too. The Saints are up there. But the Saints beat the Giants, so I guess the Giants are worse than the Saints, right? Is that's the NFL football math that we're going by?
Yeah, I think if you lose to a worse team,
then you're worse than them.
Then you got to be worse than them, unfortunately.
Okay, that's the math. I get it. Sometimes there's different math. There's the MMA math that I sit there and watch. I love MMA. But just because there's a fighter that beats a top fighter doesn't mean that they're quote-unquote better, because then they can face somebody who's lesser than them and they lose. It's a whole weird world we live in. Sometimes just, styles make fights, as they say.
True. I mean, I will agree the Saints are one of the worst teams.
Yes, they're up there.
They're pretty bad, but the Giants made the Saints look pretty good.
I would say that, maybe the jinx this year is that if you have a new in front of your name, like New York, New Orleans, maybe that's the jinx. But New England's doing pretty well, so that's not
true.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly,
trying to find a connection there. Trying to find a connection there, Mr. Cardi.
No, I hear you.
It's not working.
No, it's not. No, I know. The New York football is sports. New York football has just been.
Do we even like sports?
It's terrible.
It's tough. It's tough to like sports in this area.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, between the NFL, if you're Jets and Giants fans, again, like I'm saying, like with the Giants, you're sitting there looking at Dart and going, that was my excitement for the rest of this year, and it's being taken away from me. What am I watching with the Jets? You're watching, not for nothing, Breece Hall, if they use him enough, he's an explosive player. He's an exciting player to watch. Kind of a bit of a jerk himself these days on social media. I mean, this is a problem, by the way. Not to make it that big of an issue, but now it kind of is, now I think about it. Like, Aaron Glenn is sitting there attacking the media. You got Breece Hall basically attacking media. I mean, that's not a good tone to set when you're an awful franchise. I like Breece Hall. I think Breece Hall should be here for a while, should stay with this team, because he's one of the few bright spots. Garrett Wilson, clearly somebody that is a bright spot. Unfortunately, he's hurt. But those are the bright spots you want on this team. They're not going to stay, or there's no reason to keep them here if the franchise is just going to make enemies with the fan base, with the media. It's just not worth it. It's not. It's like Cam Scatterbo this week with Raw, Monday Night Raw. And I know everyone saw it, and I know everyone made a big deal about it. And I sat there and watched it and said, Cam Scatterbo just made himself that more of a big deal. That much more of a big deal to the kids, to different fans. He has been, that guy goes everywhere. He was at the UFC fights on last Saturday. He was at Raw on Monday. I don't know if he went to any other games, in the past few days. I know there was a bunch of games that take place every week at MSG. I don't know if he went to any other games. I'm sure he did. With his injury right now, it's almost like a time off. He was chilling with streamers, with this guy Neon. I mean, he was all over the place this week. He's building his celebrity status. And I understand we talk sports, we talk NFL, we talk about the game itself, not about the celebrity. I mean, that comes with it. We do highlight certain players and what they do outside of the game at times, because that becomes attention to the media and becomes attention to the world. But, he did nothing wrong. He did absolutely nothing wrong. He bought into a skit. He's been on his feet for for weeks. But I know he was on his feet the couple days prior, because I saw him stand up and take pictures with people and not have a scooter next to him. He's been rehabbing, guys. It's not like the guy's been just freshly injured and completely is immobile. No, the guy's been not saying walking around, but there was videos of him with his foot out and him stretching his feet and toes and stuff like that. He's working to get back, and Cam Scatterboo seems to be like a mini Gronk. Like, I know there was that guy, the kid, the mini Gronk. Cam Scatterboo's mini Gronk. That's who he is. He's legitimately this guy who's going to run through a wall for his team, for his teammates, for whomever, and he doesn't care. And if he gets hurt, okay, let's do it again. Give me a better helmet. Maybe give me a different blocker. I don't know. But I'm going to do it again until I can't get up. Because that's who Cam Scatterboo is. So I'm not worried about a little stunt at WWE. I'm not. And he went back at the fans, too, or not fans, but he went back at other people that said, dude, I'm trying to have some fun here. If you don't like it, that's fine. But let's not talk about it like it's a big deal that I'm doing harm. I mean, think about what other issues go on in the world. What else Cam Scatterboo can be doing? I mean, think about it. He's a young kid who's a star in New York. We've seen stars in New York. We've seen bad things happen to stars in New York. Cam Scatterboo's going out to WWE. I mean, let's be serious. Things could be a lot worse. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Let's get all your Giants, Jets phone calls if you want to. Week 12, let's go. We're going to get into the hot stove because clearly there was a lot of rumors that took place this week. We'll get into whatever you want and more. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
This is Mike Kafka's audition on the job. If he can do something here special with Jackson Dart and that continues to grow when he comes back, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to keep him.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Lynyrd Skynyrd at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 26th or at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on August 21st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/
life.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-548-4040. 800-548-4040. That's 800-548-4040.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Jack, do you know what this music is from? Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea?
Hey, New Yorkers.
Hey, New
Fast,
Yorkers.
reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just
you got something going. Jack, what was that? You're hitting wrong buttons, buddy.
I hit my my mic button. All of a sudden, a commercial started playing.
Well, I would assume that means you didn't hit the mic button.
Yeah, I guess not, because apparently, no, I hit the mic button, and then literally all of a sudden the commercial started playing.
All right. Well, but anyway, the question was, do you know where that song is from, Jack?
I mean, I heard this song on.
You're getting there.
Stranger Things.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I have been rewatching season 4 of Stranger Things with my family. And I've invited my 8-year-old into watching it now. He watched the first few seasons, but my wife, when season 4 came out, he was much younger. He was probably around like 4 or 5 years old, because he's 8 now. And it was very much like A Nightmare on Elm Street, and it was way too scary for him. Now, that's what my wife said. I was fine with it. I'm like, whatever, I don't care. Kid wants to watch it, he can watch it, but it probably was too scary for him. That being said, he's locked in now. He's very into it. And that we watched that scene where the Kate Bush song was being played for the very first time on Stranger Things. By far one of the best scenes ever in any show. Like, it is, if you haven't seen Stranger Things, I'm not going to rule for you. But when you see Stranger Things, I think it's episode 4 of season 4, the last like 20 minutes, it is an epic scene. And that's all I will say. But that song was being played in it. And guess what's coming out in about 5 or 6 days? Don't press the commercial. There you go.
It is, I know, season 5's coming out.
Yeah, that's it. This is the final season. Now, they're doing it, like, I think they're splitting it up in like 3 different parts, if I'm correct.
Yeah, they are. I saw the trailer for it. It's like, it's coming out like a couple days before Christmas, then Christmas, like, Eve, and then like New Year's Eve.
Something like that. I don't
spread out a couple of days.
Right. All I know is Wednesday, 8 p.m., we'll have caught up with the last 2 episodes. That's where we're at. We have 2 more episodes left of this season with my youngest and my wife. And then we'll be caught up, and we will be watching Wednesday at 8 o'clock for Stranger Things. I cannot wait.
It sounds awesome.
I'm looking forward to it. Just like Sunday at 1 o'clock with the Giants and the Jets. Well, let's go to these phone calls. 888-808-1019. I guess Pete Hoffman with you on the fan. Seamus from Boston. What's up, Seamus?
Hey, how's it going? I want to talk a little bit about the Giants here. I'm a Patriots fan, but I think you guys are a lot closer than the vibes are. I think you guys are a lot closer than you think.
Well, what do you mean by closer? What are we closer to? Like, we're closer to the bottom right now.
Yeah, I mean, for this season, but let's talk about long term. You have a franchise quarterback. I think we can all at least agree for now.
Yeah.
A franchise running back. You have Malik Neighbors. You have a bad injury situation, but next year, if the season ended now, you have the 2nd pick and the 34th pick. Yeah, I think I don't have an answer for your coaching staff, but I think you're closer than you think.
You have
best defensive line too.
Well, I don't know if it's the best defensive line, but
Not
you have
the best, but it's
you
up
have
there.
Brian Burns is an All-Pro this year. Let's put it that way, and it sucks because at the end of every game. You sit there and Brian Burns holds himself accountable, lets himself sit there and talk to the media. He talks the longest out of anybody. He's the last person in the locker room. Everyone gathers around him, and he talks for about 6 minutes or 7 minutes or however long the people have questions for. He answers everybody's questions, and at the end of the day, we all sit there and go, does it mean anything to you that you have, you're leading the league in sacks? And he's like, some days he's like, yeah, it does. It means a lot, but it means nothing because it means a lot on a personal level, but it means nothing because as a team level, we're not winning games. And I love his
It feels like Myles Garrett.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, Myles Garrett did that to himself, though. Myles Garrett did that to himself.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett did not have to stay with Cleveland. They offered him a ton of money, and he said, sure, I'll take it. That's his own fault.
That's true. But I mean, to your point, sick of seeing these DNs, these good DNs, be on bad teams, and I think the Giants are closer to being a good team than where they're at now.
Well, listen, I mean, there's Seamus. Thanks so much for a phone call. There are a lot of good things that you could pinpoint. Like you just went through all the offensive weapons. Let's be honest. I mean, the fact that Andrew Thomas, and knock on, I have no wood in sight, so I can't knock on wood. Is there something else I can knock on? I would say metal or whatever this is, but I don't. Yeah, I'll knock on my head. There we go. That's the closest thing to wood possible. Andrew Thomas has been healthy, and that is a huge part to this offensive line. You could sit there and say whatever you want about the New York Giants, but Andrew Thomas. And that's one thing that they've missed for the past few seasons. He can't stay healthy. The Giants' season goes kaput. Now, this is the first time I could say that Andrew Thomas is healthy and the season's still kaput, but at least the offense looks real. The offense looks alive. That's the thing is, we could sit there and talk about how bad the Giants, season is going at 2-9. But give me the last time you've felt that the Giants can compete week in and week out. Give me, even the season they went to the playoffs with Brian Dable, did they really feel like they could compete week in and week out? There were some weeks where they barely got into the script into the playoffs, but some of the losses were really, really bad. I mean, this year, I know that they've had some bad luck, and in years past, they've had some bad luck. I mean, you think about some of the late, last-minute long field goals they lose to versus either Carolina, or you go through any game you want to in late losses and bad field goals and whatever it is. The Giants have had bad loss after bad loss year after year. I mean, it just happens. But this time around, it feels like the bad losses are worse because they're blown losses by like major leads. Like that's what the stat was. I think they're 0-4 with a 10-point lead, on the road. That's terrible. They haven't won a game on the road since last year. Maybe it was 2 years ago. last year? No, last year they did win a game on the road. I can't remember which one it was, but they barely won a game at home. They end up winning towards the end of the season. That being said, though, the point is the New York Giants, they've been in almost every game. There's only like one or two games. You could say maybe the Eagles game where Scottaboo did get hurt. Maybe that's the one game that they really weren't in on after that injury. They kind of just got taken out of that game.
When they played the Seahawks last year, they won on the road against the Seahawks.
That's right. That was a great win, actually. That was a fantastic win.
Field goal at the end, yeah.
Yep. But that's what I'm saying. Like, the Giants have actually been in. Think about the first 3 games of the season. They were 0-3 to start the season, and they were in every game. The Dallas Cowboy game, they should have won. You know? Even the opening game versus the Commanders, Russell Wilson was not perfect at all. There was a lot of drop passes, but drop passes between Theo Johnson, Malik Neighbors, a lot of opportunities. They have been in every game. It's just bad luck. Part of sports is luck. It just stinks. It stinks for Brian Daboll because he basically lost a job because of it. It stinks for the fan base because they're sitting through another losing season. But on the other hand, too, there's a lot of improvements. And this is where you got to look forward to what's going to happen next year. What type of head coach are they going to bring in? Is it going to be Mike Kafka? Is it going to be somebody else that's a veteran coach? I am going to be honest. I've heard Kiffin's name in the past because bring him back with Jackson Dart. But the one thing that I don't want to do, I do not want to do it. I don't want to bring a head coach in here for one player. Like, that to me doesn't make sense. If you bring Lane Kiffin in for Jackson Dart, then make him like a specialist. Have him the coaching quarterback. Maybe make him the OC. Whatever it is, don't make him the head coach. That doesn't make sense. That sounds kind of dumb, actually, to bring in a coach that works well with one player, but not a team. So if you're gonna get a new coach, because Kafka's trying out for it, maybe he works out. Maybe it's his job. We'll see. But whoever the coach is next year, it's got to be somebody, personally speaking, that has veteran experience. I've named the names. I've gone through the Belichicks, the Grudens of the world. I'm all for somebody that has a pedigree of winning. I know some people talk about Mike McCarthy. I'm not as high on Mike McCarthy, but I do understand why the Mike McCarthy things are, rumored around because, and I've talked to a few other people about it off air. Look at his numbers. Look at what he's done throughout the league. I mean, his winning percentage is extremely high, and he's got a Super Bowl. He's won a Super Bowl. So if you're a head coach coming to a team, are you taking somebody who has a bad, like Brian Daboll is going to go look for a new job? Is he going to get hired again as a head coach? Is he going to have to go to as an OC? Is he going to have to start with he's going to go back to the Bills? I mean, who knows what's going to happen with the Bills with their situation as they, are starting to like fall backwards a little bit. But are you going to start to look at coaches that are veterans that haven't won anything, new coaches that haven't won anything, but have a good track record or like are building into this young prospect coach? Or are you going to say, hey, you know what? Bring in Mike McCarthy. His winning percentage is ridiculous. He wins some playoffs games too. Yeah, he hasn't won a Super Bowl in a while, but he wins you regular season games and gets you to the playoffs. That's the first step to winning a Super Bowl, is getting to the playoffs. How do you get to the playoffs? You got to win games in the regular season. It's basic math here. I mean, I'm not very smart. I can figure that out. But that being said, though, Mike McCarthy is that guy. He's Tom Thibodeau. He's a regular season warrior. Finds ways to win regular season games. And that's what Giants fans are looking for. Like, let's get back to the playoffs. Let's get back to consistency. 888-808-1019. In about 20 minutes, we'll get into Hot Stove because I know that everyone is fiending for it because, and by the way, there is so much already this week that has come out. The rumors are flying all over the place. Who's available via trade? What, free agents. I mean, not many free agents have signed yet, but already enough to start to make real headway on guys like Pete Alonso and Edwin Diaz. Like, we can see already where their contract is going to go. So we'll get into that at 3 a.m. In another 20 minutes or so. But 888-808-1019, your calls, Giants, Jets, whatever else you want to talk about on the Fan. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Mike House to take this job. Right now, he probably has a 15% chance to keep it. And Tiki came up with a formula. Every win he gets, it improves by 10%. Is there anything that could bring the percentage down?
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The holidays will be here soon, and what you wear matters. My top 3, their Hero Stretch flannel shirt, their Journey dress shirt, and their best-selling Chapin jacket. It's my favorite for its looks and comfort. Visit flagandanthem.com. Use code WFAN for 25% off. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Eight 808-1019. Speed up with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. So that song, Nirvana Unplugged, Where'd You Sleep Last Night, is one of my favorite songs of all time. It's just an incredible album. And I do not know why I pulled it up, but I found... for some people, maybe people don't know. Again, you can always follow me at Hoff, WFAN. But I used to be in bands. I used to be in rock bands and whatnot. I used to play for 15 years, and I kind of hung them up. But I played a lot of the acoustic sets, and that was one of my go-to songs. You know how in karaoke, it's hey, what's your go-to karaoke song?
Yes.
Whenever I played unplugged, whenever I played acoustic, I would always play Where Did You Sleep Last Night? And I found a version... And I don't like to ever brag or whatever, but I'm listening to it. It's not the greatest sound because it's at a bar, people are talking in the background, but it's decent enough. And I was like, wow, I actually was pretty good. It was from 12 years ago, but I'm like, wow, that was actually not bad. So I'm giving myself a shameless plug. I don't know if I'm going to actually send out or tweet out the actual video of it, but maybe I should. I don't know. I'll think about it. But that's just one song that I go to that I just completely love. And I will say this. I killed it.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure it sounded awesome.
I did, Jack. I did.
I don't doubt it at all.
Because I'm a killer.
It's
that's
true.
That's why they call me Whiskers, because I'm a killer.
Yeah. You're a stud, man. I'm a absolute stud when it comes to playing the acoustic guitar. Yeah.
But yeah, no. But I do. I miss playing music live. I'm going to have to find a way to do it again. That's gonna have to be something on my bucket list for 2026. For 2025, golf was on my bucket list. I played a total of 0 rounds of golf.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I actually took lessons a year ago to play golf.
Yeah,
and I'm like, oh, I would love to go to the driving range and go play maybe 9 holes of golf. Never did it once.
Yeah, well, I didn't even go to the driving range. I didn't even go take a lesson.
I didn't do that either. I have not played golf in over a year and a half.
See, I am not a golfer. And I apologize to anybody out there that swears by golf and goes, how can you not play golf? It's just because I think it's boring. That's why. I am not entertained in any sort of way. I'm all for me trying to figure out how to play golf. I can't watch it, though. And I don't want to talk about it because to me, it is just, it's not entertaining to me. It really is not. But to each their own. So I respect you if you love it. It's the same way that I love MMA. Some people go to me and say, oh, well, MMA's boring. Or, when trust me, UFC, we were at the at UFC 322 last week. Me and I took JD, my oldest, and the fights were amazing up until the 2 title fights, which were 10 rounds of lay and pray, which if you want to know what lay and pray is, it's just basically taking your opponent down to the ground and laying on them because you're trying to put them in a submission or whatever it is, and basically trying to find a way for them to tap. And it creates less opportunity for your opponent to knock you out because maybe they have more power than you, whatever the case is, on their feet. They're a better striker than you. So you take them to the ground and basically try to submit them for 5 minutes. And that was 10 straight rounds between 5 of the girls' fight between Valentina Shevchenko and Weili Zhang, and then another 5 between Jack Madalena and Islam Makhachev. It was by far the most boring thing I've ever watched in my life. I legitimately left with one more round to go. I looked at JD and go, dude, I'm going to pass out. He's like, let's go. Let's get out of here. I see it. So we left early. And we love that stuff. We love UFC. We love MMA. But those 2 fights were grueling. The fights prior, I mean, think about this. I'll just put it this way and wrap this up. Between 5 pay-per-view fights, the event starts at 10. The first fight, people probably walking in around 10:15. The 3 fights combined took about 45 to 50 minutes. By 11:05, the first 3 fights were done. So the 10:15, you had the first pay-per-view fight walking out, and by 11:05, maybe 11:10, the 3rd fight of the pay-per-view was already over. And the last 2 fights, we were in the 4th round of the last championship fight, and it was 12:50. That's almost 2 hours of nothing. It's golf. That's basically what it was. It was golf, and I could not take it. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the phone calls. Let's go to Junior and Patrick. Junior, I know you don't want to talk football. You want to talk a little bit of Brandon Nimmo. What's up, buddy?
How you doing, Pete? I'm a big fan. I listen to you and Evan on the Rico.
Well,
I did email you guys this question, so I'm kind of curious to see what's your hatred towards Brandon Nimmo? I know you mentioned during the podcast a couple episodes ago about you saying that Brandon Nimmo was the reason why they were holding off on Pete's contract. I'm just curious to see what's the hatred towards Brandon Nimmo when he's been a great Met the past couple of years. You know what I mean?
Well, Junior, here's the first thing. All right. And let me just say this much. Hate is a very strong word. I don't hate Brandon Nimmo, the player, the person. Hey, Brandon Nimmo, the person, is actually awesome. Like, he is legitimately a really good dude. He seems like he's a good leader. I know that there's some stuff that Adam Ottavino came up with, and we'll talk about that later, that kind of makes you think that he's a little bit too much on the other, maybe not jealous is the word, but there's some things that frustrate him, and maybe he's got to not pay attention to media, pay attention to, other things. Just go out there and play ball. Here's my issue with Brandon Nimmo, or the idea of Brandon Nimmo. First of all, Brandon Nimmo, what was he really good at when he first started with the Mets?
His defense.
Well, no, that's strike one. His best asset was getting on base, working pit counts, and getting on base. His on base percentage has lowered significantly every year. It's getting lower and lower and lower. His batting average is getting lower and lower and lower. They think of him now as a power-hitting left fielder. Now, if you want to sit there and tell me that he's one of the top left fielders in baseball, let's really break that down and say, okay, if you were just solely left fielders, yeah, maybe he's up there, but it's a lackluster group. If you take me through all the outfielders and guys who can play left field, like Cody Bellinger can play left field. There's other players that can move to left field, but they play center field most of the time. Maybe they play a little bit of right. Whatever the case is, like, if you want to tell me only true left fielders, yeah, he might be a top 10 left fielder. But if you talk about the entire league and other positions that people play, that they can play left field on top of it, like I could name a lot more than Brandon Nimmo. But here's the issue that I'm really having. So he's not this 30, 90 guy that they want him to be. He's not a 30. When's the last time that Brandon Nimmo hit 30 home runs?
Never. I think last year was his career high. But he's also not, like, I feel like the Mets also visualized Marco Conforto as this 30 and 100 guy, but they ultimately made the decision to keep Nimmo as opposed to Conforto.
Okay.
So I get where you're coming from, and then obviously...
Okay, hold on. Junior, I'll let you get to it, but I just want to finish something up here. Okay, and you're right. They made a better decision because Conforto wasn't the guy either. But Brandon Nimmo is not the guy they want him to be. He's making $20 million a year for another 5 years. And at the end of the day, if they tell you it's too expensive to sign Pete Alonso plus other players, and like there's ever anyone they miss out on, it's going to be because Brandon Nimmo makes $20 million a year playing left field. That's the reason why. If you eliminated that, then you open up more money. But they can't because they can't trade him right now. So no matter what you want to say, the Mets are better off without Brandon Nimmo because it allows them to get better players. Brandon Nimmo is not as good as Pete Alonso. Brandon Nimmo is not as good as Cody Bellinger. Brandon Nimmo is not as good as Kyle Tucker, not as good as Corey Seager, not as good as a lot of players. But the thing is, Brandon Nimmo is on the roster.
Got you. No, I get that. So aside from Cody Bellinger, who would you want as your left fielder? Steven Kwan? Are you willing to give up a lot for him, or would you rather add Cody Bellinger and then make the trade for Seager, for example, if it meant Nimmo and the Rangers picking up a lot of the salary?
So my dream scenario is Cody Bellinger, re-sign Pete Alonso, and get JT Realmuto at catcher and trade Alvarez for, a real starting pitcher like a Skubal or, Alcantara or somebody like that. Because we've heard rumors about like what it would take to get Skubal, and there's like they're talking about 5 top prospects or 4 top prospects. Listen, I don't want to trade 4 prospects for a rental for a starting pitcher, but I would do that for somebody who's going to be here for a few years, and I'm okay with trading away Alvarez because I know he's here. I know he's young. I know that he's got pop in the bat, but he doesn't really play a lot. And that just feels like if you can get anything for him right now that's significant, I'd almost take a chance on it. You could bring in Realmuto for a year. You're not going to sign him for a multi-year deal. You just bring him in for a year and then reevaluate the catcher situation the following year. But you have someone like Realmuto for at least a year. He's a good catcher. What does that do for third base? You're still working with Beatty, and you're still working with Vientos, and you're still working with Mauricio. And second base is an issue. I don't think Seager fits as well for the Mets. I actually love Corey Seager. I just don't think he fits as well for the Mets. I think he fits better for the Yankees. I think he really, truly does. And I'm going to tell you something at 3 o'clock that if you're a Met fan, you're not going to want to hear. So I'm going to tell you that right now. If you listen to me on WFAN Daily, I've already talked about it, but I'm going to break the news to you at 3 o'clock what is really should happen for the Yankees, and it's going to piss a lot of Mets fans off.
Got you. So I just want to make this quick point, and then you guys could do whatever you want with the call.
No, thank you.
My dream scenario for the Mets this offseason, obviously keeping Diaz, obviously keeping Pete. Mm-hmm. And honestly, I know Evan might be against it, but I would try to get Schwarber and figure it out, the whole defense situation. And even if it meant weakening my defense on the left field, at least try to make the trade for Luis Roberts Jr. at center field, so it can kind of help the defense, and then late during the game switch out Schwarber in left field for like a Tyron Taylor or Jose Ziri or whoever is playing left field.
Well, Junior, one question before I hang up because I got to take a break here. So I do love bringing back Alonso and Diaz. That makes total sense. I love the Schwarber idea. Why Luis Robert Jr.? Because I don't understand what he's done that people are so hot on him.
I feel like it's just, you know how Jazz needed a change of scenery to be this this awesome second baseman?
Yeah.
I feel like Luis Roberts needs a different scenery, especially in New York, where he could shine with Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor, Pete Alonso in that lineup, and he could just focus specifically on his defense and then his offense. And he's still young, too, and I feel like that could just bring the Mets to a different level. Obviously, assuming they could get as close to the Dodgers, but, it makes their defense a lot better having that option where, okay, Schwarber's your DH or left fielder, you know what, seventh inning, we have all our top defense out there, and, we're leading. But that's just, my opinion.
No, I respect it, Junior. Thank you so much for the phone call. I appreciate it. I mean, I get why people like Luis Robert Jr. because he is young, he's controllable, he's had, one season of success. I need more. To make a trade for someone like that, to give up as much as you probably have to give up to get him, I need more. 888-808-1019. Coming back after the break, I'm going to tell Mets fans, I'm going to break your heart. I'm going to break your heart in many different ways. But Yankee fans, I think this will get you going. I think this will make a perfect offseason for the Yankees. 888-808-1019. That's up next on The Fan. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. But before we get to the Yankees offseason, let's get to an update. Marco Belletti.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Police Officers Right to Sue.com. Well, there was optimism all week, but Jackson Dart, unable to pass concussion protocol, he's been ruled out for a second straight game Sunday against the Lions. Jameis Winston will once again get the nod.
I'm so grateful to wear this uniform, do my job, man. So it don't, nothing really changes for me. Maybe more, text to the receivers, just in terms of a communication standpoint. But outside of that, in terms of studying, it's the same every week.
Meanwhile, the Yankees say goodbye to 4 relievers, choosing not to tender them contracts. Mark Leiter Jr., Ian Hamilton, Scott Effross, and Jake Cousins also agreed to deals with Oswaldo Cabrera and Clark Schmidt, 1-year deals avoiding arbitration. While the Mets brought back Tyrone Taylor on a 1-year deal, $3.8 million. They avoid arbitration there. Nets surprised the Celtics 113-105 in NBA Cup play. Michael Porter Jr. poured in 33. Nick Claxton a triple-double, 18 points, 11 rebounds, 12 assists. And Central Connecticut too much for Rutgers, 67-54. And in the Scarlet Knights, their first loss in 5 games to start the season. 48 degrees at Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
It's the Pete Hoffman Show on WFAN.
Eight 1019 with a little sponge action. That's right. And I'm going to go see them December 10th at Yonkers Brewing. I'm very excited about that. I talked about it last week. I'll talk about it every day until I actually go see them. I've been promoting the hell out of it. I don't know why, but I love the band. I love the fact that the venue it's going to be at, it's in my backyard basically. So I'm looking forward to Sponge December 10th, Yonkers Brewing. It's going to be awesome. I'm excited for it. But here's the news I'm breaking to Mets and Yankee fans. Again, if you listen to WFAN Daily, you might know it. You might have heard this already. If you didn't, I'm breaking the news to you. But there was rumors that Corey Seager is available, that the Rangers are trying to get rid of him. And I know, like Les Kohler Jr. said, was trying to find a way to get him on the Mets. Not a bad idea. I could see that. Put him at third base. I'm okay with that. All you got to do is find a second baseman, and your defense, or at least your offensive production in the infield is unbelievable. But Corey Seager does not make enough sense for the Mets. The Yankees need him more. And I got a couple simple moves here. And I kind of talked about it with the Mets just now a little bit in the last segment, but a couple moves here that would make the New York Yankees the evil empire part 2. So the rumor was Corey Seager, and there's the three pieces that were going to go from potentially go in the Corey Seager trade. I don't know if it's going to take this much, but if it would, I still wouldn't be opposed to it. Anthony Volpe, Austin Wells, and Ben Rice. Austin Wells is lackluster at catcher. His defense isn't perfect. His offense was missing something this season. The guy that was leading off the opening season, he led the season off with a first pitch home run. You know, the guy barely, I think he got 20 home runs. I think he did. His batting average was low. His OPS was low. I mean, there's a lot of offensive stats that you were dying to see from Austin Wells. It didn't work out. Anthony Volpe's a no-brainer. Guy is a .666 on-base percentage guy. It doesn't make a difference what his batting average is, even though it's always close to 200. Let's be fair. You talk about the shoulder injury, no shoulder injury. He's a .666 on-base percentage guy. So you throw him away. Throw him and Austin Wells away. The other guy's Ben Rice, and I know some people are going to sit there and go, you can't give away Ben Rice. But you can. What position does Ben Rice play? DH. That's what he does. He's a hitter. You already have enough hit. Unless you're going to make Ben Rice your everyday DH, which you can't because you got Stanton. You want to give Judge days off. You're going to want to give all these guys days off. You're going to want to give everybody rest days. You want to make that DH spot of a utility spot, a flexible spot that everybody can share and get their days at DH. So you can't play Ben Rice basically anywhere. Oh, so what do you do then? So you're trading Ben Rice, you're trading Anthony Volpe, and you're trading Austin Wells for Corey Seager. What about first base and catcher? What are you going to do? Well, I just mentioned JT Realmuto. You offer him a 1 year, maybe a 2 year deal, maybe one of them's for 1 year and an option, whatever you want to do. Nothing long term. He's a catcher. I think he's going to get it. I mean, he's going to understand that he could play for the Yankees and not have a long-term deal, and that's okay. His offensive production was good enough. His defense is still really good. He's a good framer, caller of pitches. He defensively does a lot of things well above average. I like JT Realmuto. No reason to sit there and talk more about JT Realmuto. He's a perfect fit, and he's a righty bat. So now you got Seager at shortstop. You got Realmuto at catcher. Your second baseman is Jazz Chisholm still. Ryan McMahon should third base. Keep him there. Judge is right field. Center field is Trent Grisham. Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez is your left fielder. Oh, but what about first base, guys? What about first base? What to do at first base? What if I told you that the best fit player in free agency for the New York Yankees is Pete Alonso? I said it last week, and I really was like, I hate saying this, but it makes sense. Pete Alonso, Cody Bellinger goes to the Mets. Pete Alonso goes to the Yankees. But the more I think about it, with that Corey Seager trade, if that could happen, if Corey Seager went to the Yankees and played shortstop, Pete Alonso at first base, think about the juggernaut of an offense. Think about how good an offense Aaron Judge, Pete Alonso, Corey Seager. You may say Corey Seager's always hurt. Corey Seager led the league in doubles in 2023 or 2024, what it was. He played 120 games. He led the league with doubles with 42. And he hit 30 home runs on top of it. He's an extra base machine. He bats about, the last year he batted 270, I think it was, but usually sometimes he bats about 320. He's a above average hitter. His OPS is pretty high. I mean, the guy is just a great hitter. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he's an unbelievable defender, but what he does offensively, you throw him in with Judge, Pete Alonso, Jazz Chisholm, JT Realmuto. If Trent Grisham can give you anything of what he was last year, Stanton as your DH, Ryan McMahon, if he could actually figure it out in New York, in the Bronx, figure out that short porch, and then Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez, like, you're talking about, this is why when Junior was asking about the Brandon Nimmo, why I can't stand Brandon Nimmo. Brandon Nimmo is considered to be a top 5 player for the New York Mets. They put him in the top 5. They put him in that 4 spot, the 5 spot. They make him a top 5 player. But he's in over his head. You put him in the bottom part of the order, it's a different story from Brandon Nimmo. That's where Trent Grisham is. Trent Grisham is not a top 5 player. He's in the bottom end of the lineup. And that's fine to put him there. If he gives you 30 jacks, 30 bombs, even if he gives you 25 in the bottom part of the order, that's great. You can let Dominguez or Spencer Jones work in the bottom end of the order. But think about this. If I just told you, who's your leadoff hitter? Couldn't even tell you who your leadoff hitter is. You make it Jason Dominguez. Make it Jazz Chisholm. Whoever it is. But say it's Jazz. Say Jazz leads off. Okay, fine. Jazz leads off. Then you got Judge 2. You got Seager 3. Alonso 4. You put, if you want to experiment, to put Spencer Jones at 5, but you're probably going to put Stanton at 5. And then the bottom of the order, JT, who could still bat above average and drive in some runs. JT Realmuto, that is. You put Grisham at 7. You put McMahon either 8 or 9. I mean, you're loaded. Tell me who thinks that offense is not up there with the Dodgers. You're talking about 2 spots where you're questioning, like, how good is Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez at left field? And is Trent Grisham going to really rebound and do the same, not rebound, but do the same thing he did last year? But again, it's an experiment. And it's the bottom end of the lineup. But everything else is pretty much set in stone. It's perfect. You don't have to sit there and be like, oh, who's playing this day today? No, you got your lineup. And then think about this. That's just your offense. That offense can play against anybody on a daily basis. Put them up against the Dodgers, against the Phillies, against the Mets, against the Braves, against the Blue Jays, the Red Sox. And that's the other thing, too. Like, you put Pete Alonso on the Yankees, you're taking Pete Alonso away from a team like the Red Sox. But you have a juggernaut of an offense, and then look at that pitching staff. You might have to trade pitchers this offseason because you have Garrett Cole, Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Luis Heel, Cam Schlittler. Those 5 off the bat. Then what about Will Warren? What about Clark Schmidt when he returns? There is a surplus of starting pitching. The Yankees are loaded. They got to figure out the bullpen. Okay, but that's everybody every year. And there's plenty of arms to go around, trust me. I mean, they could be in on Edwin Diaz. They could be in on Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso. And if they really had the balls, they can go sign Cody Bellinger as well. But now we're talking about them going, that's a pipe dream, right? Like the Seager trade It's money, okay. You're giving up prospects, okay. Maybe you find a way for Texas to hold on to some of that money. Realmuto for 1 year is not going to be too expensive. Alonso may be expensive, okay. But that's worth it. That is a juggernaut of a team. With all that pitching, with all that offense, that is a team that could beat the Dodgers in the World Series. That's all I'm saying. Like, I could try to come up with something like that for the New York Mets. It'd take a lot more work to come up with a juggernaut of a team. It would take a lot more work. And even then, I don't know if I could say that they'd be the best team in the league. And the amount of money they have to pay would be through the roof, too. Like, remember, Cody Bellinger's coming off the books. Right? I know you still have to pay for Stanton, but he's lesser now because the Marlins are paying now a little bit of his contract. Jazz is still reasonable. There's a lot of, and again, I understand that there's a lot of money here between Seager and Pete Alonso. But if you can convince by giving away those three prospects and the Rangers maybe taking some of that money, keeping some of that money for Seager, paying a little bit off, I think that would work out really, really well for the New York Yankees. And it would hurt. Not for nothing. It would kill Mets fans. But it would make the Yankees that much better. And that's the thing is, like, and I saw Cameron Maben, I think it was Cameron Maben who put it out there today on social media, and I appreciated it. He's like, what's all this slander about Pete Alonso? Like, why is everybody sitting there killing Pete Alonso? The guy is a sure thing every year. We talked about Pete Alonso after the 2024 season as, wow, what a decline. What an awful season for Pete Alonso. You can't trust this guy. His numbers are declining. He's not worth real money. He's not worth a big contract. He hit 34 home runs and drove in 88 RBIs and batted .240, which is better than the year before. So, yeah, in a bad year, he did something that, like, Brandon Nimmo would love to hit 34 home runs. He doesn't. Pete Alonso drives in 90 RBIs in his sleep. He was, I think, second in RBIs in the season. Behind, I think Schwarber was the only guy ahead of him. His impact is so much. And I think he led the league. He led the league in doubles. I keep on bringing the double thing up, but it's like when you talk about these guys and you're like, oh, what does Pete Alonso do? I hear a lot of, if he's not hitting a home run, he's getting out, he's striking out, oh, really? It's not that case. It's definitely not the case because he hit 38 home runs this year and he had 41 doubles. He had 80 extra base hits. Like, that's what he had this year. That's not all he does is hit a home run or strike out. There's more to it. And again, all the RBIs he drives in, and you can sit there and RBIs are BS. It's like a win type of thing. But, like, RBIs is the name of the game. Like, drive-in runs. Like, if you want to talk about Pete Alonso versus Juan Soto, for example, Juan Soto had an unbelievable season. Didn't drive in as many RBIs as Pete Alonso. Did he not have as many opportunities, Juan Soto? He did. He had plenty of opportunities to drive in runs, and he just didn't do it. Pete Alonso did. Could be sac flies, could be home runs, could be doubles, whatever. So let's not poo-poo Pete Alonso offensively. And defensively, I'm not even going to start today with my appreciation for Pete Alonso and his defensive skills. You tell me that Pete Alonso was the first base for the Yankees this past season. Anthony Volpe's not getting as many errors as he had. I'll just tell you that right now. 888-808-1019. So your thoughts on Corey Seager, Pete Alonso, and JT Realmuto being your offseason for the New York Yankees, is that enough to make you a juggernaut? I think so. I think those 3 moves alone, and obviously you're going to have to add an arm or maybe 2 add to the bullpen, but maybe not. I mean, listen, you lost Devin Williams. I think most Yankee fans are fine with that. Luke Weaver's gone. I think most Yankee fans are fine with that. You could find cheaper arms, that's for sure. If your only 3 moves this offseason are trading for Corey Seager, JT Realmuto as catcher, and Pete Alonso as first base, those are your 3 moves this offseason. That's it. Just those 3. Is that enough to put the Yankees over the top? I think yes. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 when Joe B takes over. And he tells us about the pain that will be on Sunday when we watch the New York Jets. I always look forward to that. It's always fun. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
The home of the NFL on Westwood One is WFAN. The Bucks and Rams meet up in Hollywood, 8:20 tomorrow night on AM 660.
Right down the middle and good.
Sunday Night Football is on the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey app.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Weird Al Yankovic at UBS Arena on July 11th or at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 12th. From our friends at Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. Accident victims, I understand how an accident can turn your world upside down. You're in pain. You need medical care. You can't work. You're struggling to pay your bills, and you don't have a clue what your rights are. So what do? Call the first law firm that pops up on the internet? Look for the best website? Or say, hey, find me a lawyer? The options are endless, but the answers are simple. Ask around, read reviews, and go with your gut. Great law firms build great reputations. I built D'Agostino & Associates one client at a time by doing the right thing for accident victims just like you. Our clients know my team cares, and we're going to fight to get you every dollar you deserve. So call me today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino Law. Bite back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman and Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman and Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman and Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Oh, he's 2 for 3 today.
I'm 2 for 3. I think, hopefully that doesn't happen again. We'll see what happens.
The Buzzcocks are more like the Ramones, like that type of style. I'm trying to think of some other bands that were. It sounds like English punk rock. Is that the what would you consider the Ramones?
Yeah, probably English punk.
But the Ramones are from New York. So they're not English.
Oh,
but
I thought you were talking about
Buzzcocks, yeah.
The Ramones. I don't know.
It is punk rock, I guess. But they're not really punk rock. They're
described as rock, but
no, they're not rock. I mean, they're rock, but they're a certain style. Listen, the problem is that rock, you can't. It's like the layers of rock are so diverse.
Well, it's a broad term.
Right. Same thing with rap music.
Like pop music.
Yeah, there's so many different layers. So it's like, what type of rock are the Ramones? The Ramones are a certain style of punk. But what level of punk? It depends on your interpretation, I guess.
True. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just. It's kind of I interpret like this as like this kind of music as like a softer rock or like heavy metal rock, like it's like
right.
It's like there's such a distinct there's such a broad term to the word, but like you can narrow it down a little bit.
There's definitely ways. Like listen, and here's the other thing too is just because there's terms for it like that like I'm a huge Deftones fan, they were categorized in that new metal phase. Mm-hmm. They were in that like new metal like genre, but they're not nu metal. Like, if you listen to them, they are not nu metal. They are completely different than nu metal, but they were lumped in with all those nu metal bands. And I don't know if they like that, but regardless, like, that's the point, is like, just because you label it something doesn't mean it's really what we label it as.
True.
Music has so many different legs to it, which is why I love it. 888-808-1019, a little history lesson from the Buzzcocks, if anybody knows who they are. 888-808-1019, Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan for another hour and a half until Joe B takes over. Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Now streaming on Paramount Plus, it's the return of Landman. I've read this one already. Let's do this one. How about this? Sports Talk on WFAN is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And what I'm most excited about Paramount Plus, and I keep on saying it, and I mean it because I am a huge UFC fan, it is happening. It's coming to Paramount Plus. The UFC is coming to Paramount Plus in January. I've heard big things for the first event, so I'm looking forward to that. I cannot wait. And again, the genius of them being on Paramount Plus, where you have to pay, $80 for a pay-per-view event, currently, once they move to Paramount Plus, the pay-per-view is gone. You just got to pay whatever monthly fee it is to watch Paramount Plus, and you got the fights. So let's freaking go. All right, Paul in Yonkers, let's go. Welcome to the Fan.
Good morning. Steve Cohen has a major problem on his hand. His intention was having a $500 million contract for Guerrero of Toronto Blue Jays. He wanted Pete off this team, and he was just letting him go.
Yes.
But Guerrero resigned with Toronto.
Well, hold on, Paul.
So now,
I don't think Steve Cohen wanted Pete Alonso gone.
What? He was not bringing Pete back if he was giving Guerrero $500 million. So now, take $200 million of that, give Pete a 4-year contract, let Pete Alonso and Juan Soto opt out together, let them give us 4 years, and if Steve Cohen can build around two guys that give you 40 homers and 100 RBIs and can't make the playoffs, you could kiss Juan Soto's 15-year contract goodbye, because why would he ever stay with a team that can't even get him in the playoffs? So everything's on Steve Cohen's back now for what he did.
Paul.
Yes.
Are you really talking about Juan Soto leaving for
what?
because he doesn't get Pete Alonso or Flake? You think that they're just going to let this disaster of a season from last year continue to downward spiral? It's not going to happen, dude.
Pete, all I hear right now, all these minor leaguers are still on the field. He hasn't made a move yet. I'm hearing about the 3 minor league pitchers.
Who has made a deal?
I understand. I'm just staying where I am right now.
I know. You're frustrated. I get it. Paul,
I mean,
can I tell you, Paul, Paul, hold on. Hold on. Just breathe with me here.
Sir.
Just take a minute and breathe.
Okay, go ahead.
I love you. You are a great Met fan. I've heard you on the air all week with BT and Sal, I think you called it to Boomer and Gio.
I did.
Yeah, I think you even got on to Evan and Tiki as well. And dude, you're awesome. You're passionate. You're like me. I am very passionate about the Mets. But no matter how much I think the Mets are going to screw up, and David Stearns is going to screw up, because Pete Alonso is not a David Stearns guy. I mean, you and I can both agree that. David Stearns, if you want someone to say they don't want Pete Alonso, it's David Stearns. It's not Steve Cohen. Steve Cohen is the reason why Pete Alonso came back last year. He's the reason he sat down with Pete and basically, David Stearns and Scott Boras were there in the conversation, but it was basically Pete Alonso and Steve Cohen one-on-one talking and basically saying, what do we have to do to get this thing done? Steve Cohen wants Pete Alonso. The problem is David Stearns is the smartest man in all of baseball, and doesn't value the same things that you and I do. So, yes, you're right. Maybe they did want Vlad Guerrero Jr. That backfired. But Pete Alonso is now the best bet to take over at first base, or the best player available to stay at first base for the New York Mets. He'll continue his home run record. He'll just continue to put up 30-plus home runs for whatever team he plays for. He may not play the best defense in the world, but it's not awful like everyone else makes it out to be. He is an amazing ball player. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's going to hit 500 home runs. The guy is going to be one of the best power hitters in all of baseball. And the Mets are not going to re-sign him. Not because Steve Cohen, but because David Stearns is the smartest man in the room. That's why, Paul.
Steve Cohen owns the team. So anything that goes by him, he allows to happen. So if he wants to sign Pete, Stern has nothing to say about it. And that's the way this should be. This should be where Stern dominates and says, I got to do what I got to do here. And then you could run around and do what you have to do. But I have to sign him because of the damage that I did last year. His damage that Stern did last year was after he signed Juan Soto, he thought he was done. He didn't want to play no more. He made this guy run around and give him pitches that weren't too good, left the minor leaguers on third base. His catcher in July went down to the minors. They brought him back to play. And then when we fought for the playoffs, there were 6 minor leaguers on the field. And that's why we didn't make the playoff. He can't do it again.
Yeah, Paul, there was yes. I will tell you this, and thank you so much for the phone call. This is why when I talk about like the Yankees, situation, you have an opportunity to have a star-studded stacked lineup with the Yankees, and only really have one position where you're kind of questioning it, like saying, I have a guy, whether it's Dominguez or Spencer Jones playing left field, and we don't really know what he's going to be. But everything else is pretty much set. You know what you're going to get. And Paul's right and accurate with that. There was too much guessing of, well, let's try Mauricio today at third base. Well, that didn't work out. How about Beatty? How about Vientos? Well, Vientos has been terrible. How about Beatty again? And they love going back to Beatty and now they figured out Beatty. He had a good month. So now everyone's like, oh, Brett Beatty's definitely here now. Now it's Brett Beatty. Brett Beatty's the best. But I'll remind you that Vientos in 2024, hit 27 home runs, batted 270-something. He had a phenomenal year. And then basically the playoffs was the man. So I don't think he just forgot how to hit. I think he just had a really bad season. Maybe Brett Beatty just had a really good month. There's a lot of things to think about and to take into place. Like, I don't just go year by year with guys saying, oh, well, this was a great year that they had, so now that's the guy. Let's pack them together a little bit. Like, yes, we another junior called in and talked about Luis Robert Jr., at center field. He's had one season of a really good season. But what else has he done? Give me the other seasons where Luis Robert Jr. was off the charts. You go through Luis Robert Jr., 2020, I don't count. We'll just evaporate that. But that's when he came up. He was 22 years old. He came in second place in the Rookie of the Year. But other than that, 21 to 25, he's played 5 years. He had, 1 year where he was unbelievable. That was in 23. That's it. 38 home runs, 80 RBIs, 36 doubles, he batted .264, and 857 OPS. Yes, in 2021, his batting average and OPS was high. He also only played 68 games. The other seasons, very minimal. Again, he doesn't even play a full season. You're talking about a guy. Listen, Corey Seager let me put it this way. Corey Seager, a guy that everyone's like, oh, well, you can't trade for him. He only plays 100, maybe 120 games in a season. Corey Seager, in 100 games last year, put up better numbers. He put up a season's worth of numbers compared to Luis Robert Jr. in the 110 games that he played. And again, this is not about Luis Robert Jr., Corey Seager, but my point is this, is that like you can go up and down and try to sell me on Luis Robert, but like the one season is the outlier of, yeah, he was great that year, but that's it. Yes, you've done it once, but you've played in the league for 6 years or 5.5 years. There's no consistency. There's nothing that says you're going to be able to bounce back and do that again. You've only done it once. Same thing where, like Pete Alonso, yes, his stats went down a little bit in 2024. They really weren't even that terrible. They were just not great. But if you go through the rest of his career, he's always been great as a power-hitting first baseman. Yes, sometimes the batting average goes down. Sometimes the OPS isn't as high as you want it to be. Sometimes he doesn't drive in as many RBIs as you want. But he consistently puts up power numbers and good offensive numbers that is like, you're going to put the 1 year that you didn't like and try to sell yourself on. That's why he's not good. That's why he's not good. And he's going to be 31 going into the season. You know, I've heard Pete Alonso's been 30 years old for the past 5 years. He walked into opening day last year in 2025 as the first game he's ever played at 30 years old. But I've been told that Pete Alonso is on the wrong side of 30 for the past 3 years. Doesn't make any sense. Michael, as they say in the trade. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break, get back to your phone calls. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Mike Castro looked the part. He was aggressive. Sure. He basically, I don't want to say threw caution to the wind. I thought everything that he did was right, and I felt like they were a little bit more aggressive on defense.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Well, think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes and celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists. Station station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Eight 1019 Pete off with you on the Fan for another hour and change until Joe B takes over, sips a cup of coffee, and tells you all his woes. 888-808-1019. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Mike in Brooklyn. What up, Mikey?
Rock and roll high school.
There you go.
You know where they came from, the Ramones? You know where they were
Queens.
originally from?
Queens.
Yeah, you're right. Look at you. Forest Hills, big boy.
There we go.
Forest Hills.
Yeah, I don't know why I feel like they're like it's what would you call maybe I'm blanking on the name. Obviously it's punk rock, but like what is the version of punk rock?
Dude, I don't know the difference between.
Mike, you know everything. What are you talking about? You climb up hills. You're an adventurer.
You guys all day. Yeah, adventure. Yeah, a real adventure. I walk up the hill and get the Crestwood over there. That's my adventures. Listen. So, did you hear? Well, first of all, happy Thanksgiving to you and the family. Because probably I won't talk to you before then. Well, text you, whatever. But I just want to wish everybody happy Thanksgiving.
Well, thank you. You too, Mikey. You got a nice family,
Thanks.
so enjoy them.
Thanks. So do you, my man. And
well, they're all right.
You hear? Yeah, they're all right. You hear? what do you call it? Sydney Sweeney, shout out to you on Colbert today. He goes, yeah, my grappling king and MMA champion Hoffman.
Yeah. Well, she should be thanking me. I gave her a lot of plugs. I gave her a lot of hype. Now the movie didn't do that great, but it's not my fault.
Well, yeah. First of all, what do you call it? I'm still like, listen, more. Let me say politically correct, as my son would say. I'm more into the ethnic ladies, but Sydney Sweeney is not like a top 10 to me. You know what I mean?
Oh my!
You think she's a top 10? Yes.
I mean, you're going to get me in trouble here, Mike. I'm a married man. I'm a happily married man. But if I had to do ratings, if you had to twist my arm and give me ratings, Sydney Sweeney is awesome. Like, listen, here's the thing about Sydney Sweeney. When we talk about...
It seems out there.
And we're just talking about looks... Yeah, are you going to sit there and it depends on what type of outfit she's wearing, like the type of jeans she's wearing. But no, honestly, it's a lot of it's based off the personality and the feel too. Like when she was on with BT and Sal, like she was awesome. I was talking to her off the air before she went on, asking her a couple questions, just to kind of get a feel for something. And like she was just down to earth. And I gotta be honest with you, that there's a lot of brownie points with that, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, yeah. She was like that today too. She said the same thing about the grandma's house thing, or living next to the grandma again.
Yeah, no, I believe it. Now, here's the thing: is if I'm going to say they're like top 10, and you're going to try to nitpick everything and kind of go through who's the best of the best right now, is she a top 10 visually? I mean, I think there's certain features of hers that are definitely top 10 worthy for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And that is the PC version of saying she's really, really freaking smoking hot. What?
Okay. I said that, like I said, more into the ethnic ladies, but okay, I'll give it to you. Listen, we'll talk a couple Yankee points real quick. First of all these guys, even like Keith, when he jams this into everybody's 27 who cares? He was alive for maybe 5 of them and probably remembers 2 of them. He's 30 years old, and they haven't won in 16 years. Like, my dad's 80 and only saw probably 80% of their win. So,
yeah. Well, my kids use that trick, too, but the problem is they've seen none of them. So
none. That's what I'm saying.
27. You've seen how many playoff wins have you seen? Not many.
Yeah, it drives me crazy. The second thing is, as far as Yankees, I was talking with Eric from Ronconk, and I was listening to before, and I texted you about with your boy Sal. They're both on the same page that they would not trade Schlittler for Skeens. They're both nuts. It's not the same as it's not the same as the Mets. They have Rodon, Cole, and Fried. So 3 complete studs. Once Cole is back, and Rodon is hit or miss with some starts, but overall he's decent. The Mets have nobody. Okay, so if you can give up, plus they have Heel, they have Schmidt when he comes back, they have all these other guys. You put Skeens in that rotation with those 3, and of course you give up Schlittler. First of all, Schlittler, I'm not a, and I've always been like this, I'm not a Vientos fan after 3, half a year or even
Mike, I am 100% on board with that. Like that, to me, you're overvaluing them and saying, like, it's good to overvalue them, but like that's where you sell high.
Of course. And so like McLean, right? I would let Al. He's an ace. He pitched 8 games. He's not an ace yet. Let him pitch a year and a half, 2 years. Then you can say if he's an ace or not. At this point, if you told me, okay, tomorrow you can get, and he's going to sign Skubal or Skeens, McLean is gone. In my book, but
and here's the thing is, Mike, and I agree with you on that too. And I had this conversation with BT and Sal when they're like, "Who would you give up for Skubal?" And they gave me a package of like Jonah Tong, Brandon Sproat, Jet Williams, and Ronnie Mauricio. And I said, "Are you signing Skubal?" And it's like, "No, it's just a 1-year rental." I said, "No." And they go, "What are you? You can't do that. You have to take it." I go, "I don't have to do crap. No. I'm not doing anything." Yeah. Like, tell Skubal I'll give him all the money in the world, and we keep your ass. I'm not giving away a lot of players for somebody, and I'm not saying a lot. I mean an actual lot of players. Like, I'm not doing that for a year rental, and he's going to go somewhere else. No, I'm going to tell you, listen, I'm going to give you $400 million. You're not going to go to free agency. Deal? Okay, fine. Let's go. You're not getting it anywhere else. I mean, Juan Soto was somebody who, he took a risk, turned down $450 million or $500 million from the Nationals, and made an additional $300 million or $400 million, basically. But here's the difference. That's a big difference of money, right? We're talking about a ton of money. If you're telling me, Scooble, we're going to offer you $400 million, I don't think anybody's going to go and why? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. So that's the reality of it. So I'm on your side, but here's the thing: here's the difference.
Yeah,
where you're telling me like I don't want to trade McLean. I do like him, but you're right.
I want him, but I would trade him for those two guys. I wouldn't trade him for Joe Schmo or like Emanado or somebody like that. I wouldn't trade him for, but but for this guy I would. But I don't know. It's crazy. I mean, then like what was the guy's last name? What was the guy who called before Paul? Like, listen, it's the old adage with Alonso. It's the old adage with this whole core that I don't believe of this Mets guys, right? You could win with them. You could lose with them or you could lose without them. It's the old Ralph kind of adage, right? So if you pay Pete and you win 83 games or you just back into the playoffs like you did the year before, right? If you take out that 101 win season, they're a 500 team. You got to do something different with this team. If you're spending all this money and you have to get pitching, I don't care what any of these guys say. I don't care what Stern says. You got to get pitching.
Mike,
I don't understand.
Mike, that was David Stern's biggest bugaboo the entire season. And I know BT says it all the time, and you can't disagree with it. Like, you bring up Nolan McLean, 3 weeks earlier, maybe he gets one more win that maybe somebody else wouldn't have gotten. That puts you in the playoffs.
You had a real ace, and they don't have. Maybe an ace stops all those the 3 or 4.
No, that part you're not wrong with. But here's the other thing too: is they made a trade. They made trades for bullpen arms that legitimately lost them games. Like Ryan Helsley was traded for, and he blew games for them. Trevor Rogers blew games for them.
But you and I both said the day, I think I called you the day of, if not the day after the Helsley trade. And the guy had a 1.5 whip. That's not what the Mets needed.
Right.
So
right. We talked about going, hey, Ryan Helsley, just a warning here. He's walking into the Mets with a whip of 1.39. That means he gets people get on base. That's a thing, dude.
Yeah.
And it backfired.
So why didn't you get Whitty?
Oh, so
maybe you get
Duran. Mike, it's your fault.
Get Duran.
It's your fault.
My fault.
Yes, you're the one who brought it up. You're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, because he sucks. Yeah, I know. I was just honest that he sucks. We got another misfit toy in the bullpen. Oh, that's surprising.
It's funny. They go through. We went through all like the free agencies relief pitchers on one of the latest Rico Brognas, and like the one guy that's definitely not going to be coming back. Definitely not going to go to the Mets this season. Is Ryan Helsley. Like, that is official. Like, Devin Williams, maybe. We're talking about, obviously, Edwin Diaz coming back, but Devin Williams, maybe bringing back Tyler Rogers, bringing back all these guys. But the one person who is definitely not a Met in 2026, Ryan Helsley.
But then look. Now we have instead of Mullins and the other loser, now we have Bay in center field, batting .057. Like, I don't understand this. I literally do. How do you put together this? We're paying $500 million with taxes and stuff. How do you put together this team? Is it me? Am I wrong? I don't understand.
Well, clearly you are, Mike. I mean, clearly you don't have the GM job, so clearly you're wrong. I mean, listen.
I should have that. I think I should. Dude, I would call up Stevie Boy, and I'll give him moves, and for like 2 years, I'll give him the moves, better moves. I wouldn't even. He doesn't have to pay me anything.
He doesn't have to pay anything. Just give me a ring when you win the World Series. But Mike and dude, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drop you. I apologize. My finger got too close to the button. Sorry. Happy Thanksgiving there, Mike. But here's the thing, okay? You made a point about Tyrone Taylor making like $5 million with the taxes and stuff like that. And think about Grisham last year. Grisham made, I think Grisham made $5 million, if I'm not wrong. He wasn't that expensive at all. let me look at his Spotrac. But Tyrone Taylor compared to Trent Grisham last year, two different people. Two completely different levels of players, right? Trent Grisham had last year, Trent Grisham made $5.5 million. $5.5 million Trent Grisham made. Taylor's going to make 3.8, but with taxes, it's going to go through the roof a little bit. I mean, but it's still not going to be crazy expensive. But the point is like Taylor's going to come nowhere close to what Trent Grisham gave the Yankees last year in center field. It's not even going to come close. He's legitimately going to be a fourth or fifth outfielder. You know, and they're talking about Carson Bench coming up for the Mets. It's like, so he's going to be pushed aside once he comes up. You have David Stearns, who legitimately loves a certain style of player. It's a run prevention type of player, quote unquote, run prevention, which means not good at offense. Run prevention type of player, and those players are cheaper. That's what it comes down to. I mean, it's actually frustrating to think about his focus is run prevention and not scoring runs. The Mets have been a run preventing team for years now, for like decades. We've gotten that. The run prevention is why Jacob deGrom won 2 Cy Youngs and had 12 wins each year because they couldn't score for him. I mean, we got the run prevention part down. Put up runs. 888-808-1019. There's one more hour, 2 hours down, one more to go. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN. But when we come back, we'll do more. Whatever you want to talk about, Mets, Yankees, hot stove. We could talk about the Knicks. We could talk about the Rangers. A little bit more football as well. Giants, Jets coming up on the Fan. But first, let's get an update. Marco Belletti.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Giants once again in the hands of Jameis Winston Sunday as Jackson Dart ruled out as he remains in concussion protocol.
My only concern was just making sure Jackson's healthy and right. And again, we have a lot of trust in the doctors. We have a lot of trust in that process, going through the concussion process. I know myself, I've had a couple concussions over the course of my career. And, you just want to feel comfortable and good. And so I think having that trust and understand that everyone's just looking out for your best interest is important.
That's interim head coach Mike Kafka. Yankees said goodbye to some important relievers at different points in the last few years. Non-tendering Mark Leiter Jr., Ian Hamilton, Jake Cousins, and Scott F. Ross. Meanwhile, the Nets, a surprising effort in NBA Cup play.
Porter Jr. backing up for a long 2 and swishes it home, and that could be the dagger as Porter now has 30, and the Nets lead at 110-98.
33 points in all for Michael Porter Jr. Nick Claxton a triple-double, 18 points, 11 rebounds, 12 assists as the Nets shocked the Celtics 113-105. The legend Bob Huesler with the call right here on the Fan, and Rutgers unbeaten no more fell to Central Connecticut 67-54. 48 degrees at Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
It's the Pete Hoffman Show on WFAN. One more hour to go. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan until 5 a.m. 888-808-1019.
You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN, and that's where you get all the ridiculous posts of whether it's WFAN dailies, whether it's my musical interest, whatever it is, my stupid sayings. Like, they were giving me crap this week that I said the term butt load, not boatload. And I just want to educate people. And it was in reference to giving up a ton of players for one player. And I said, I wouldn't give up a buttload of players for a rental unless I knew that I was signing that player, that said player. And they said it's a boatload, not a buttload. And I said, no, it is a buttload. It's bigger than a boatload. It's a buttload. And now, funny enough, I looked up buttload. And they're actually, Jack, why don't you look up buttload and look up the definition of buttload? Buttload. And tell me what you find.
So, a buttload is both a vulgar slang term for a
Let's ignore that part. Right. But what's the other one?
Is a large quantity in
large quantity of what? Yeah.
Large quantity and a historical unit of liquid measurement equivalent to about 126 gallons.
Okay.
Originated from
Okay, so I am not that far off with a buttload.
Yeah, as slang, a buttload is used informally to mean a very large amount of something, such as a buttload of money.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're not wrong. I've heard that. I've heard buttload before.
For everybody out there, because I got told by BT and Sal, and then I had Lou Gower come up to me and like, hey, we're going to use your buttload stuff. But I don't think you're wrong on this. I'm on your side. I would use it too. But there actually is a buttload, and we're not talking about the ass cheeks. We're talking about the buttload of an actual, I'm not being vulgar here, there is actual buttload.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an actual, like, slang term. Like, I mean, when you said it's boatload, not buttload, I'm like, pretty sure I've heard other people say a buttload of something.
Yes.
I've heard that before.
That's actually what I use. I've never used boatload. I just go buttload.
I've heard people use both. I think I've said buttload a couple times before, I'm sure.
I'm sure you have, my friend. Yeah. I think we all have.
I think we all have.
Yes. And that's okay. And I'm just saying, I'm bringing it back. Buttload is coming back.
Oh, yeah.
Now, on that note, let's get back to the football talk. 888-808-1019. And the cut that Marco Belletti just played in regards to Mike Kafka discussing, the health of Jackson Dart. And that's kind of what I'm here for right now. Like, that's how I started off the show. That is what I want to hear from everybody in the New York Giants. That we're protecting Jackson Dart from himself. And it's not like we're concerned he's going to go out and do something stupid. It's more or less, why risk it? There's no need to rush Jackson Dart back on the field. And yeah, he's playing the Detroit Lions team. They just got embarrassed last week. They're looking for revenge. They're going to take it out on Jackson Dart. Now, I'm not saying it's right for them to go and throw Jameis Winston to the Wolves. I'm not saying that. But at least you're going out there knowing that Jackson Dart is going to be safe for another week. And you're going to be able to learn. And here's the thing is, it's also him being on the bench. He's learning something by doing that. No? Like, that's the whole reason why when everyone was talking about in the beginning of the season, what's the point of having 3 quarterbacks on this team? What's the point of having Jackson Dart along with Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson? That doesn't make any sense. It's one or the other. Don't have both here. Well, I'll give you a few reasons why. First of all, the locker room, even in a frustrating season, is better with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston around because both of those quarterbacks are positive people, off the field. They are just genuinely positive. You talk about Jameis Winston, you see what he does and what he adds, social media content in a media room, whatever the case is. He is fun and uplifting. Russell Wilson is kind of the same thing too. And Jackson Dart, to have those two guys that are positive around him the entire season is a really good thing. Okay, it really is. And then on top of it, fact that he can visually learn this week and look and watch what Jameis Winston is doing on the field is always a good thing. Like, that's what he did with Russell Wilson. Of course he wanted to get in and play. But the fact that he saw Russell Wilson do certain things, maybe he took a little friendly advice from somebody while they're on the... Because now you not only you watching Russell Wilson, a veteran quarterback, but you have Jameis Winston talking to you as you're on the bench, watching Russell Wilson, whether it's make a throw, make a bad throw, make a good throw, what was he seeing, all that stuff he's watching and hearing and picking up the game. Like... There's a lot of assets to this. NFL's no joke. We talk about this all the time. Like, bringing in a young kid, you throw him to the Wolves, it's not that easy. Yes, Jackson Dart did make it look easy because he's so talented. But that kid studies his ass off. And to have those guys around him, helping him, guide him, it's all for the better. So that's why I'm happy to know that Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson are here the rest of the season. Like, they didn't trade either of them. They're not going to cut them unless like one of them is like, hey, listen, there's an injury over there in Pittsburgh or San Francisco or somewhere like on a potential playoff team, and if you let me go, I can maybe hop on with them and help them out and get one more playoff run. Okay, that's a respect thing. That's a different thing we're talking about here. That's a, hey, you know what? You did right by us this season. You helped us out with Jackson Dart. We'll do a nice thing. Try to get on with them. Try to make it with them. Okay, that's fine. But otherwise, there's no reason to cut these guys. They're more valuable. They're an additional coach. You're spending a lot of money, sure, on those two players. Not even a lot of money, actually, to be honest with you. You're not spending a lot of money on Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. But you're spending money on additional coaches, basically. That's what you're doing. If you ask Jackson Dart to hear how he is with these two quarterbacks around him, I guarantee you that he'll tell you how wonderful it is to be in a room with the two of those guys, listening to them talk, what they come up with, how they could, come up with ideas about plays and whatnot. I'm guaranteeing it. It's an asset. And listen, I know I said, you throw Jameis Winston out there to a pack of wolves with the Lions after they kind of got embarrassed by the Packers last week. This is not the Buffalo Bills going up against Mike White a few years ago when Zach Wilson could have probably played, but they wanted to just give him one more week of rest because they knew that the Buffalo Bills, I think they lost 9-6 to the Jaguars. And their next opponent was the Jets. And you just knew that they were going to get eaten up and spit out. And that's what everyone's talking about with the Detroit Lions here, is that they are just going to steamroll the Giants. I, on the other hand, am thinking it's going to be a little bit not as bad as that as we think. You never know what could happen with Jameis Winston. We talk about it. We talked about it all the time. We talked about it last week. Jameis Winston's one of these, for all the good he does have bad parts to his game. You never know when that last interception, by the way, the only interception of the game, even though he should have thrown others, the one interception he did throw, you could blame on Jalen Hyatt for running the wrong route, But Jameis Winston has the opportunity to put up big numbers because that's what he does. Jameis Winston is that quarterback that just wants to throw the ball, air it out, find the open guy. And excuse me, I said the Packers. It was the Eagles last week that the Lions lost to 16-9. But Jameis Winston always has that opportunity whenever he steps on the field and to be the quarterback. He always has the opportunity to put up big numbers. Always has the opportunity to just air that ball out find a wide receiver. And listen, he was connected with Theo Johnson. He was finding Wan'Dale Robinson. He was finding, was it Slayton's return last week? I can't remember. No, I think Slayton was that.
Isaiah Hodgins.
Hodgins, that's who it was. Isaiah Hodgins, thank you. Thank you for the reminder on that one. Hodgins had a great game. Hodgins had a fantastic return to the New York Giants. So, I mean, you talk about the fact that there is a connection there. You'd like to see him figure out and work with Hyatt. I mean, what else is he doing here? You know, you talk about one of the bigger questions of the entire season for the New York Giants is, what is Jalen Hyatt doing here? At this point in time, I don't know. They were so hell-bent on keeping him. They got rid of Lil Jordan Humphreys, who was someone who was, had some moments this season. I still don't understand. Like, are they waiting to just unleash Hyatt like the last couple games of the season? Like, I don't understand what they're doing. This reminds me of Daniel Vogelbach with the Mets. Like, they just kept him around as long as possible because, like, it's going to happen. You're going to see it. Daniel Vogelbach's going to work out here. It's going to happen. And it's just like, okay, it's not going to happen, but thanks for trying. That's Jalen Hyatt. And it's weird because he has moments. You know he's got speed, but there's just something that they cannot crack through. And it's got to be in practice because he doesn't see enough snaps in the game. And that's why it's so confusing. You keep him as depth, but you don't use him. You know, now he's had the opportunity for special teams. Same thing with Deontay Banks, has opportunities for special teams. Okay, that's something at the very least. You're using him somewhere. But what else are we doing? But that's where we're at right now. And again, I am perfectly fine Jackson Dart sitting another week. And I know people are like, oh, but that's what I was looking forward to. What else is there to watch? See if Mike Kafka can find a way to give this Giants an opportunity to win a game again. You know, everyone's telling you that the Lions are going to completely just eat up and spit out the Giants this week. Can Kafka prevent that from happening? You know, that's part of coaching, right? Keep your team in the game and keep them as long as possible. Like Brian Dable did a good job of that. You may hate the outcomes. You may hate the losses. You may hate the blown leads. But he had the leads. He had the Giants on top in a lot of games. Especially this season. Unlike the previous years where it just felt like they were, the kickoff would happen, like, all right, how much are they going to lose by today? And never really be in games. This year, they were in every game. It felt like they had a lead in every game. The offense is scoring touchdowns every first quarter now. How many years was it like the Giants haven't scored a touchdown in 30 first quarters? Like, it's just like it felt like every game would be the Giants wouldn't put up a touchdown or put up offense until like the third or fourth quarter. Think about was it last year or 2 years ago when they went to Arizona? I think it was last year where they went to Arizona and Daniel Jones had a comeback win in Arizona. Actually, 2 years ago. So Daniel Jones had a comeback win in Arizona, and they put up all their points in like the third and fourth quarter. Because that was the Giants. They wouldn't score for the first half. Maybe they put up a field goal. Maybe. And now you have an offense that every time they take the ball in the beginning of the game, they usually find the end zone. They usually get a touchdown in their first drive. And if not the first drive, sometime in the first quarter. Consistently. So, like, that's what you can look forward to is, can Mike Kafka find a way to get this Giant team to stay in this game and keep it close. Because that was something Brian Dable was able to do. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. About 40 more minutes to go up until Joe B. Whatever you want to talk about, we could talk about it. We could talk about the Islanders being on fire. We could talk about the Rangers still not being able to win at home. Like, I don't understand what's going on with that. We could talk about the Knicks. We could talk about the Nets. The Nets won, what's this tournament thing? I always forget what the tournament's called, but the Nets won a tournament game versus Celtics. You imagine that? The Nets win they win single-digit wins this season, but all of their wins come in the tournament, and they win the trophy of the tournament. What do you get out of the trophy again? I forget what you get for that tournament. I got to look that up. But just imagine that, the Brooklyn Nets, they beat the Celtics. I think they're 1-1 in tournament play. I know they lost the first game, tournament play. But that would be great. The Nets, 3-12 right now, 3 wins on the season, group stage. They're 1-1. Do they have another one tomorrow? They have another game tomorrow versus the Raptors, but I don't know. Oh, and then they play the Knicks on Monday. How about that? A lot of games. But you imagine the Nets win the NBA Cup with only getting single-digit wins. It's possible. Nets group stage. That would be something. And that would be Nets. That would be the Brooklyn Nets. All right, 888-808-1019. We'll come back with more of your phone calls. Everything is on the docket. Whatever you want to talk about. Jets, Giants, Mets, Yankees. More hot stove talk we'll come up with as there were some moves, some small moves, some trades. The Edwin Diaz market, has that been made? Well, there's one guy at least off the list in the bullpen. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Pete Alonso's market as well. 888-808-1019 is Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5. Hit me up on social media at Hoff WFAN.
The Giants are heading to the Motor City, taking on the Lions. 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Giants rally to the ball and knock them short.
Bob Papa and Carl Banks call every play on the home of the New York Football Giants. WFAN, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Leonard Skinner at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 26th or at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on August 21st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA-certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City, or at hlgross.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys. 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
At 5 a.m. Now, listen, I did a little research on this group stage stuff. I'm not a NBA Cup guy. I'm not going to lie. I don't think many people are. I think it's kind of stupid. The fact that the Lakers put up a banner saying that they were the NBA Cup champions is a little stupid to me, but good for them. So, the research I've done, it is going to be very difficult for the Nets to make it to the quarterfinals or the next stage, I guess, in the NBA Cup. What they're going to have is a lot of teams lose. They are currently right now 1-2. There's 3 groups per conference. There's an East Conference and a West Conference. And there's 5 teams per group in each conference. So there's total 15 teams. Obviously, it's the NBA. So there's 30 teams in total. But they take the best winner from each group. So right now the Bucks are 2-0 in Group C in the East. The Pistons and the Magic are both 2-0 in Group B. They're going to have to take one of those teams. And the Raptors are 3-0. They seem to be a lock at the moment with being the only 3-0 team in the group. So you get those top teams and then the next second place team, the best team that isn't a top leader in their group, but the second place, I guess, runner-up with the best record, they go. So it's 4 in total, 4 from the East and 4 from the West. The Nets are 1-2. The Pistons and Magic, they are 2-0 currently. So they haven't played their next group stage games. I guess there is a chance that both the Pistons and Magic lose the next 2, and the Nets win their last group stage, which they could win. They're playing the 76ers, who are 0-2 in the group stage. This is all group stage. It's not even this is not actually the real standings in the NBA. This is the group stage stuff. This is the fun tournament that they've created up that we could all buy into. I'm just trying to think of something stupid like, hey, the Nets are so bad. They have 3 wins on the season, but it would be amazing if they could win the NBA Cup and still finish with less than 10 wins. They technically could. Unfortunately, they're 1-2. It's going to take a lot for them to win their group. They could technically do it. They'd probably need to outscore the 76ers by like 50 points, and they would need the Pistons and Magic to lose the next 2 games for them to do it. The next 2 group games, I should say, to do it. But that would be amazing. I would love to see that happen. The Nets that are so bad, find a way to win the NBA Cup. Sometimes, to me, it's the little things in life. Sometimes, it's the, can we get a curveball that no one expected? That's why I always root for, like, the underdog. That's why I always root for, like, crazy and outrageous, like, World Series. I was rooting for anybody but the Dodgers to go to the World Series. I was rooting for a Brewers-Mariners World Series. Who cares? Like, I don't care how many people watch the World Series. Now, on the other hand, the Blue Jays versus the Dodgers going to a Game 7, it was an amazing World Series, and a ton of people watched it. So, yeah, did we get the best result? Well, to some people, the best result would be the Yankees winning a World Series. So, no, we didn't get the best result. But the next best result, well, the Mets didn't win the World Series either, so that didn't work. And neither the Mets or Yankees went. So the third and the fourth best results didn't happen either. But the fifth best result was Dodgers-Blue Jays. And that worked out pretty well. But I, in the end of the day, to screw with everybody, would have much rather had the Brewers versus the Mariners. But that's self-interest. That's also, I would love to see teams that have never won win. Like, I'm very weird with that. Like, I'd rather see, and I know that some people like the villain. Some people think that, like, the Dodgers are good for the sport because they are the team that everyone's starting to hate now. The Yankees were like that for a long time. I mean, listen, the Yankees of the late 90s, early 2000s, people either loved them or hated them. And Bo Nickel said it over the weekend at UFC 322, and I think I've heard Stephen A. say this before as well. It's not the people that love me or hate me that I'm concerned about. It's the people that don't care. So love me, hate me, that's all good. I want you, it's the people that don't know me or don't have any feelings towards me. Those are the people that I want to attack. Not attack, but want to go after. I want to change their mind. And the Yankees, I think people have a love or hate relationship with them. I don't think people ever look at the Yankees and go, I don't care about the Yankees. No. Like, I'll say that. I say I don't care about the Yankees when it's a, hey, if you're playing in the World Series, do you have to beat the Yankees to feel like you've actually, like, passed them or be the top team? No, I don't care who the Mets play in the World Series and win against. Like, I mean, they could play against, my kid's 9U travel team and we're in a World Series. I'm happy with that. Just win a World Series. Please. I beg you. Get there and win. Whatever it takes. So, yeah, I like the oddball moments in sports. Like this year, for example, in the NFL, is it typical that we're going to see, like I keep on hearing now all of a sudden, the Chiefs are going to be the team to beat. They're 5-5. Right? They're not a juggernaut of a team, but they're the team to beat. Why are they the team to beat? Because they always find a way to win in the end. Of course, they've been in the Super Bowl a lot recently, so they've had success. Of course you're going to keep on saying that. That same thing with the New England Patriots for all those years with Tom Brady. But I'd much rather, and Jack, I don't know if you care about this, but I'd much rather have a Super Bowl of the Seattle Seahawks versus the Indianapolis Colts. Like, that would make my day. And I think, so obviously locally here, well, mind you, you'd have the Indianapolis Colts fans who would be ecstatic. Yeah, the Seattle Seahawks fans who'd be ecstatic. But then you'd have the Giants and Jets fans here who would be reactive because those were our quarterbacks. Between Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones, those are our quarterbacks. That would be incredible, no?
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting because then we could, like, as New York fans, be like, "Wow, we let those quarterbacks go," and be like, "Oh, well, you know, they left New York and had all this success, and they leave, and you know, they thought, oh, these quarterbacks are bad. We're screaming and yelling to get them out of here. They're gone, and now they're competing for a Super Bowl." Yeah, it's a little different, but yeah, I do agree that, like,
and this is why, by the way, you know, this is what's so frustrating. Is that the Jets and the Giants are trying to, since Eli Manning, the Giants have been trying to find a quarterback, right? We got one with Jackson Dart, so that looks good. The Jets are still trying to find one since Joe Namath. I mean, you go up and down. I mean, Chad Pennington had his moments. You had, Neil O'Donnell, I guess, or, throw in any, Testaverde. You had some moments here or there. Mark Sanchez had a couple moments, but it's always like you gravitate towards these young players and you just throw them in because you have to. And I understand the philosophy. Don't get me wrong. I hate the philosophy of just keep on drafting a top-level quarterback. You'll eventually hit on one. Well, reminder, there's two teams that consistently bring in top quarterbacks and don't hit on any of them. And even when they do hit, they don't hit on them. I mean, the Browns and the Jets constantly. Look at Baker Mayfield. They hit on Baker Mayfield, but they didn't hit on him while he was with the Browns. The Jets hit on Sam Darnold. They didn't hit on him while they had him, because Adam Gase was a terrible head coach. And Robert Saleh came in with Joe Douglas, and they basically said, we're going to move on from Sam Darnold because we're going to find our next guy, because we believe we know the quarterback. Nobody knows jack. Did you realize that? Does anybody actually realize all of these NFL gurus, all the guys that constantly sell you on what they know, what they don't know, or what all the analytics, everything, they know absolutely nothing, because they're going to sell you on what they want to sell you. They're going to sell you on what somebody else is trying to get them to sell you on. They're going to do. There's so many different things going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, that we never hear about. And that's why they commit to making certain guys go number one and all this other stuff. And in the end, like Cam Ward, how's he doing? How's Cam Ward doing as a starting quarterback this year? Jamarcus Russell, anybody? I mean, is that a possibility? That is what's wrong with the NFL. You keep on bringing in, short stints with coaches. They're all throwing Hail Marys to find their quarterback, to find someone to save their ass, and it all backfires. I mean, look at every single head coach in the NFL. And the ones that last long are the ones that find the quarterback. The ones that last the shortest, the ones that have no quarterback. It's really what it comes down to. There's no middle ground. There's this guy's a really good coach. We just need to find the quarterback for him. Can we do that? Can we wait long enough to get this guy an actual quarterback? Can we find the right quarterback for him? Or, this quarterback is good enough. We need to find the coach for this quarterback. And again, you go through Sam Darnold, for example. Adam Gase, was terrible. Sam Darnold had no chance in New York. Once, like I said, once Saleh and Douglas got here, they were passing on Sam Darnold. Was he that bad? He ran into some bad luck. He definitely ran into some bad luck. The offensive line was pretty crappy. Allowed him to see some ghosts. Okay, fine. But he wasn't that terrible. Daniel Jones wasn't that terrible. But every year, Andrew Thomas would get hurt, which would cause major problems to the offensive line. It's sometimes it's just so stupid. Sports are just so dumb. And that's how the cookie crumbles, as they say. 888-808-1019. We'll wrap up. Coming up next, we'll wrap up with your phone calls, whatever you want to talk about. 888-808-1019. 20 minutes to go, and then Joe B takes over. It's Pete Hoffman with you on WFAN. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Brian Burns, who up until yesterday, because of Myles Garrett's prolific sack totals he's going to put up this season, was leading the league in sacks. Brian Burns has been fantastic. Dex actually in the earlies in these games is getting pressure. Kayvon Thibodeau when he was healthy, and Abdul Carter, they're supposed to be dominant. But it's hard to be dominant when offenses know exactly what you're going to do.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
The Association on Aging in New York is celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, which funds vital programs for millions of older adults. Services include meals, transportation, home care, Medicare counseling, case management, and caregiver support. Today, people are uncertain whether some programs remain available. We can help. To learn more about these essential programs and how to keep them, visit our website at agingny.org. Sponsored by the Association on Aging in New York.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, potholes, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
888-808-1019. We got 15 minutes to go. Let's hit it hard on the phones. It's Pete Hoff with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019 at Hoff WFAN on social media. You can tell me all the things you want on there, on Twitter and everywhere else. John is in Manhattan. What's going on, bro?
Pete, hey.
What's up, man?
Just checking it. What do you think about Alonso? Like, I don't think there's a substitute for him.
Is there a one-for-one substitute at first base? I mean, not really. If you want to talk about first baseman, Josh Naylor was maybe the best fit because you could have put him at first base and then got a Kyle Schwarber, and that would have been pretty, positive of a turnout for losing Pete Alonso. But the fact that Naylor's not there, no, there's really not. I mean, you could still get Kyle Schwarber as the DH, but then like everybody else at first base is this, maybe defensive-minded first baseman first, and the offense is a lot to ask for. You like there's not much there.
But exactly, and in my opinion, Pete is terrible at throwing the ball, but everything else, I almost consider him like Mike Piazza. Mike Piazza was a good defensive catcher, but he couldn't throw anyone out.
John, that is an amazing comparison because I was going to do it the other day too, and I kind of laid off it and I forgot to bring that up. But that is perfect. Like you nailed it. Pete Alonso. The thing about Mike Piazza was he was at least more graceful about it, but Pete Alonso may not be graceful how he fields the ball, but he fields it. And if you listen to Tiki, Evan and Tiki this week, Tiki was talking about because he was talking about interviewing him, I think this past season, saying how he sat next to Pete. It's like, I know on the field he looks a little awkward, but his body's a freaking masterpiece. Like he's a big dude. He's got power. You could see him he may not look comfortable. It might not look graceful, but he is legit. And that's the thing is, you just nailed it. Piazza actually frustrated the hell out of me when he was playing catcher for the Mets. Like when he first came in there, I remember one of the first games I went and saw him, and I say this all the time with Evan, like I can't believe, I remember when people used to boo Mike Piazza when he first came here, and I said, yeah, I was one of the first people to boo with them because his defense. I was a Todd Hundley guy, and Mike Piazza would not be defensively sound. I remember there were times where he was getting there was one game where he got somebody in a rundown, and I think he threw the ball away. Like he wasn't, whatever that happened, maybe he didn't throw the ball away, but the runner didn't get out, was the point. And it's all because he just wasn't pretty behind the plate. He wasn't perfect. His bat was amazing, and that's Pete Alonso.
But Pete, I actually think, and actually Mike, was good in all defensive facets, but their throwing, for whatever reason, was terrible. Now, I don't know how you fix that or how you work with that, but what I would say is whatever replacement you're going to have coming for them, the other thing is the New York factor. You don't know when you get that replacement if they're going to be able to handle it.
Oh, well, that's 100%, John.
Like,
yeah.
People will say, oh, yeah, well, they played in this big city. How'd Jason Bay do here?
Yeah. Well, look at Ryan Helsley. He
was hitting 30 home runs and driving in over 100 RBIs. Come to New York, and the guy melted.
Ryan Helsley basically, and John, thanks so much for the phone call. Ryan Helsley basically said that he didn't think going to New York was going to be affecting him in any which way, and it did. It basically did, and that killed any type of momentum for him staying in New York at all. Like, I mean, there's a possibility of it at first. Maybe, he could be a replacement for Edwin Diaz if after, his first week in New York, basically, it was all downhill. But you're right. Like, when you have somebody who can actually play here and actually perform here, that's why you have to bring back Edwin Diaz as well. Like, you're sitting here talking about and thinking about, what are we going to do with Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso? It's a no-brainer. Bring them both back. Doesn't make a difference how much money. And, in 10 minutes when Joe B comes on, he's probably going to say the same thing that he says every week is, I don't care what you do, bring Pete Alonso back. That's like the petition. And this week, too, I heard Evan do it, too. You got to bring Pete Alonso back. It's funny because I am in agreement. The Mets have to bring him back. On the other hand, though, I'm realistic. I know David Stearns. I know the market now is set with Josh Naylor. 5 years is a real thing. 6 years is a real thing. They don't want to give it to him. David Stearns doesn't want to do it. And David Stearns has shown if he doesn't want to do something, he's not going to budge. No matter what anybody says. Yeah. Steve Cohen got it done last year with Pete Alonso. He sat down and said, let's just get something done. Come on. We want you back. Let's go. But it was short term. And it was basically, we'll re-sign you for a year, get you $30 million. And now, by the way, he did better than last year. He got a 1-year deal basically for $30 million off of a awful, quote-unquote, awful season. And he did better. He led the Mets in batting average. He led the league in doubles. Excuse me. He did better offensively than he did the previous year where he made $30 million. So, what is he going to make now? The market is being set. And it's not in David Stern's favor of, we'll give you 3 years and $103 million. It's not happening, dude. You're going to have to offer him 5 or 6 years. And you're going to have to offer him $200 million. And there's no reason why you shouldn't do it. For anybody like, you can give him 5, you can't give him 6. Why the hell does it matter? Do you want the player or not? Like, why does it matter? And Pete Alonso seems to be the guy. And again, Cameron Maben, put it out there on social media, so I want to give him little props too. Why is everyone bashing Pete Alonso? All the guy does is produce every single year, and we're going out there and trying to like poke holes at what he does. Amazing. He's not that good. He only hits 30 home runs every year, but he's not that good. Give me all the other players that hit 30 home runs every year. Yeah, you could go Shohei Ohtani and you can go Aaron Judge. I agree with you on that. That's good. Two of the best players in baseball. Okay, next. Who else does that? Who else has the most home runs? And I hate to do this stat because it's going to sound like, oh, well, that's isolated because it's a Pete. But who else has more home runs than Pete Alonso since he's been in the league? If it's Aaron Judge, I think it may be Aaron Judge, but they're close. I think it's Aaron Judge and Pete Alonso. I don't think anybody else has more home runs than those two guys. And it's not just about home runs. Because like I said, he had the best batting average on the team at 271 or 272. And he had led the league in doubles. He was second place in RBIs. I mean, what else do you freaking want? You want Pete Alonso to look like Keith Hernandez at first base? He's not going to be that. But he's not a butcher at first like we make it out to be. And I swear, like if he was in Yankee pinstripes, which is, by the way, where I think he fits best this offseason. And I hate to say that, but that's where he fits best is with the Yankees. You put him in that Yankee lineup on that first base, Anthony Volpe would make less than half the errors he made last year. Pete Alonso begs you to throw the ball in the dirt so he can scoop it up. Begs you. Don't throw it over my head. Don't make me have to work for it. Just throw it in the dirt. I'll scoop it up. No problem. Yet the Yankees are sitting there going, Ben Rice, we might be able to make him a first baseman. We'll try to get him to figure it out. We're sitting there going, Pete Alonso isn't the best at throwing the baseball around the diamond. How often does Pete Alonso have to throw the baseball around the diamond? Yes, there are some big-time situations that you need him to make a throw. That is for sure. We saw it with Lucas Duda. We saw it last year with Vlad Guerrero Jr. in the playoffs. There are some important throws that in crunch time maybe you need to make. Of course, we want to see Pete Alonso do that. But how often in a season does he need to do that is the question. How often does Anthony Volpe throw the ball in the dirt? More often than Pete Alonso throws the ball to second base or home. Let's be fair. And before I wrap things up, I do want to touch on the Adam Ottavino stuff because he went scorched earth on Mendoza and scorched earth on Nimmo. Now, I'll tell you this much. The Brandon Nimmo stuff, I am not really surprised by that. I think that Brandon Nimmo is someone who really works super hard, really tries hard, tries to be a good guy, and there is a lot of excess hate, and people call me up all the time and say, you're one of the haters. And I'm not saying I'm a hater of Brandon Nimmo. I'm a hater of how they look at Brandon Nimmo. Brandon Nimmo, to me, is not a top 5 guy on a team. He's not. He's not worth $20 million a year for 8 years. He's just not. That was a poor deal. And it prevents the Mets from doing other things because they have a black hole with Brandon Nimmo, who's got bad knees, who is not a great defender, who's got jelly of an arm. He's not great. But they make him out to be like he's great. And that's the problem. That's where the problem lies. So for Adam Ottavino to say, he was upset that, Andy Martino didn't have him on the best top left fielder and Alex Verdugo was there. Well, that was kind of accurate, to be fair. Verdugo was better. And Nimmo isn't that great. He took offense to it. I get it. But on the other hand, he's not as good as he thinks he is. Now, the stuff about him being a little upset about Lindor's captaincy. Like, he's got to chill with that. Like, he's a good leader. But sometimes performance on the field makes you a captain as well. Okay? It's not about what you say. Sometimes it's about what you do. And Lindor does and says the right thing. Now, the stuff about Mendoza and how he uses the bullpen and how he basically, calls so much Tommy John because they overuse the bullpen, that's on David Stearns, not on Carlos Mendoza. Because you don't have a good enough pitching staff to go out there and go deep into games. You have to use your bullpen the way that Carlos Mendoza did. I mean, you can keep on forcing out the starting rotation and they just blow games. Are you trying to win games or trying to appease Adam Ottavino and make sure that the bullpen isn't used? You can't do that. So I'm half on with Adam Ottavino on Brendan Nimmo. The Carlos Mendoza stuff, I don't buy. Thank you to all the callers. Thank you to Jack Carty. Thank you to Marco Belletti. Thank you, everybody that hit me up at Hoff WFAN on social media. I'll be back next weekend. My shift changed a little bit. It's not 2 to 5. It is 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. Happy Thanksgiving if I don't talk to you. I will be back with BT and Sal Monday and Tuesday, and then I'm off again until the Saturday morning. And then, if you want a little Rico Bronya tomorrow night, with Evan Roberts, WFAN Dailies. You all have a great one. Again, at Hoff WFAN. But up next on The Fan, Joe Beningo.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York. We will rock you.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Well, no setbacks, but Jackson Dart just didn't make enough progress. He remains in concussion protocol, ruled out for Sunday, as Jameis Winston will make a second straight start.
I believe I'm ready regardless. Whatever this team need me to do, I'm ready to do it. Right, so regardless if, he's hey, Jameis, you going to be number 2. Jameis, you going to be number 3. I'm ready. I'm preparing for whatever.
That was from Michael Porter Jr. putting on a show in Boston.
He'll take a straightaway 3, and it's good! Michael Porter Jr. doing his best to try and be the Nets closer. He puts them up 104-95 with 3.5 to go.
33 points in all for Michael Porter Jr. as the Nets stun the Celtics 113-105. The great Bob Houston with the call right here on The Fan. Nick Claxton, a triple-double, 18 points, 11 rebounds.